23 stories up, and all I could see out the windows was gray smog. They could call it the City of Angels if they wanted to, but if there were angels out there, they had to be flying blind. Los Angeles is a place where people, those with wings and without, come to hide. Hide from others, hide from themselves. I'd come to hide, and I'd succeeded. But staring out at the thick, dirty air, I wanted to go home. Home where the air was blue most of the time, and you didn't have to water the ground to get grass to grow. Home was Cahokia, Illinois. But I couldn't go back, because they'd kill me if I did, my relatives and their allies. Everyone wants to grow up to be a fairy princess. Trust me, it's overrated. There was a knock on the office door. It opened before I could say anything. My boss, Jeremy Gray, stood framed in the doorway. He was a short, gray man, 4 feet 11 inches, an inch shorter than me. He was gray from his dark Armani suit to his button-up shirt and silk tie. Only his shoes were black and shiny. Even his skin was a pale, uniform gray. Not from illness or age. No, he was a troll in the prime of life, just a little over 400. There were some lines around his eyes, along the thin mouth, that made him appear mature, but he'd never be old. Without the aid of mortal blood and a pretty serious spell, Jeremy might live forever. Theoretically. Scientists say that in about 5 billion years, the sun will expand and engulf the earth. The Fae won't survive that. They will die. Does 5 billion years count as forever? I don't think so, though it's close enough to make the rest of us envious. I leaned my back against the windows and the thick, hanging smog. The day was as gray as my boss, but his color was a cool, crisp gray, like clouds before a spring rain. What lay outside the window felt heavy and thick, like something you would try to swallow, but you'd never get it down. It was a day to choke on. Or maybe it was just my mood. "You look gloomy, Mary," Jeremy said. "What's wrong?" He closed the door behind him, making sure it shut. Privacy. He was giving us privacy. Maybe it was for my benefit, but somehow I didn't think so. There was a tightness around his eyes, a set to his thin, well-tailored shoulders that said I wasn't the only one in a bad mood today. Maybe it was the weather, or the lack of it. A good rain shower, or even a good wind would have cleared out the smog and let the city breathe again. "Homesick," I said. "What's wrong, Jeremy?" He gave a small smile. "Can't fool you, can I, Mary?" "No," I said. "Nice outfit," he said. I knew I looked hot when Jeremy complimented my clothes. He always looked impeccable, even in jeans and t-shirt, which he only wore if he absolutely had to be undercover. I'd seen Jeremy do a 3-minute mile in Gucci loafers once, chasing a suspect. Of course, it helped that his dexterity and speed were more than human. When I thought I might have to actually chase someone, a rare occasion, I got out the jogging shoes and left the high heels at home. Jeremy put into his eyes that look a man gives you when he's appreciating the view. It wasn't personal, but among the Fae, it's an insult to ignore someone who's obviously trying to be attractive, a slap in the face telling them that they'd failed. Apparently, I hadn't failed. I'd woken up to the smog and dressed brighter than normal to try and cheer myself up. Royal blue suit jacket, double-breasted, silver buttons, a matching blue pleated skirt that was so short it was only a fringe across my thighs underneath the jacket. The outfit was short enough that if I crossed my legs wrong, I'd flash the tops of my black thigh-highs. 2-inch patent leather high heels helped show off the legs. When you're as short as I am, you've got to do something to make your legs look long. Most days the heels were 3 inches. My hair was a deep, rich red in the reflections of the mirrors, a color more red than auburn, a color that had black highlights instead of the usual brown that most redheads had. It was as if someone had taken dark red rubies and spun them out into hair. It was a very popular color this year. Blood auburn, it was called, in the high court of the Fae royalty. Fairy red, city scarlet, if you went to a good salon. It was actually my natural color. Until it became popular this year, and they finally got the shade right, I'd had to hide my true color. I'd gone for black because it looked more natural than human red with my skin tone. A lot of people getting the dye job made the mistake of thinking that city scarlet complements a natural redhead's coloring. It doesn't. It's the only true red color I know of that matches a pale, pure white skin tone. It's the red hair for someone who looks great in black, true reds, royal blues. The only things I still had to hide were the vibrant green and gold of my eyes and the luminosity of my skin. I used dark brown contacts for the eyes. My skin? That I had to tone down using glamour, magic. Just a steady concentration, like music in the back of my head, to never let down my guard and start to glow. Humans don't actually glow, no matter how luminous they may be. No glowing, which was why the contacts covered my eyes. I also wove a spell around myself like a long, familiar coat, an illusion that I was just a human with lesser fey blood in my background who had some psychic and mystical abilities that made me a really excellent detective, but nothing too special. Jeremy didn't know what I was. No one at the agency knew. I was one of the weakest members of the royal court, but being Sid means something even on the weak end of the scale. It meant that I had successfully hidden my true self, my true abilities, from a handful of the best magicians and psychics in the city, maybe in the country. No small feat, but the kind of glamour I was best at wouldn't keep a knife from finding my back or a spell from crushing my heart. For that, I needed skills that I didn't have, and that was one of the reasons I was in hiding. I couldn't fight the Cid, not and live. The best I could do was hide. I trusted Jeremy and the others. They were my friends. What I didn't trust was what the Cid might do to them if I were discovered, and my relatives found out my friends had known my secret. If they were truly ignorant, then the side would leave them alone and only hurt me. Ignorance was bliss on this one, though I thought that some of my very good friends would see it as a type of betrayal. But if the choices were them alive, with all their body parts intact, but angry at me, or dead by torture, but not angry at me, I'd take angry. I could live with their anger. I wasn't sure I could live with their deaths. I know. Why not go to the Bureau of Human and Fey Affairs and get asylum? My relatives would probably kill me when they found me, but if I went public and aired our dirty laundry for the world media, they would most definitely kill me, and they'd kill me slower. So no police, no ambassadors, just the ultimate game of hide and seek. I smiled at Jeremy and gave him what I knew he wanted, the look that said that I appreciated the slender potential of his body under his perfect suit. To humans, it would have looked like flirting, but for the Fae, any Fae, it wasn't even close to flirting. Thanks, Jeremy, but you didn't come in here to compliment my clothes. He walked farther into the room, running manicured fingers along my desk edge. I've got 2 women in my office. They want to be clients, he said. Want to be? I said. He turned, leaning against the desk, arms crossed over his chest, mirroring my stance at the windows, either unconsciously or purposefully, though I didn't know why. We don't usually do divorce work, Jeremy said. I gave him wide eyes, pushing away from the windows. Day 1 lecture, Jeremy. The Gray Detective Agency never, ever does divorce work. I know, he said. He pushed away from the desk and came to stand beside me, staring out into the fog. He didn't look any happier than I felt. I leaned back against the glass so I could see his face better. Why are you breaking your cardinal rule, Jeremy? He shook his head without looking at me. Come meet them, Mary. I trust your judgment. If you say we stay out of it, we'll stay out of it. But I think you'll feel the same way I do. I touched his shoulder. And how are you feeling, boss, other than worried? I ran my hand down his arm, and it made him look at me. His eyes had gone dark charcoal gray with anger. Come meet them, Mary. If you're as angry afterward as I am, then we'll nail this jerk. I gripped his arm. Jeremy, relax. It's just a divorce case. What if I told you it was attempted murder? His voice was calm. Matter of fact, it didn't match the intensity in his eyes, the vibrating tension in his arm. I moved back from him. Attempted murder? What are you talking about? The nastiest death spell that's ever walked into my office. The husband is trying to kill her? I made it a question. Someone is, and the wife says it's the husband. The mistress agrees with the wife. I blinked at him. Are you saying that the wife and the mistress are in your office? He nodded, and even through all the outrage, he smiled. I smiled back. Well, that's got to be a first. He took my hand. It might be a first even if we did do divorce work, he said. His thumb rubbed back and forth over my knuckles. He was nervous, or he wouldn't be touching me this much. A way to reassure himself, like a touchstone. He raised my hand to his lips and planted a quick kiss on my knuckles. I think he'd noticed what he was doing, that his nerves were showing. He flashed me a white smile, the best caps money could buy, and turned toward the door. Answer one question first, Jeremy. He adjusted his suit, minute movements to tug it back into place, as if it needed it. Ask away. Why are you scared of this? The smile faded until his face was solemn. I've got a bad feeling about this one, Mary. Prophecy isn't one of my gifts, but this one has a bad smell to it. Then pass it by. We aren't the cops. We do this for a very nice paycheck, not because we've sworn to serve and protect, Jeremy. If, after you meet them, you can honestly walk away from it, then we will. Why is my vote suddenly a presidential veto? The name on the door is Gray, not Gentry. Because Teresa's so empathetic, she couldn't turn anyone away. Rowan is too much the bleeding heart to turn tearful women away. He adjusted his dove-gray tie, fingers smoothing over the diamond stick pin. The others are good for grunt work, but they aren't decision-makers. That leaves you. I met his eyes, trying to read past the anger, the worry, to what was really going on inside his head. You're not an empath, and you're not a bleeding heart, and you make dandy decisions, so why can't you make this one? Because if we turn them away, they won't have anywhere else to go. If they leave this office without our help, they're both dead. I stared at him, and finally understood. You know we should walk away from this one, but you can't bring yourself to pass judgment on them. You can't bring yourself to condemn them to death. He nodded. Yes. What makes you think that I can do it if you can't? I'm hoping one of us is sane enough not to be this stupid. I won't get you all killed for the sake of strangers, Jeremy, so be prepared to walk away from this one. Even to me, my voice sounded hard, cold. He smiled again. That's my little cold-hearted, difficult person. I shook my head and walked toward the door. It's one of the reasons you love me, Jeremy. You count on me not to flinch. I walked out into the hallway that led between offices, sure that I would turn these women away, certain that I would be the wall that kept us all safe from Jeremy's good intentions. Goddess knows, I'd been wrong before, but seldom as wrong as I was about to be. I thought for some reason I'd be able to tell which of the two women was wife and which was mistress just by looking at them. But at first glance, they were just two attractive women, casually dressed, like girlfriends out for a day of shopping and lunch. One woman was small, though a few inches taller than either Jeremy or myself. Blonde hair cut just above the shoulders, with a careless curl to it that said it was natural and she hadn't done anything special to it this morning. She was pretty in a girl-next-door sort of way, with extraordinary blue eyes that took up most of her face. Her eyebrows arched thick and black, balancing out a lace of dark lashes that framed those eyes in a very dramatic fashion, though the dark brows made me speculate about how natural the blonde hair might be. She wore no makeup and still managed to be very pretty in an ethereal, very natural way. With makeup and a little effort, she'd have been a knockout. But it would have taken more than makeup and a better fit of clothes. She sat huddled in the client chair, shoulders hunched as if waiting for a blow to fall. Her lovely eyes blinked at me like the eyes of a deer caught in headlights, as if she were powerless to stop what was happening, and what was happening was bad. The other woman was tall, 5'8" or better, slender, with long, pale brown hair that swung straight and shining to her waist. At first glance, she seemed early 20-something. Then I met her eyes, and there was an intensity in their brown depths that made me add on 10 years. You just didn't get that look much before 30. Her look was more confident than the blonde's, but there was a flinching around her eyes, a tightness in her shoulders, as if something deep inside was hurting. There was also a delicacy of bone, as if what lay under the skin had been formed of daintier things than mere bone. There is only one thing that can give a tall, commanding person that look of daintiness. She was part Side. Oh, it was a few generations back. Nothing as intimate as my ties to the court. But somewhere, a several times great-grandmother had lain down with something not human and walked away with a child. Fey blood of any kind marks a family, but Side blood seems to stay in the genes forever, as if once in the mix, it never gets cleaned out. I was betting the blonde was the wife, and the other one the mistress. The blonde seemed the more beaten down of the two, which is usually the case with an abusive man. They may abuse all the women in their lives, but they'll usually save the best, or worst, for immediate family. My grandfather had always done it that way. I came into the room smiling, hand out to shake hands, like they were any other clients. Jeremy made the introductions. The small blonde was the wife, Frances Norton. The tall brown-haired one was the mistress, Naomi Phelps. Naomi's handshake was firm, hand cool to the touch, those extraordinary bones moving under her skin. I held her hand just a little too long, luxuriating in the feel of her touch. It was the closest thing I'd had to another Side in 3 years. Even a touch of some other Fae isn't the same. There is something in the royal bloodline that is like some drug. Once tasted, you miss it. She looked puzzled at me, and it was a very human puzzlement. I let her hand go, and tried to pretend to be human. Some days I was better at it than this. Some days I was worse. I could have tried to get the measure of her psychically, to see if she had more than bone structure going for her. But it was impolite to try and read another person's magical ability at first introduction. Among the Side, it's considered an open challenge, an insult, that you don't believe that the other person can shield himself from your most casual magic. Naomi probably wouldn't have taken it as an insult, but her ignorance was no excuse for me to be rude.
Frances Norton held out her hand like she was afraid to be touched, the arm half bent so she could tuck it back into her body as soon as I was finished with it. I'd have given her the same polite treatment that I'd given the other woman, but with my fingers just above her skin, I could feel the spell. That small line of energy that surrounds all of us, her aura, pushed against my skin like it was trying to keep me from touching her. Someone else's magic was so thick in her body that it had filled her aura up like dirty water in a clean glass. In a way, the woman wasn't herself anymore. It wasn't possession, but it was a close cousin. It was certainly a violation of several human laws, all of them felonies. I forced my hand through that roil of energy, gripping her hand. The spell tried to surge through my skin up my arm. There was nothing to see with the eyes, but just as you can see things in your dreams, so I could sense a faint darkness trying to creep up my arm. I stopped it just below my elbow and had to concentrate on peeling it down my arm like stripping off a glove. It had breached my shields like they hadn't been there. Not many things can do that, none of them human. She was staring at me with wide, wide eyes. What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything to you, Mrs. Norton." My voice sounded a little detached, distant, because I was concentrating on peeling the spell off of me so that when I let go of her hand, none of it would cling to me. She tried to take her hand back, and I wouldn't let her. She started to tug on it, weak but frantic. The other woman said, "Let Frances go, now." I was almost free, almost ready to let her go, when the other woman gripped my shoulder. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I lost concentration on my hand because I could sense Naomi Phelps now. The spell poured back over my hand and was halfway to my shoulder before I could concentrate enough to stop it. But all I could do was stop it. I couldn't push it back because too much of my attention was on the other woman. You never touch someone while they're working magic or doing psychic stuff unless you want something to happen. This, more than anything, told me that neither woman was a practitioner or an active psychic. No one with even minimal training would have done it. I could feel the remnants of some ritual clinging to Naomi's body, something complex, something selfish. The thought that came unbidden to my mind was gluttony. Something had been feeding off of her energy, and it had left psychic scars behind. She jerked back from me, cradling her hand against her chest. She'd sensed my energy, so she had talent. Not a big surprise. What was surprising was that she was untrained, maybe totally untrained. Nowadays they go into preschools and test people for psychic gifts, mystical talent, but it was a new program in the 60s. Naomi had managed not to be spotted, and now she was over 30 and still hadn't dealt with her abilities. Most untrained psychics are either crazy, criminals, or suicides by the time they're 30. She had to be a very strong person to be as together as she looked, but this very strong woman looked at me with tears trembling in her eyes. "We didn't come here to be abused." Jeremy had stepped closer to us, but was being careful not to touch any of us. He knew better. "No one is abusing you, Miss Phelps. The spell on Mrs. Norton tried to leech onto my colleague. Miss Gentry was merely trying to push the spell off of her when you touched her. You should never touch anyone when they're working magic, Miss Phelps. The results can be unpredictable." The woman looked from one to the other of us, and her face said clearly she didn't believe us. "Come on, Francis, we're getting really out of here." "I can't," Francis said in a voice grown small and submissive. She was staring up at me, fear plain in her eyes, but it was fear of me. She felt the energy wrapped around our hands, pressing us together, but she thought I was doing it. "I swear to you, Mrs. Norton, I am not doing this. Whatever magic has been used against you, it thinks I'm tasty. I need to peel it off of me and let it flow back into you." "I want to get rid of it," she said, voice high with a faint edge of hysteria trailing around the edges. "If I don't pull it off of me, then whoever did this to you will be able to trace me. They'll be able to find me. They'll know that I work at a detective agency that specializes in supernatural problems, magical solutions." It was our slogan. "They'll know that you came here for help. I don't think you want that, Mrs. Norton." A fine trembling started in her hands and spread up her arms until she stood there shivering as if she were cold. Maybe she was, but it wasn't the kind of cold that an extra sweater would fix. No amount of outer warmth would cure the coldness inside. She'd have to be warmed from the damaged core of her soul out to her fingertips. Someone would have to pour power into her, magic into her, a little bit at a time, like thawing some ancient body found frozen in ice. If you thawed it too fast, you'd cause more damage than if you just left it alone. Such delicate use of power was beyond my abilities. All I could have done was give her a measure of calmness, taken some of her fear. But whoever laid the spell on her would sense that too. They wouldn't be able to trace me by it, but they'd know she'd been to see a practitioner, someone who'd tried to help her on a psychic level. Call it a hunch, but whoever laid the spell wouldn't like that. They might do something rash, like speed up the process. I could feel the sucking energy of the spell, trying to breach my defenses, to feed on me too. It was like magical cancer, but as easy to catch as the flu. How many people had she infected? How many people were walking around with this spell draining little bits of their energy? Someone who was only a little bit psychic might know something had happened, but not what. They'd avoid Frances Norton because she'd hurt them, but they might not realize for weeks, months, that the tiredness, the vague feelings of hopelessness, the depression, were being caused by a spell. I started to tell her what I was about to do, but staring into her wide eyes, I didn't bother. She'd just tense up, be more afraid. The best I could do was make it as invisible to her as possible. I would try to make sure she didn't feel it slide back inside her, but that was the best I could do. The spell had grown thicker, blacker, more real, just from those few extra moments of sitting against my skin. I began to peel it down my arm. It clung like tar, and it took a lot more concentration to push it back, rolling it back on itself like thick cloth. Every inch of my skin that I freed up felt lighter, cleaner. I could not imagine living totally encased in this thing. It would be like going through your entire life faintly oxygen deprived, shoved in a dark room where the light never came. I had freed my arm, my hand, and began to slowly pull my fingers away from her hand. She stayed utterly still against my skin, like a rabbit hiding in the grass, hoping desperately that the fox will pass her by if only she can lie quiet enough. What I don't think Frances Norton realized yet was that she was halfway down the fox's throat with her little legs kicking in the air. When I pulled my fingers away, the spell clung to them and then fell back into place around her with an almost audible sound. I wiped my hand on my jacket. I was clear of the spell, but I had a terrible urge to wash my hand with very hot water and lots of soap. Ordinary water and soap wouldn't help, but some salt or holy water might. She collapsed into the chair, hiding her face in her hands, shoulders shaking. I thought at first she was crying without making any noise, but when Naomi hugged her, she raised a face devoid of tears.
Frances was shaking, just shaking, as if she couldn't cry anymore, not because she didn't want to, but because all the tears had been drained out of her. She sat there while her husband's mistress hugged her, rocked her. She was shaking so badly her teeth began to chatter, but she never cried. It seemed worse somehow because she didn't cry. "Excuse us for a moment, ladies. We'll be right outside," I said. I looked at Jeremy and headed for the door, knowing he'd follow. In the hallway, he closed the door behind us. "I'm sorry, Mary." I shook her hand, and nothing happened. The spell didn't react to me. I nodded. I believed him. "Maybe I just taste better." He grinned at me. "Well, I don't know from experience, but I'd almost bet on it." I smiled. "Physically, maybe, but mystically, you're as powerful in your own way as I am. Lord and Lady, you're a better magician than I'll ever be, yet it didn't react to you." He shook his head. "No, it didn't. Maybe you're right, Mary. Maybe it's too dangerous for you." I frowned at him. Now he gets cautious. He looked at me, fighting to make his face neutral. "Why do I get the feeling that you're not going to be the cold-hearted, difficult person I was hoping for?" I leaned against the far wall and glared at him. "This thing is so malignant that we'll be able to get some police help. Bringing in the police won't save them. We don't have enough to prove it's the husband. If we can't prove it in court, he doesn't do jail time, and that means he'd be free to work more magic on them. We need him locked away in a warded cell where he can't harm them. They'd need magical protection until he was in custody. This isn't just a detective job, it's a babysitting job." "Uther and Ringo are great babysitters," he said. "I guess. Still not happy. Why?" "We should walk away from this one," I said. "But you can't do it," he said. He was smiling now. "No, I can't do it." There were lots of detective agencies in the United States that said they specialized in supernatural cases. It was big business, the preternatural. But most agencies couldn't back up their advertising. We could. We were one of only a handful of agencies that could boast a staff made up entirely of magic practitioners and psychics. We were also the only one that could boast that all but 2 employees were fae. There aren't that many full-blooded fae who can stand to live in a big, crowded city. LA was better than New York or Chicago, but it was still exhausting to be surrounded by so much metal, so much technology, so many humans. It didn't bother me. My human blood allowed me human tolerances for steel and glass prisons. Culturally and personally, I preferred the country, but I didn't have to have it. It was nice, but I didn't sicken and fade without it. Some fae would. I wish I could turn them away, Jeremy. You've got a bad feeling about this one, too, don't you? I nodded. Yeah. But if I cast them out, I'd see her trembling, tearless face in my dreams. For all I knew, they might come back to haunt me after whoever was killing them finished the job. They could come back as righteous ghosts and bemoan me for having knowingly taken their last chance at survival away. People always think ghosts haunt the people who actually killed them, but that's just not true. Ghosts seem to have an interesting sense of justice, and it would be just my luck to have them following me around until I could find someone to lay them. If they could be laid. Sometimes spirits were tougher than that. Then you could end up with a family ghost like a banshee howling at every death. I doubted either woman had that kind of strength of character, but it would have served me right if they had. It was my own sense of guilt that made me walk back into that office, not fear of ghostly reprisals. Some people say that the Fae have no souls, no sense of personal responsibility. For some, that's true, but it wasn't true for Jeremy, and it wasn't true for me. More's the pity sometimes. More's the pity. Naomi Phelps did most of the talking while Frances sat there and shivered. Our secretary got her hot coffee and an Afghan. Her hands shook so badly that she spilled coffee on the Afghan, but she got some of it down. Whether it was the warmth or the caffeine, she looked a little better. Jeremy had called Teresa in to listen to the women. Teresa was our resident psychic. She was 2 inches shy of 6 feet, slender, with high sculpted cheekbones, long silky black hair, skin the color of pale coffee. The first time I'd seen her, I'd known she had Side blood in her, along with African American, and something Fae that hadn't been High Court. The last was what gave her the slight points to the tops of her ears. A lot of fairy wannabes get cartilage implants to make their ears pointy. They grow their hair down to their ankles and try to pretend to be Side. But no pure-blooded Side has ever had pointed ears. It's a mark of mixed blood, less than pure. But some bits of folklore die harder than others. To a vast majority of people, if you were truly Side, you had to have pointed ears. Teresa had that same delicacy of bone that Naomi did, but I'd never been tempted to hold Teresa's hand. She was one of the most powerful touch clairvoyants that I'd ever met. I spent a goodly amount of energy making sure she didn't touch me, for fear that she'd learn my secrets and endanger us all. She sat in a chair to one side, dark eyes watching the 2 women. She hadn't offered to shake their hands. In fact, she'd walked wide around them so that she didn't accidentally touch either of them. Her face betrayed nothing, but she'd felt the spell, the danger, when she walked into the room. I don't know how many mistresses he's had, Naomi was saying. 12, 24, hundreds, she shrugged. All I know for sure is that I'm the latest in a long line of them. Mrs. Norton, Jeremy said. Frances turned her eyes up to him, startled, as if she hadn't expected to be asked to contribute to the story. Do you have any proof of all these women? She swallowed and said in a voice that was almost a whisper, Polaroids. He keeps Polaroids. She stared down into her lap, murmuring, He calls them his trophies. I had to ask, did he show these pictures to you, or did you find them? She looked up, and her eyes were empty. No anger, no shame, empty. He showed them to me. He likes to tell me about what he's done with them, what each one is good at, better at than me. I opened my mouth, closed it, because I couldn't think of a single helpful thing to say. I was outraged for her sake, but it was Frances Norton that needed to be angry on behalf of Frances Norton. My anger might help us solve the immediate problem, but it wouldn't make her strong again. If we could take the husband out of the picture, that wouldn't heal all the damage he'd done. There was a lot more wrong with Frances than just a spell. Naomi touched her arm, comforting her. That's how she met me. She saw my picture, and then we just ran into each other one day. I caught her staring at me in a restaurant. He had woken her when he got home and told her what he'd done to me. It was Naomi's turn to look down into her lap, her hands lying upright and empty against her legs. I had bruises showing. She looked up, met my eyes. Frances came over to my table. She rolled back her sleeve and showed me her bruises. Then she just said, I'm his wife. And that was how we met. She gave a shy smile at the last, the sort of smile you give when you've explained how you met your lover, a tender story to be related to others. I gave her blank eyes, but I wondered if the bond between them was more than just the abuse and the husband. If they were lovers, it could change how the healing was done. So often in mystical things, the emotions have to be taken into account. Because love and hate have different energies, you work with them differently.
We'd need to know exactly what the bond between the 2 women was before serious healing work was begun, but not today. Today, we'd listen to what they wanted to tell us. That was very brave of you, Teresa said.
Her voice, like everything about her, was somehow soft and feminine with an underlying strength, like steel covered by silk. I'd always thought Teresa, though she'd never traveled farther south than Mexico, would have made an excellent Southern belle. Frances's eyes flicked to her, then back to her lap, then up, and her mouth moved. It was almost a smile. That one small movement made me feel better about the woman. If she could begin to smile, begin to take pride in what strength she'd shown, then maybe she would be all right with time. Naomi squeezed her arm and gave her smile of pride and affection. Again, I got the impression that they were very close. It was my salvation. From the moment that I met Frances, I started trying to break away from him. I don't know how I allowed him to hurt me. I'm not like that. I mean, I've never, ever let a man abuse me. Her face showed the shame she felt, as if she should have saved herself. Frances put her hand over the other woman's hand, giving comfort as well as getting it. Naomi smiled at her, then turned puzzled eyes to us. He's like a drug. Once he's touched you, you crave his touch. Not just him either. It's like he awakens a deep desire until your body aches for connection. She looked down again. I've never been so aware of other people. It was embarrassing and exciting at first. Then he started to hurt me. At first, it was just little things. Then it escalated. She made herself look up, forced herself to meet our eyes. Such anger, as if defying us to think the worst of her. There was a great deal of strength here. How had this man tamed her? He made the pain part of the experience, but then he started doing worse things, things that just hurt. I tried to get him to stop the more intense activities, and that's when he started inflicting real harm, no longer pretending it was part of intimacy. Her mouth trembled, eyes still defiant. But inflicting harm did excite him. The fact that it didn't excite me, that it scared me, he liked that too. Fantasies of control, I said. She nodded, her eyes wide as she tried to keep the tears glistening in her eyes from falling. She held herself very still, trying to hold it all inside. It escalated beyond fantasies at the end. He likes to exert power over you, this from the wife. I looked at both of them and fought the urge to shake my head. I'd spent the years from 16 to 30 in the unseelie court, the years of my awakening, so I knew about exploring intense experiences. But the pain was shared, and it was never done against anyone's will. If the other person didn't find certain sensations agreeable, it wasn't intimacy, it was torture. There is a vast difference between torture and intense intimacy. But for those with such extreme desires, there is no difference. In the extreme forms, they are incapable of intimacy without the violence, or at least the terror of their victim. But most individuals with these tendencies are capable of more conventional intimacy. They can use that to fool you, but in the end, they can't keep up a normal relationship. In the end, what they truly desire must come out, and they must have it. How was I such an expert? Like I said, I spent my awakening years at the unseelie court. Don't get me wrong, the Seelie court has its own brand of unusual activities, but they do share the more mainstream human view of dominance and submission. The unseelie court is much more welcoming of such things, or maybe just more open about it. It could also be that the Queen of Air and Darkness, my aunt, the overall ruler of the court for the last 1,000 years, give or take a century, is very into dominance and borders on having extreme dominant tendencies. She has shaped the court in her image, as my uncle, the king of light and illusion of the Seelie court, has shaped his court in his image. Strangely, you can scheme and lie more easily in the Seelie court. They're into illusion. If everything looks good on the outside, then it must be good. The unseelie court is more honest most of the time. Teresa said, "Naomi, was this your first abusive relationship?" The woman nodded. "I still don't understand how I let it set so bad." I looked at Teresa, and she gave a very small nod. It meant that she'd listened to the answer and that the woman was telling the truth. Like I said, Teresa is one of the most powerful psychics in the country. It's not just her hands you have to watch out for. Most of the time she can tell if you're lying or not. I've had to be very careful around her these 3 years we've worked together. "How did you meet him?" I asked. I didn't use his name or say Mr. Norton because both women had been very careful to say only him or he, as if there was no other man, and you would know whom they were talking about. We did. I answered a personal ad. "What did the ad say?" I asked. She shrugged. "The usual stuff. Except for the end. At the end of the ad, it said he was looking for a magical relationship. I don't know what it was about the ad, but after I read it, I had to meet him." "A compulsion spell," Jeremy said. She looked at him. "What?" "If you're powerful enough, you can put a spell on an ad so that the ad brings to you what you truly desire, not necessarily what the ad says you want. It's the way I ran the ad that Miss Gentry answered. Only people with magical ability would have noticed the spell on the ad, and only people with exceptional gifts would have been able to see through to the true writing underneath. The true writing listed a different phone number than the ad. I knew that anyone who called that number was capable of the job." "I didn't know you could do that with a newspaper," Naomi said. "I mean, it's printed, and he couldn't have touched every paper." Just by knowing that not touching the paper physically made the spell harder to cast meant Naomi knew more about magic theory than I thought she did. But she was right. You have to be powerful enough that the ad, the words that you read into it, carry the spell. It is very difficult, and that he was capable of it lets us know the kind of skill we'll be up against. "So the ad called me to him?" she asked. "Maybe not you specifically," Jeremy said, "but something about you was exactly what he wanted or needed." "Most of the women look fey," Frances said. We all looked at her. She blinked at us. "Pointed ears. One woman had these cat-green eyes that seemed to glow out of the picture. Skin colors that no human has, like green, blue. 3 of them had more, parts than a human would have, but not like it was a deformity, like it was just part of the way they looked. I was impressed. Impressed that she'd noticed and put it together in her head. If we could save her, get her away from him, she'd make it." "What did he say about Naomi?" "He found that particularly appealing, if the women were part Psy. He called them his royal women." "Why fey women?" Jeremy asked. "He never said," Frances answered. "I think it had something to do with the ritual," Naomi said. We all turned to her. Jeremy and I asked in unison, "What ritual?" "The first night he took me to the apartment he's rented. The bedroom has mirrored walls and this huge circular bed. The floor was this beautiful gleaming wood with a Persian carpet under the bed. Everything seemed to glow. When I climbed up on the bed, I felt something, like I'd walked through a ghost. I didn't know what it was that first night, but one night I slipped on the rug, and underneath was a double circle set into the wood of the floor, with symbols in a band around the circle. I realized the bed was the center of the circle. I didn't recognize the symbols, but I knew enough to know it was a circle of power, a place to work magic." "Did he ever do anything in the bed that seemed like ritual magic?" I asked. "Nothing that I recognized. They shared intimacy, lots of it." "Was there anything that was the same every time?" Jeremy asked. She shook her head. "No." "Was the intimacy always in this apartment?" Jeremy asked. "No, sometimes we met at a hotel." That surprised me. "Is there anything he does in the apartment inside the circle that he doesn't do anywhere else?" She blushed bright red. "It's the only place he brings other men." "Other men to share intimacy with him?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, with me." "Was the intimacy always in this apartment?" Jeremy asked. "No, sometimes we met at a hotel." That surprised me. "Is there anything he does in the apartment inside the circle that he doesn't do anywhere else?" She blushed bright red. "It's the only place he brings other men." "Other men to share intimacy with him?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, with me." She looked up at us as if waiting for the cry of horror, or maybe horror. Whatever she saw reassured her. We all knew how to give good blank face when we needed it. Besides, a little group intimacy seemed tame after knowing that he showed pictures of his lovers to his wife, with details. That was a new one. Group intimacy had been around a lot longer than Polaroids. "Was it always the same men?" Jeremy asked. She shook her head. "No, but they knew each other. I mean, it wasn't like he brought in strangers off the street." She sounded defensive, as if that would have been so much worse, and it wasn't as bad as all that. "Were there any repeats?" Jeremy asked. "There were 3 men that I saw more than once." "Do you know their names?" "Just their first names. Liam, Donald, and Brendan." She seemed very sure of the names. "How many times did you see these 3 men?" She wouldn't meet our eyes. "I don't know. Many times." 5 times? Jeremy asked. 6? 26? She looked up, startled. Not 20 times, not that many. Then how many? He asked. Maybe 8, maybe 10, but no more than that. It seemed important to her that it hadn't been more than 10. Was that the magical cutoff? More than 10 times, and you were worse than just 8? And the group intimacy, how many times for that? She blushed again. Why do you need to know? You called it a ritual, not us, Jeremy said. So far there doesn't seem much ritual to it, but numbers can have mystical significance. The number of men inside the circle? The number of times you were inside the circle with more than one man? Believe me, Miss Phelps, this is not how I get my jollies. She looked down again. I didn't mean to imply. Yes, you did, Jeremy said, but I understand why you'd be suspicious of any male, human or not. I saw the idea float over his face. Were all the men human? Donald and Liam both had pointed ears, but other than that, they all seemed human. Were Donald and Liam circumcised? I asked. Her voice came out in a hurried rush, color high in her cheeks again. Why do you need to know that? Because a real male fae would be hundreds of years old, and I've never heard of a Jewish fae. So if they were fae, they wouldn't be circumcised. She met my eyes. Oh, she said. Then she thought about the original question. Liam was, but Donald wasn't. What did Donald look like? Tall, muscular, like a weightlifter, blonde hair to his waist. Was he pretty? I asked. She had to think about that one too. Handsome, not pretty, handsome. What color were his eyes? I don't remember. If they'd been one of the more colorful shades of eyes that the fae are capable of, she'd have remembered. Except for the pointed ears, he could have been any of a dozen men at the Seelie Court. There were only 3 blonde men at the Unseelie Court, and none of my 3 uncles lifted weights. They had to be more careful of their hands than that, for fear they'd rip the surgical gloves they always wore. The gloves kept the poison that their hands naturally produced from rubbing off on anyone else. They'd been born cursed. Would you recognize this Donald if you saw him again? Yes. Was there anything the same about all the men? Jeremy asked. They all had long hair like he has, shoulder length or longer. Long hair, possible cartilage implants in the ears, Celtic names. Sounded like fairy wannabes to me. I'd never heard of a sex cult of fairy wannabes, but you should never underestimate people's ability to corrupt an ideal. Good, Miss Phelps, Jeremy said. How about tattoos, symbols written on their bodies, a piece of jewelry that they all wore? No to all of it. Did you meet only at night? No, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes at night. No special time of the month, not close to a holiday? Jeremy asked. She frowned at him. I've been seeing him only a little over 2 months. There haven't been any holidays, but no special time. Did you share intimacy with him or others a certain number of times a week? She had to think about that one, but finally shook her head. It varied. Did they chant or sing? Jeremy asked. No, she said. It didn't sound like much of a ritual to me. Why did you use the term ritual, Miss Phelps? Why didn't you say spell? I don't know. You do know, I said. You're not a practitioner. I don't think you'd use the term ritual without a reason. Just think for a minute. Why that word? She thought about it, eyes staring into space, seeing nothing, tiny frown lines between her eyebrows. She blinked and looked at me. I heard him talking on the phone one night. She looked down, then up, defiant again, and I knew she didn't like what she was about to say. He'd restrained me, but he'd left the door open a little. I could hear him talking. He said, "The ritual will be good tonight." Then his voice dropped too low for me to hear. Then he said, "The untrained ones give it up so easily." She looked at me. I wasn't a virgin when we met. I was, experienced. Before him, I thought I was good in intimacy. What makes you think you're not? I asked. He told me that I wasn't good enough at intimacy to satisfy him, that he needed the intensity to spice it up so he wouldn't be bored. She tried to stay defiant and failed. The hurt showed in her eyes. Were you in love with him? I tried to make the question gently. What difference does that make? Frances took her hand, held it in her lap. It's all right, Naomi. They're going to help us. I don't see what love has to do with any of this, she said. If you love him, then it will be harder to free you of his influence. That's all, I said. She didn't seem to notice that I'd changed loved to love.
She answered the question. I thought I loved him. Do you still love him? I hated having to ask, but we needed to know. She gripped the other woman's small hand in both of hers, knuckles whitening with the strength of her grip. The tears finally slid down her face. I don't love him, but... She had to take a few deep breaths before she could finish. But if I see him, and he seeks closeness, I can't seem to say no. Even when it's awful and he's hurt me, the bond they share is still more intense than anything I've ever felt before. I can say no over the phone, but if he shows up, I let him. I mean, I fight if he's beating me, but if it's during their shared moments, it gets all confused. Frances stood, moving behind the other woman's chair, spreading the Afghan over both of them while she hugged her from behind. She made soothing noises, kissing the top of her head like you do with a child. Have you been hiding from him? I asked. She nodded. I have, but Frances, he can find her no matter where she is. He follows the spell, I said. Both women nodded as if they'd figured that much out for themselves. But I've hidden from him. I moved out of my apartment. I'm surprised he didn't hunt for you, I said. The building is warded, she said. I widened eyes at that. For a building to be warded, not just an apartment but the entire building, meant that the protective spells had to be put into the foundation of the building. The wards had to be poured with the concrete, riveted into place with the steel beams. The gloves kept the poison that their hands naturally produced from rubbing off on anyone else. They'd been born cursed. Would you recognize this Donald if you saw him again? Yes. Was there anything the same about all the men? Jeremy asked. They all had long hair like he has, shoulder length or longer. Long hair, possible cartilage implants in the ears, Celtic names. Sounded like fairy wannabes to me. I'd never heard of a sex cult of fairy wannabes, but you should never underestimate people's ability to corrupt an ideal. Good, Miss Phelps, Jeremy said. How about tattoos, symbols written on their bodies, a piece of jewelry that they all wore? No to all of it. Did you meet only at night? No, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes at night. No special time of the month, not close to a holiday? Jeremy asked. She frowned at him. I've been seeing him only a little over 2 months. There haven't been any holidays, but no special time. Did you share intimacy with him or others a certain number of times a week? She had to think about that one, but finally shook her head. It varied. Did they chant or sing? Jeremy asked. No, she said. It didn't sound like much of a ritual to me. Why did you use the term ritual, Miss Phelps? Why didn't you say spell? I don't know. You do know, I said. You're not a practitioner. I don't think you'd use the term ritual without a reason. Just think for a minute. Why that word? She thought about it, eyes staring into space, seeing nothing, tiny frown lines between her eyebrows. She blanked and looked at me. I heard him talking on the phone one night. She looked down, then up, defiant again, and I knew she didn't like what she was about to say. He'd restrained me, but he'd left the door open a little. I could hear him talking. He said, "The ritual will be good tonight." Then his voice dropped too low for me to hear. Then he said, "The untrained ones give it up so easily." She looked at me. I wasn't a virgin when we met. I was, experienced. Before him, I thought I was good in intimacy.
It took a coven of witches, or several covens. No single practitioner could do it. It was not a cheap process. Only the most expensive high-rises or homes could boast of it. "What do you do for a living, Miss Phelps?" Jeremy asked, because I think that he, like me, had actually not expected the 2 women to be able to meet our fee. We had enough money in the bank under the agency's account and in our own accounts so we could do charity work from time to time. We didn't make a habit of it, but some cases you don't do for money but because you simply can't say no. We both thought this was going to be one of those. "I've got a trust fund that matured last year. I have access to all of it now. Trust me, Mr. Gray, I can pay your fee." "That's very good to know, Miss Phelps, but truthfully, I wasn't worried about it. Don't spread it around, but if someone's in deep enough trouble, we don't turn them away because they can't meet our fees." She blushed. "I didn't mean to imply that you were. I'm sorry." She bit her lip. "Naomi didn't mean to insult you," Frances said. "She's been rich all her life, and a lot of people have tried to take advantage of that."
No offense taken, Jeremy said, though I knew that there probably was some offense taken. But he was a very businesslike businessman. You didn't get mad at a client, not if you were taking the case, or at least not until they'd done something really awful. Teresa asked, "Has he ever tried to get your money?" Naomi looked at her, and you could see the surprise on her face. "No, no." "Does he know you have it?" I asked. "Yes, he knew, but he never let me pay for anything. He said he was old-fashioned that way. He didn't care about money at all. It was one of the things I liked about him at first." "So he's not after money," I said. "He's not interested in money," Frances said. I met those big blue eyes, and they didn't look scared now. She was still standing behind Naomi, still comforting her, and she seemed to gain strength from that. "What is he interested in?" I asked. "Power," she said. I nodded. She was right. Abuse is always about power in one way or another. When he said the untrained ones give it up so easily, I don't think he was talking about your personal influence. Naomi was holding on to Frances's hands, pressing them to her shoulders. Then what did he mean? "You're untrained in the mystic arts." She frowned at me. "Then what was it that I gave up so easily, if it wasn't that kind of interaction?" Frances answered, "Power." "Yes, Mrs. Norton, power." Naomi frowned at all of us. "What do you mean, power? I don't have any power." "Your magic, Miss Phelps. He's been taking your magic." She looked even more astonished, mouth open and a little O of surprise. "I don't know any magic. I get feelings sometimes about things, but that's not magic." And that, of course, was why he'd been able to do it. I wondered if all the women were untrained mystics. If they were untrained, then we were going to have trouble infiltrating his little world. But if all they had to be was part fae and magically talented, well, I'd done decoy work before. 3 days later, I was standing in the middle of Jeremy's office. Maury Klein, a sound expert, was preparing me for undercover work. He was fitting a tiny wire with a tiny microphone to my person, ensuring it would be well concealed. The process was meticulous and required careful placement. Despite the unusual circumstances, it was strictly professional. Maury, a dedicated professional, was focused solely on the technical task. Jeremy and Rowan observed, their presence a testament to the serious nature of the mission. Rowan, who had seen me in various states of dress before, remained his usual composed self. He was a roan, one of the seal people, marked by burn scars from when a fisherman had destroyed his sealskin, preventing him from ever changing form again. He traced his thumbs over the bare skin of my upper back, the barest of movements, then stepped away from me. He actually ran his thumbs over the scars on my back that he could neither see nor feel. I was confident enough in my abilities that the dress would have shown the scars, except for my glamour. They were like ripples in the skin, frozen forever. Another Psy had tried to change my shape during a duel. Many of the Fae can shapeshift, but only the Psy can change the form of others against their will. I can't change my shape, or anyone else's, another mark against me in the courts. "How do you do that?" Detective Tate asked. The question startled me, made me turn to her. "Do what?" I asked. Chris was glancing up as he repacked equipment. Maury was already fiddling with an... It took a coven of witches, or several covens. No single practitioner could do it. It was not a cheap process. Only the most expensive high-rises or homes could boast of it. "What do you do for a living, Miss Phelps?" Jeremy asked, because I think that he, like me, had actually not expected the two women to be able to meet our fee. We had enough money in the bank under the agency's account and in our own accounts, so we could do charity work from time to time. We didn't make a habit of it, but some cases you don't do for money but because you simply can't say no. We both thought this was going to be one of those. "I've got a trust fund that matured last year. I have access to all of it now. Trust me, Mr. Gray, I can pay your fee." "That's very good to know, Miss Phelps, but truthfully, I wasn't worried about it. Don't spread it around, but if someone's in deep enough trouble, we don't turn them away because they can't meet our fees." She blushed. "I didn't mean to imply that you were. I'm sorry." She bit her lip. "Naomi didn't mean to insult you," Frances said. "She's been rich all her life, and a lot of people have tried to take advantage of that." "No offense taken," Jeremy said,
though I knew that there probably was some offense taken. But he was a very businesslike businessman. You didn't get mad at a client, not if you were taking the case, or at least not until they'd done something really awful. Teresa asked, "Has he ever tried to get your money?" Naomi looked at her, and you could see the surprise on her face. "No, no." "Does he know you have it?" I asked. "Yes, he knew, but he never let me pay for anything. He said he was old-fashioned that way. He didn't care about money at all. It was one of the things I liked about him at first." "So he's not after money," I said. "He's not interested in money," Frances said. I met those big blue eyes, and they didn't look scared now. She was still standing behind Naomi, still comforting her, and she seemed to gain strength from that. "What is he interested in?" I asked. "Power," she said. I nodded. She was right. Abuse is always about power, in one way or another. When he said the untrained ones give it up so easily, I don't think he was talking about your personal influence. Naomi was holding on to Frances's hands, pressing them to her shoulders. Then what did he mean? "You're untrained in the mystic arts." She frowned at me. "Then what was it that I gave up so easily, if it wasn't that kind of interaction?" Frances answered. "Power." "Yes, Mrs. Norton, power." Naomi frowned at all of us. "What do you mean, power? I don't have any power." "Your magic, Miss Phelps. He's been taking your magic." She looked even more astonished, mouth open in a little O of surprise. "I don't know any magic. I get feelings sometimes about things, but that's not magic." And that, of course, was why he'd been able to do it. I wondered if all the women were untrained mystics. If they were untrained, then we were going to have trouble infiltrating his little world. But if all they had to be was part fae and magically talented, well, I'd done decoy work before. 3 days later, I was standing in the middle of Jeremy's office. Maury Klein, a sound expert, was preparing me for undercover work. He was fitting a tiny wire with a tiny microphone to my person, ensuring it would be well concealed. The process was meticulous and required careful placement. Despite the unusual circumstances, it was strictly professional. Maury, a dedicated professional, was focused solely on the technical task. Jeremy and Roan observed, their presence a testament to the serious nature of the mission. Roan, who had seen me in various states of dress before, remained his usual composed self. He was a roan, one of the seal people, marked by burn scars from when a fisherman had destroyed his seal skin, preventing him from ever changing form again. He traced his thumbs over the bare skin of my upper back, the barest of movements, then stepped away from me. He actually ran his thumbs over the scars on my back that he could neither see nor feel. I was confident enough in my abilities that the dress would have shown the scars, except for my glamour. They were like ripples in the skin, frozen forever. Another Sid had tried to change my shape during a duel. Many of the Fae can shapeshift, but only the Sid can change the form of others against their will. I can't change my shape, or anyone else's, another mark against me in the courts. "How do you do that?" Detective Tate asked. The question startled me, made me turn to her. "Do what?" I asked. Chris was glancing up as he repacked equipment. Maury was already fiddling with a medium-sized transmitter, working at it with a tiny screwdriver. The rest of us might as well not have been in the room. You stand there for nearly an hour in nothing but your underwear, with a man touching you intimately, but it's not sexual. It's like an R-rated comedy routine. Then Roan helps you on with your dress, never touches your bare skin, just zips you up, and suddenly the sexual tension in the room is thick enough to walk on. How do you do that? Us as in Roan and me? Or us as in... I let the thought trail off. Us as in the Fae, she said. I've seen Jeremy do it with a human woman. You guys can walk around completely disrobed and make me comfortable being in the same room with you. Then fully clothed, you do something small and suddenly I feel like I should leave the room. She shook her head. How do you do that? Roan and I looked at each other, and I saw the same question in his eyes that I knew was in mine. How do you explain what it is to be Fae to someone who is not? The answer, of course, is you don't. You can try, but you rarely succeed. Jeremy tried. He was, after all, the boss. It is part of what it means to be Fae, to be a creature of the senses. He rose from his chair and walked to her, face, body neutral.
He took her hand and raised it to his lips, laying a chaste touch of lips to her knuckles. Being fey is the difference between that and this.
Funny how the thought of date rape brought me back to the job at hand. I went to the desk where I'd left my shoes and slipped into them, gaining 3 inches of height. "You can tell your new partner that he can come back in now," I told Lucy. It was an insult to insist on modesty in a non-sexual situation among most of the Fae, certainly among the Scythae. That's why the audience. To send them away would imply lack of trust or outward dislike. There were only 2 exceptions. The first was if the person couldn't behave in a civilized manner. Detective John Wilkes had never worked with non-humans before. He didn't blink when Maury asked me to disrobe, but when I took the dress off without warning or clearing the room, the detective had spilled hot coffee down his shirt. When Maury touched me intimately, Wilkes had said, "What is he doing?" I asked him to wait outside. Lucy gave a low laugh. "Poor boy, I think he got second-degree coffee burns when you took off your dress." I shrugged. He must not see a lot of women in their underwear. She smiled, shaking her head. "I've dealt with Fae, even a few visiting Scythae, and you're the only one I've met that was humble." I frowned at her. "I'm not humble. I just think that if seeing me disrobed to my underwear is enough to make your partner so flustered, he must not be very experienced." Lucy looked at Roan and Jeremy. "Does she not know what she looks like?" "No," Roan said. "I think, though I don't know, that our Mary was raised somewhere where she was considered the ugly duckling," Jeremy said. I met his eyes, my pulse thudding in my neck. That one comment was a little too close for comfort. "I don't know what you guys are talking about." "I know you don't," Jeremy said. There was a knowledge in his dark gray eyes, a guess that was close to a certainty. In that moment, I knew he suspected who I was, what I was. But he would never ask. He would wait until I was ready to talk, or the question would remain forever silent between us. I looked at Roan. He was the only Fae lover I'd known had not come to my bed to further his political ambitions. To him, I was just Mary Gentry, a human with Fae ancestry, not Princess Meredith Nickessis. Now I stared into that familiar face and tried to read his expression. He was smilingly blank. Either it had never occurred to him that I might be the missing Scythae princess, or he'd guessed long ago but would never be rude enough to bring it up. Or had Roan known from the first? Had that been why he'd come to me? Suddenly, all the security that I'd built up with these people, my friends, began to crumble around me. Some of it must have shown on my face because Roan touched me. I drew back from him. His face showed the hurt, confusion. He didn't know. I hugged him suddenly, hiding my face from him, but I could still see Jeremy. As the look on Roan's face had reassured me, so the look on Jeremy's frightened me. All it would take was my true name being mentioned after dark, and it would float back to my aunt. She was the queen of air and darkness, and that meant that anything said in the dark was hers to hear, eventually. The fact that spotting the missing elven American princess had become more popular than spotting Elvis helped. Her magic was always chasing blind leads. Princess Meredith skiing in Utah. Princess Meredith dancing in Paris. Princess Meredith gambling in Vegas. After 3 years, I was still a front-page story for the tabloids, though the latest headlines had been speculating that I was as dead as the king of rock and roll. If Jeremy spoke my name aloud to my face, the words would resonate, and when they finally floated back to her, she'd know I was alive, and she'd know that Jeremy had spoken my name. Even if I ran, she'd question him, and if polite methods didn't work, she'd use torture. I am told she is a creative partner. I know she is an inventive torturer. I drew back from Roan and gave them part of the truth. My mother was the beautiful one. "How do you know that?" Jeremy asked. I looked at him. "She told me so." "You mean your mother told you you weren't beautiful?" Lucy asked. It took a human to be that direct. I nodded. Don't take this wrong, but what a difficult person. To that there was only one thing to say. I agree. Now let's get out of here. "We wouldn't want to keep Mr. Norton waiting," Jeremy said. "I still wish we were going after him for proof on the attempted murder," Lucy said. "We can't guarantee proof that will stand up in court about the death spell," I said. "But," Jeremy said, "we might be able to prove tonight that he is using magic to seduce women. Magically aided seduction is rape under California law.
We need him in jail away from his wife, and this is the surest way to do it. He won't get bail on a felony charge that includes magic." Lucy nodded. "I agree that the plan is great for Mrs. Norton, but what about Mary? What if this guy pulls out the magical aphrodisiac that he's used on the other mistresses, the ones who were so captivated by him like Naomi Phelps?" "We're counting on it," I said. She looked at me. "What if it works? What if you start showing signs of being affected over the microphone? Then Roan breaks down the door playing the jealous lover and drags me out. If I have trouble getting her to leave, then Uther will come in as my friend and help me take my woman back home." Lucy rolled her eyes. "Well, what Uther wants, Uther gets. Slowing him down seemed to be good." I sat up, touching his hands. "Slow down. Let me enjoy the unveiling. You're rushing through it like you've got another date tonight." I held on to his hands, rubbing across his skin, stroking his bare arms. I concentrated on the feel of the tiny hairs on his forearms and how they slid under my touch. If I concentrated just on the physical sensations one at a time, I could make my eyes lie, or at least show a genuine interest. The trick was not to think too hard about who I was touching. "There's no one but you tonight, Mary." He drew me to my knees, then ran his hands through my hair, letting it slide through his fingers so that he held my face in his big hands. "There will be no one else for either of us after tonight, Mary." I didn't like the sound of that, but it was the first thing he'd said that was sort of psychotic, so I was doing something right. "What do you mean, Alistair? We eloping to Vegas?" He smiled, still holding my face, staring into my eyes like he'd memorized them. "Mary is just a ceremony, but tonight I'll show you what it means to connect deeply." I raised an eyebrow before I could help myself. Knowing my face already showed it, I said, "My, you do have a high opinion of yourself." "It's not idle boasting, Mary." He kissed me, softly, then crawled past me to the headboard of the bed. He pressed on the wood, and a little door sprang open. A secret compartment. How nifty. He turned with a small glass bottle in his hands. It was one of those glass bottles with curves and frills to it that you're supposed to keep expensive perfume in, but no one ever does. "Take off the dress," he said. "Why?" "It's massage oil." He held the bottle up so I could see the thick oil in the light through the ruby glass. I smiled at him, and I tried to make it everything he wanted. Sexual, flirtatious, a little cynical. "The pants first." He grinned at me, evidently pleased. "I thought you said you wanted to go slow. If we're getting naked, you first." He started to turn and set the bottle inside the compartment again. "I'll hold it for you," I said. He stopped in mid-motion, turning back to me with a heat in his eyes that was almost touchable. "Only if you put some on your breasts while I undress." "Will it stain my dress?" He actually seemed to think about that, face becoming thoughtful, intelligence showing through. "I'm not sure, but I'll buy you a new one if it's ruined." "Men will promise anything in the heat of the moment," I said.
Let me see the oil run down that pure white skin. Make them glisten for me. He handed the bottle to me, wrapping my hands around it. He kissed me again, mouth lingering on me, his tongue probing, opening my mouth so the kiss could be more. He drew back, slowly. "Please, Mary, please." He moved back, but not far, hands at his belt again. He drew the leather tongue slowly through the gold buckle, drawing out each movement while he watched me. It made me smile, because he was doing what I'd asked. He was slowly unveiling himself. The least I could do was do what he'd asked. The push-up bra left enough of my breasts bare so that I didn't have to lift anything out of the dress. I drew the stopper out of the bottle. It had one of those long glass rods on the end of it to glide along your skin. I sniffed the oil. It smelled of cinnamon and vanilla. There was something familiar about the odor, but I couldn't place it. The oil was nearly clear. "Aren't you supposed to warm it first?" I said. "It reacts to your body's heat." He pulled the belt out of the last loop and tossed it between us on the bed. "Your turn." I lifted the stopper out of the bottle. The oil clung to it in a heavy strand. I touched the end of the glass rod to the top of my breast. The oil was already warm, body temperature. I trailed the rod across the mounds of my breasts, and tiny trails of oil followed it, tracing like thick tears across my skin. The smell of cinnamon and vanilla seemed to soak into my skin like a warm rush. Alistair undid the snap on his pants and slowly drew down the zipper. He wore red bikini underwear, like he'd dressed to match the bedroom. The scarlet was very bright against his skin, clinging over the front of his body like a second skin. He lay down on the bed to get the pants off, gazing up at me so that I towered over him on my knees as he had towered over me earlier. He reached up, still flat on his back, running his fingertips across the oil, spreading it over my skin. He came to his knees, hands smoothing over the tops of my breasts, fingers trying to get inside the dress and touch more, but it was too tight. Prior planning prevents embarrassing groping. He rubbed his oiled hands down his own chest, then took the bottle from me and trailed the glass stopper across my mouth like he was putting on lip gloss. It was sweet upon my lips, thick and sweet. He kissed me, both his hands still holding the bottle, so that it was just his mouth on mine. He kissed me like he was going to eat the oil off my lips. I melted into the kiss, hands stroking over his oiled chest, feeling the muscles of his stomach moving under my hands. My hand slid lower, over the front of him, finding him aroused and eager. The feel of him thrilled through my body like a jolt of energy. That was when I realized that I was enjoying myself and had forgotten why I was there. I drew back from the kiss and tried to focus, to think. I didn't want to think. I wanted to touch him and have him touch me. My breasts ached to be touched. My mouth almost burned with the need to close the distance between us. He leaned in for another kiss, and I crawled backward, falling onto my back in my rush to put distance between us. Alistair crawled to me on knees and one hand. The other hand held the bottle. He straddled me the way a horse stands over her colt. My gaze kept sliding down his body to his aroused form. I couldn't keep my eyes on his face. It was embarrassing and frightening. "Stupid," I said. "So stupid. It's in the oil. There's a spell in the oil." His voice came in an almost harsh whisper. "The oil is the spell." I didn't understand what he meant at first, but I knew I didn't want any more of it on me. He started to open the bottle, and I sat up, taking his hands in mine, keeping the lid on the very thing. The moment I touched his hands, I lost. We were kissing again, and I hadn't meant to. It was as if the more we kissed, the more I wanted to be kissed, like it fed on itself. I threw myself back on the bed, hands covering my face. No! I knew what it was now. Branwen's tears, Avel's joy, Fergus's sweat. It could make a human into a seedy lover for one night. It could turn even a seedy into a sexual slave, if that seedy had no access to other seedy. No fae, no matter how talented, how powerful, can rival the seedy, so it said. You can forget what the touch is like. You can fight not to dream of glowing flesh and eyes like molten jewels, a sweep of ankle-length hair across your body. But the desire is always there, just under the surface, like an alcoholic who can never take another drink for fear that one drink will never be enough to satisfy that thirst. I screamed, loud and long and wordless. There was another side effect of Branwen's tears. No glamour can stand against it, because your concentration can't stand against it. I felt my glamour leaking away, felt my skin as if my entire body took a deep breath. I lowered my hands slowly until I was staring up into the mirror on the ceiling. My eyes glowed like tricolored jewels. The outer edge of my irises was molten gold. Within that was a circle of jade green, and last came emerald fire to chase around the pupil. Only the seedy or a cat could have such eyes. My mouth was a mixture of crimsons, the remains of my lipstick, and the scarlet gleam of the lips themselves. My skin was a white so pure, it shimmered like the most perfect of pearls. Again there was light coming out of my skin, like a candle behind a veil. The red-black of my hair fell around the shining colors like a spill of dark blood. If my hair had been pure black, I'd have looked like Snow White carved from jewels. This wasn't just me without the glamour. It was me when my power was upon me, when magic was in the air. "My God, you're seedy," he whispered. I turned those glowing eyes to Alistair. I expected fear in his eyes, but there was a kind of soft wonderment. He said you would come if we were faithful, if we truly believed, and here you are. Who said I'd come? A seedy princess to feast upon. He spoke in a voice that held awe, but his hands slid under my dress, touching me intimately. I grabbed his wrist and slapped him with the other hand, slapped him hard enough to leave a red imprint of my hand on his face. We had all the proof we needed to put him in jail. I didn't have to play along anymore. You can take the energy of Branwen's tears and turn it from sex to violence, or so they say in the Unseelie court. I was going to try. I was really going to try. If he'd hit me back, it might have worked, but he didn't. He collapsed his body on top of mine, pinning me to the bed. He was so low on my body that his face was level with mine. There was a moment where I looked into his eyes, and I saw the same stricken need in his eyes that I felt in mine. The tears cut both ways. You could not use it to seduce without being seduced. He made a small sound low in his throat and kissed me. I ate at his mouth, one hand going to the ponytail holder that held his hair back. I jerked it out, spilling his shoulder-length hair around me like a silken curtain. I plunged my hands into his hair, 2 fistfuls of it, held tight while I explored his mouth. His free hand tried to reach down the dress, but it was still too tight. He pulled at the cloth, and my body jerked with the force of it as the cloth ripped, and his hand touched me intimately. The intimate touch jerked my head back, freed my mouth from him. I was suddenly looking behind us at the mirrors on the far wall. It took me a few seconds to realize something was wrong. Part of it was distraction. Alistair was kissing my neck, working his mouth over my skin, ever lower. Part of it was someone else's magic. Someone powerful didn't want me to know they were watching. But the mirrors were blank, like the eyes of the blind. I looked up at the mirror above the bed, and it was empty too, as if Alistair and I weren't there.
Then I felt the spell like a great sucking wound, drawing my power to the surface until it spilled from the pores of my skin and up into that mirrored surface. Whatever it was feeding off my power like a psychic leech. It pulled the power slowly, like sucking up a straw. I did the only thing I could think of. I shoved the power into the throat of the spell, force-fed my power into the magic. They hadn't expected that, and the magic shuddered. There was a figure in the mirror, but it wasn't Alistair or me. The figure was tall, slender, covered in a hooded gray cloak that hid every inch of the body. The cloak was illusion, an illusion to hide the witch at the other end of the spell. Every illusion can be stripped away. The intimate encounter continued under the influence of the spell. I sat up. The front of the dress was torn away, my bra pulled down so that my breasts were bare. I said, "No, Alistair, no, we are not doing this." A prickle of energy spilled over the bed, running in goosebumps on my body. Alistair looked up as if he saw something I didn't and said, "But you said to only use small amounts. Too much could drive her mad." He listened, face intent. I heard nothing. Whatever was in the mirror wasn't hiding from Alistair, just from me. Alistair opened the bottle. I had time to say, "No!" My hand went out as if to ward off a blow. He threw the oil on me. It was like being touched by some great liquid hand. I couldn't move, couldn't do anything but scream. He poured the oil down the front of my body. It soaked through my dress to the skin underneath. He raised the skirt, and this time I couldn't stop him. I was frozen, overwhelmed. He poured the oil over the satin of my panties, and I fell back onto the bed, my spine bowing, hands scrambling at the sheets. My skin felt like it was swelling, stretching with a desire that narrowed the world down to the need to be touched, to be held, to be had. It wouldn't have mattered who it was. The spell did not care, and neither did I. I opened my arms to the man kneeling over me. He collapsed on top of me. I could feel him close against the satin of the panties. Even that thin piece of cloth was too much. I felt an overwhelming desire for connection. Then something floated down from the mirror.
It was a tiny black speck, but it held my attention, compelled it. It got closer, and I could see that it was a small spider, hanging from a silken thread. I watched the spider float slowly to Alistair's shoulder. The spider was small and black and shiny like patent leather. My body was cooler, my head clearer. Jeremy had managed to get something through to me. I knew now that the magician on the other end of the spell had kept them all trapped outside the house. I felt his intimate touch slip around the edge of the panties. It made me cry out, but I could still talk, still think. Now, if I couldn't get away, it really was going to be rape. "Stop it, Alistair, stop it!" I struggled to get out from under him, but he was too big, too heavy. I was trapped. He started to move closer. I got a hand between his groin and mine. He fumbled at my hand, trying to move it so he could continue. I screamed, "Jeremy!" Alistair and I fought over where my hands were, and I glimpsed the mirror. It was full of gray, swirling fog. It shivered, rippling like water. It bowed out like a bubble. It was only then that I knew that the magician was Sidhe. He or she was hiding themselves from me, but the mirrors, that was Sidhe magic. Then Alistair won the fight and achieved intimate contact. I cried out, and it was half protest and half pleasure. My mind didn't want this, but the oil still rode my body. I screamed, "No!" but my hips twitched under him, trying to help him. I wanted, needed him to be close, to feel his body against mine. Still, I screamed, "No!" Alistair flinched and pulled away the small distance he'd won, rising to his knees, brushing at his back. He came away with a small smear of crimson. He'd crushed the spider. Another small black spider crawled down his arm. He batted it away. 2 more spiders crawled over his shoulders. He tried to touch the middle of his back and turned like a dog chasing its tail, and I saw his back. The skin had split open, and a wave of tiny black spiders poured out. They swarmed over him like black water, a moving, biting second skin. He screamed, clawing at his back, crushing some of them, but there were always more, until he was a moving mass of them. They poured into his open mouth as he shrieked, and he choked, and still he screamed. All the mirrors were pulsing, breathing, the glass stretching out and in like something elastic and alive. I heard a man's voice in my head, "Get under the bed, now." I didn't argue. I rolled off the bed and crawled under it. The red sheet spilled down over the edge, hiding everything but a thin sliver of light. There was a sound of breaking glass, like 1,000 windows breaking all at once. Alistair's screams vanished under the sound of falling glass. The glass burst on the carpet like brittle hail, a tinkling, sharp sound. Silence filled the room by degrees as the glass settled over the room. There was a sound of splintering wood. I couldn't see it, but I thought it was the door. "Mary! Mary!" It was Jeremy. Roan yelled, "Mary, dear God!" I crawled to the edge of the bed and lifted the rim of the sheet to see the floor glittering silver. I called, "I'm here! I'm here!" I reached my hand out from under the bed, waving it, but unable to move farther without getting cut on the glass. A hand gripped mine, and someone laid a suit jacket over the glass so that Roan could pull me out from under the bed. It wasn't until he was cradling me in his arms that I realized I was still covered in Branwen's tears and what that might mean for us. But I'd gotten a glimpse of what lay on the bed, and it stole the words from my mouth. I think I forgot to breathe for a second or two. Roan carried me toward the door. I stared back over his shoulder at what lay on the bed. I knew it was a man. I even knew it was Alistair Norton, but if I hadn't known what I was looking at, I'm not sure I'd have known it was human. The shape was as crimson as the sheets it lay on. The glass had turned him into so much raw meat. I couldn't see the spiders under all that blood. I knew 2 things, maybe 3. First, the magician on the other end of the spell was Sidhe. Second, he or she had tried to kill me. Third, if it wasn't for Jeremy getting a spell through the ward, I'd be just a smaller red lump on the blood-soaked bed. I owed Jeremy a very big favor.
The police wouldn't let me shower. They wouldn't even let me wash my hands. 4 hours after Roan carried me out of the bedroom, I was still trying to explain to the police exactly what had happened to Alastair Norton. I wasn't having much luck. No one believed my version of events. They'd all watched the tape, and they still didn't believe me. I think the only reason I hadn't been charged with Alastair's murder was that I'd been outed as Princess Meredith Nicassis. They knew, and I knew, that all I had to do was claim diplomatic immunity and I could walk out the door. So they were taking their time about charges. What they didn't know was that I was almost as eager to avoid bringing in the diplomats as they were. Once I claimed diplomatic immunity, they'd contact the Board of Human Fey Relations. They would contact the ambassador to the Sidhe courts. The ambassador would contact the Queen of Air and Darkness. He'd tell her exactly where I was. Knowing my aunt, she'd tell them to keep me safe until her guard could arrive to bring me back home. I'd be trapped like a rabbit in a snare until someone came along to snap my neck and take me home like a prize. I sat at the small table with a glass of water in front of me. I had a blanket that the paramedics had given me draped over the back of the chair.
The blanket had been to keep me warm in case of shock and to cover the ruined front of my dress. I'd spent part of the last few hours being cold and needing the blanket, but the rest of the time it was as if my blood ran hot. I was either shivering or almost sweating, a combination of shock and Branwen's tears. Going from one extreme to the other had given me an amazing headache. No one would get me anything for the headache because they were all planning on getting me to the hospital soon, always soon, never now. I'd still been glowing softly when the first police backups had arrived. I wouldn't be able to do glamour as long as the oil was in my system, so I couldn't hide. Some of the first uniforms recognized me. One of them had said, "You're Princess Meredith." The soft California night had taken a breath around us, and I knew it was only a matter of time until the Queen of Air and Darkness sent someone to investigate this latest whisper. I had to be out of town before that happened. I had at least one more night, maybe two, before my aunt's guard would arrive. I had time to sit here and answer questions, but I was getting tired of answering the same questions. So why was I still sitting in the hard-backed chair, looking across a small table at a detective I'd never met before? First, even if I walked out of here without being charged or claiming diplomatic immunity, they would contact the politicians. They'd do it to cover their backsides. Second, I wanted Detective Alvera to believe me about Branwen's tears and just how serious it would be if there was more of the oil out there. Probably it was a gift from whatever Psy had set up the leech spell. The one bottle may have been all anyone outside the courts had. That was the best-case scenario. But if there was even the slightest chance that humans, with or without Psy help, had figured out how to manufacture Branwen's tears and it was out on the market, then it had to be stopped. Of course, there was another possibility. The Psy that set Norton up in his little magic rape scam might have been giving Branwen's tears to lots of others. This was probably the more likely of the two worst-case scenarios. But I couldn't tell the police that another Psy had been involved with Alastair Norton. You do not take Psy business to the human police, not if you want to keep all your body parts attached. Police are good at smelling lies, or maybe, to save time, they just assume everyone is lying. Whatever the reason, Detective Alvera didn't like my story. He sat across from me, tall, dark, slender, with hands that looked too big for his narrow shoulders. His eyes were a solid brown with a fringe of dark lashes that made you notice them, or maybe that was just me tonight. Jeremy had laid a warding over me to help me control the tears. He'd traced runes across my forehead with his finger and his power. Nothing visible to the police, but I could feel them like a cold fire if I concentrated. Without Jeremy's spell, Goddess knew what I'd have done by now. Something embarrassing and inappropriate. Even protected by the runes, I was very aware of all the men in the room. Alvera stared at me with lovely, distrustful eyes. I watched how the shape of his lips formed words. Such a generous mouth, an expressive mouth. "Did you hear what I just said, Miss Nicassis?" I blinked at him and realized I hadn't.
I'm sorry, Detective. Could you repeat it? I think this interrogation is coming to an end, Detective Alvera, my lawyer said. It's obvious that my client is very tired and in shock. My lawyer was a partner at James, Browning and Gallen. She was Gallen. Usually Browning handled the Gray Detective Agency's legal affairs. I think Eileen Gallen was here because Jeremy had mentioned the rape part. A woman would be more sympathetic, or at least that was the theory. She sat beside me in her dark pinstriped skirt suit, so neat and pressed she looked like she'd just been unwrapped. Her graying blonde hair was styled perfectly, her makeup was flawless. There was even a shine on her black high-heeled pumps. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and Eileen looked like she'd just finished a power breakfast and was eager to greet the day. Alvera's gaze went over me, from my attire to my eyes last. She doesn't look like she's in shock to me, Counselor. My client was raped, Detective Alvera, yet she has not been taken to a hospital or examined by a doctor. The only reason I have not demanded these things is my client's determination to answer your questions and aid you in this investigation. Frankly, I'm beginning to think my client is not capable of protecting her own interests tonight. I saw how she was brutalized on the tape. I must step in for Meredith's rights even if she doesn't want me to. Alvera and I looked at each other across the table. He spoke the next words staring directly at me, major eye contact. I saw the tape too, Counselor. It looked like your client was enjoying herself most of the time. She said no, but her body kept doing yes. If Alvera thought that I was going to crack under the pressure of his steely gaze and his insults, he just didn't know me. Even normally it wouldn't have worked, but tonight I was too numb to rise to such poor bait. That is insulting, not just to my client, but to women everywhere, Detective Alvera. This interview is over. I'll expect a police escort to the hospital for the rape kit. He just looked at her with those pretty, jaded eyes. A woman can keep saying no, stop, but if she's physically intimate with a man, you can't blame him for getting mixed messages. I smiled, shaking my head. You think this is funny, Miss Nikessis? The tape may make a case for rape, but it also shows you turning Alastair Norton into so much raw meat. One more time, I did not kill Alastair Norton. About the rape, you're either trying to be deliberately insulting to get me angry enough to say something indiscreet, or you're a male chauvinist jerk. If the first is true, you're wasting your time. If the second is true, you're wasting mine. I'm sorry that answering questions about a man you left to bleed to death in his own bed at his own house is a waste of your time. What kind of man has a house that his wife doesn't know about? I asked. He was cheating on his wife, so he deserved to die? Is that it? I know you Fae have a thing about marriage and monogamy, but execution seems a bit harsh. My client has said repeatedly that she did not do the spell that caused the mirrors to crack. But she's alive, Counselor. If she didn't do the spell, then how did she know to take cover? I said already that I recognized the spell, Detective Alvera. Why didn't Norton recognize the spell? He's got a rep as a big-time magician. He should have seen it coming too. I told you that Branwen's tears affects humans more strongly than it affects the Psi. He wasn't paying as much attention to his surroundings as I was. Where did the spiders come from? I don't know. I wasn't telling him that Jeremy had done the spiders, because then they'd start blaming him for the mirrors, or maybe charge us both as conspirators. He shook his head. Just say you did it. It was self-defense. The only reason I am still sitting here is because I want you, the police, to understand how dangerous this spelled oil can be. If there is more Branwen's tears out there, you need to find it and destroy it. Lust spells don't work, Miss Nikessis. Aphrodisiacs don't work. Some magic potion that'll make a woman become intimate with a man she doesn't want is nonsense. It doesn't exist. You'll wish it didn't if it gets out into the general population. Maybe Norton had the only bottle, but just in case there is more of it out there, please look for his friends. He riffled back through the notebook that had been lying untouched on the table for a very long time. Yeah, Liam, Donald, and Brendan, no last names.
2 of them have fairy ears, all of them with long hair. Yeah, we'll be able to find them, no problem. Of course, they might be a lower priority since they aren't wanted on murder charges. Eileen stood again. Come on, Meredith, this interview is over, and I mean it. She looked at both of us as if we were naughty first graders and we would not dare argue with her. I was tired, and they weren't going to believe me about Branwen's tears. I stood up. Alvera stood too. Sit down, Meredith. Are we on a first-name basis, Alvera? I don't know yours. It's Raimundo. Now sit down. I said, if I claim diplomatic immunity, I walk out of here and it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. I looked at him, and thanks to Jeremy's ward, I was able to just meet his eyes. If I concentrated, I hardly noticed the line of his upper lip. He looked at me a long time before saying, "What would keep you from claiming diplomatic immunity and walking out that door, Princess?" "You believing me about the lust oil, Raimundo." He smiled. "Sure, I believe you." I shook my head. "No joy, Detective. A lie won't keep me in this room." I was bluffing, sort of. I hoped he didn't call it. "What will?" he said. I had an idea. I needed to prove to the police just how serious Branwen's tears could be. An encounter with a Side would affect a human forever, but a taste of it wouldn't do permanent harm. Some dreams, perhaps, or extra eagerness for a while, but nothing bad. You needed a deep connection of flesh and magic to be beyond the point of safety. If we all shared the merest taste, everyone would survive. What if I could prove to you that the lust oil worked? He crossed his arms over his chest and managed to look even more cynical, which I hadn't thought possible. I'm listening. You believe that no spell can make you instantly lust after some stranger, right? He nodded. That's right. Do I have your permission to touch you, Detective? He smiled, his gaze roaming over the front of my dress. I hoped he was being deliberately insulting, because otherwise he wasn't very bright, and I needed him to be good at his job. With a politically sensitive case like this one, Alvera was either the best they had or the worst. They either hoped for Super Detective to clear it all up, or were offering him up as a sort of preemptive scapegoat for when the mess hit the fan. I'd hoped for Super Detective, but I was beginning to lean toward scapegoat. Of course, since I was lying about several things, maybe I didn't want him to be good at his job. But I wasn't lying about what he thought I was lying about. Honest. A minute ago, I was Raimundo. Now you want permission to touch me, and I'm back to Detective? It's called a distancing technique, Detective Alvera, I said. And here I thought you wanted to get up close and personal, not distant. I heard Eileen Galan draw a breath to speak, and I stopped her, holding up my hand. It's okay, Eileen. He can't be this stupid and still have made Detective, so he's baiting me. I don't know what he hopes to gain from it. The humor drained from his eyes, leaving them cold and dark, unreadable as stone. The truth would be nice. You behaved yourself for hours in here. Suddenly, in the last 30 minutes, you've managed to insult me sexually several times, and you've been staring at my breasts. Why the change? Those cold eyes stared at my face for a heartbeat or two. Being businesslike and professional wasn't getting me anywhere. I'm listed as a rape victim in the initial reports, whether you believe that or not. Your conduct in the last half hour could get you on the wrong end of a sexual harassment suit. His eyes nicked to my still silent lawyer, then back to me. I've seen rape victims, Princess. I've taken them to the hospital, held their hands while they cried. One girl was only 12. She was so traumatized she couldn't speak. It took me 9 days working with a therapist to get her to name her attackers. You don't act like a rape victim. I shook my head. You arrogant man. I made the last word sound like the worst of insults. Have you ever been raped, Raimundo? He blinked, but his eyes stayed neutral. No. Then don't you dare presume to tell me how I'm supposed to be acting or feeling or any really thing. I'm not so broken up tonight. Part of it's the very spell, but part of it, Detective, is that as rapes go, this one wasn't that bad. Eileen said I'd been brutalized. Well, she's a lawyer. I can forgive her the choice of words, but she can't know what the word means. She's never seen what a man can do to a woman if he really wants to hurt her.
I've seen brutal, detective, and what happened tonight wasn't brutal. But just because I'm not bleeding my life away through tubes or my face is still recognizable under the bruises doesn't mean it wasn't rape. Something passed through his eyes, something I couldn't read. Then his eyes were back to giving nothing away. This wasn't your first time, was it? His voice was soft, gentle. I looked at the floor, afraid to meet his eyes. Not me, detective, not me. A friend, he said, in that same gentle voice. I looked up then, and the sudden show of compassion almost did me in, almost made me want to confide in him. Almost. I remembered Keelan's face, a mask of blood, one eye socket crushed so that her eye had lulled out onto her cheek. If she'd had a nose, it would have been broken. But her mother was a brownie, and they don't have human noses. 3 of her arms had been held at awkward angles like the broken legs of a spider. No C-Day healer would lay hands on her because she was so near death, and they would not risk their own lives for a goblin brownie half-breed. My father had carried her to a human hospital and reported the attack to the authorities. My father had been Prince of Flame and Flesh, and even his sister, the Queen, feared him, so he was not punished for inviting the humans in. It was on record. I could talk about it without being punished. So good to know there was something I could tell the whole truth on tonight. Tell me, he said. When we were both 17, my best friend Keelan Nick Brown was raped. My voice was bland and empty, as Alvera's eyes had been moments before. They broke the bones around one of her eyes, so that the eye was just lying there on her face, hanging by threads. I took a deep breath and pushed the memory away, not aware that I'd pushed it away with my hands, as if that would help, until I'd finished the movement. I've seen people beaten, but not like that. Never like that. They tried to beat her to death and very near succeeded. I had myself under control again. I wasn't going to cry. I was glad. I hated to cry. It always made me feel so weak. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be sorry for me, Detective Alvera. Watching Keelan heal gave me a measuring rod for violence. If it wasn't as bad as what happened to Keelan, then it can't be that bad. It's gotten me through some very harsh things without having hysterics. Like tonight, he said, in that same talk the jumper down from the ledge voice. I nodded. Yeah, like tonight. Though I will admit that what happened to Alastair Norton was one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I've seen some bad things. I did not kill him. I'm not saying I might not have killed him if he'd completed the rape. When I recovered from the lust spell, I might have hunted him down. I don't know. But someone else took care of it for me. Who? He asked. My voice dropped to a whisper. I wish I knew, Detective. I really wish I knew. Do you need to touch me to prove this lust oil of yours is real? I nodded. You have my permission, Alvera said. If I prove that the lust spell is real, you'll bring in narcotics? Yeah. You swear it? I said. Your word of honor? His eyes got all serious. He seemed to understand that his word meant something to me that it might not to a human.
Finally, he nodded. Yeah, I give you my word. I glanced at Eileen Galan and back to the one-way glass on the far wall. Spoken before witnesses, the gods themselves beware of it if you break your promise. He nodded. Should I be expecting a lightning bolt? I shook my head. No, not a lightning bolt. He'd started to smile, but when I didn't seem to think it was funny, his smile faded. I keep my word, Princess. I hope so, Detective, for all our sakes. Eileen took me to one side, a few steps away from the detective. What are you planning to do, Meredith? Are you a practitioner of any mystic art? I asked. I'm a lawyer, not a witch. Then just watch. It's sort of self-explanatory. I drew away from her gently and walked back to Alvera. I stayed farther away than I would have normally, just close enough that I could touch him. I'd had oil on my fingers, but some of it had rubbed off. I wanted this to work, so I refreshed the oil on my fingers. Branwen's tears had a long shelf life. I reached out toward Alvera's face. He leaned back, out of reach. I raised an eyebrow at him, hand extended in midair. You said I could touch you. He nodded. Sorry, habit.
He moved a step closer to me, but maneuvered us so that we were in full view of our audience behind the one-way glass. He visibly steeled himself not to flinch away from me. I wasn't sure if he didn't want me touching him because I was fey, or because he thought I'd murdered someone by magic, or because of some esoteric cop thing. I traced my fingertips along his full mouth until they glistened like lip gloss. His eyes widened, and he looked softly stunned. I stepped away from him, and he reached toward me, then stopped himself. He folded his arms across his chest and tried to talk, then shook his head. I went back to my chair and sat down. I crossed my legs, and the skirt was short enough that it drew his attention. Alvera noticed. He watched every move of my hands as I smoothed the skirt into place. I could see his pulse in his neck jumping under his skin. The wide eyes, the half-parted lips as he fought to control himself were very intriguing. It took more self-control than was pretty to not close the distance between us and make the first move. I was still safe behind Jeremy's runes, but it was an act of will not to go to him. Eileen Galan was looking from one to the other of us, a puzzled expression on her face. Did I miss something? Alvera just kept staring at me, arms hugging himself, as if afraid to move or even speak, for fear that any forward motion would spill him over the edge and into my arms. I answered her. Yes, you missed something. What? Branwen's tears, I said softly. Alvera closed his eyes, his body beginning to sway slightly. Are you all right, detective? Eileen said. He opened his eyes and said, Yeah, I'm fine. But that last was barely audible. There was a kind of a panic on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was thinking. I don't know how long he might have been able to stand there, but I had run out of patience tonight. I ran my fingertip over my chest, and that was all it took. He crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbing my forearms, lifting me to my feet. He was nearly a foot taller than I was, and he had to bend at an awkward angle, but he managed. He put those kissable lips against mine, and the first taste tore Jeremy's careful spell away. I was suddenly filled with intense desire. I kissed him with deep passion. My oiled hands caressed his face. The more oil that touched him, the stronger the spell. He lifted me around the waist, raising me to eye level so he didn't have to bend. We came together in a rush of passion, connecting deeply. I stared up the length of his body and finally met his eyes. They held an intense darkness. I grabbed 2 handfuls of his shirt and pulled them, sending his buttons flying, baring his chest and stomach. I reached for him, but his belt defeated me. Suddenly, the room was full of uniforms and plainclothes detectives. They pulled Alvera off me, and he fought them. They had to pile on top of him, ride him to the floor in a mountain of uniforms. He was screaming, wordlessly. I lay on the table, my body still reeling from the intense desire. I was angry that they'd stopped us. I knew that was stupid. I knew I didn't want to be in this situation, and yet I was still angry, still wanting. A young uniformed cop was standing beside the table. He was trying not to stare, and failing. It was easy to grab his hand, to press the tears over the pulse point in his wrist. His blood beat against my hand, and he bent over me, kissed me before anyone noticed what was happening. Someone said, "Jesus, Riley, don't touch her." Hands grabbed Riley, tore him from my lips, my hands. I reached for him, sitting up, screaming, "No!" I started off the table to go to one of them, when another detective grabbed my arms, held me sitting on the table's edge. He stared down at his hands, as if he'd burned them against my bare arms. He said, softly, "Oh my God." Just before he bent and kissed me, he yelled, "Get some women officers in here." I learned later that this medium-build, slightly balding man with the strong hands and the muscled body was Lieutenant Peterson. They had to handcuff him before they could carry him out of the room. I was buried under a mound of female officers until I couldn't move. A couple of the female officers had the same intense reaction that the men had, just as at least one of the men had no problem not manhandling me. Nothing like being outed at work. They got Jeremy back in to redo the warding.
I calmed, eventually, but I was in no shape to talk to anyone. Jeremy assured me that he'd talk to narcotics for me, though he was pretty sure that the officers who had been in the room with me would be persuasive on the dangers of Branwen's tears. Roan was waiting for me, a pair of surgical gloves on his hands so he could touch me, a jacket to throw over my head to keep people from recognizing me. The police took us out the back way. So far, the media didn't seem to know that I'd finally surfaced, and under what circumstances. But someone at the police station or on the ambulance would talk. They might do it for money, they might do it by accident, but the media would find out. It was only a matter of time. A race to see which hounds would find me first, the tabloids or the Queen's Guard. If I'd been well, I'd have gotten in my car and driven out of state that night, or caught the first plane to anywhere. But Roan took me to his apartment because it was closer than mine. I didn't care where we went as long as there was a shower. If I didn't get my body free of the tears or find release soon, I was going to lose my mind. I was voting for a shower. What I didn't realize until too late was that Roan had other intentions. The front part of my brain knew I should have had Roan take me to my car. There was a packet taped under the driver's seat with money, a new identity, complete with a driver's license and credit cards. I'd always planned on simply driving out of the city or to the airport and taking the first plane that caught my fancy. It was a good plan. The police would be contacting the embassy by now, and before dawn, my aunt would know where I was, who I was, and what I'd been doing for 3 years. The primitive rear of my brain wanted to act on the intense attraction to Roan while he was driving 80 on the freeway. My skin felt large and filled with an overwhelming desire. I actually sat on my hands in the car so I wouldn't touch him. The last thing we needed was for me to contaminate him with the tears. At least one of us needed to be sane tonight, and until I had a shower, it wasn't going to be me. I mounted the stairs to Roan's apartment, hugging myself, fingers digging into my arms hard enough to leave nail marks.
It was all that kept me from reaching out to Roan as he moved up the stairs just ahead of me. He left the door open behind him, and I followed him into the room. He stood in the center of the large open space. Even in the dark, the room was strangely bright, the white walls gleaming in the moonlight. Roan stood a dark figure in the midst of all that silver gloaming. He stared out at the sea as he did every time we entered his apartment, stopped and stared out the bank of windows that made up the west and south walls. The sea rolled out and out, bounded by my gift for him. I had a sudden image of his body wet and glistening, the feel of his skin slick with soap. I cursed softly and flung the curtain aside. I turned the water on so it would get warm. I needed the tears off of me before I did something regrettable. I would be safe tonight. No one would be able to show up on my doorstep until tomorrow at the earliest. I could take Roan, fill my hands with the silk of his skin, coat my body in the sweet-scented closeness of his body. Who would it hurt? It was the tears talking, not me. I needed tonight for my head start if I was to get out of town. The police wouldn't like me leaving town, but the cops wouldn't kill me, and my family would. Hell, California wasn't even a death penalty state. The dress was ripped enough that I tried to pull the sleeves down over my shoulders like a jacket, but the zipper still held it in place. The front of the dress was soaked thick and heavy with the oil. I'd never known anyone to waste something that even the Psy considered so valuable. But if I died with Alastair Norton, then maybe the Psy wizard was hoping that no one would know what Branwen's tears were. The Psy were very snobbish about what the lesser fae did and did not know. He, she, or they might have thought, with me dead, they'd be safe. The Psy, whoever they were, had given Branwen's tears to a mortal to be used against other fae. It was punishable by eternal torture. There are a few downsides to being immortal. One of the biggest is that punishment can last a very, very long time. Of course, so can pleasure. I closed my eyes as if that would chase away the images that came flooding back. It wasn't Roan I was thinking of, it was Griffin. He'd been my fiancé for 7 years. If we'd managed to get with child, we'd have been wife and husband. But there had been no child, and in the end, there had been only pain.
He'd betrayed me with other Psy women, and when I had the bad taste to protest, he'd told me he was tired of being with a half-mortal. He wanted the real thing, not a pale imitation. I could still hear the words stinging in my ears, but it was his golden flesh I saw behind my eyes. His copper hair spilled across my body, the way candlelight glistened along the shining length of him. I hadn't thought about him in years, and now I could taste him on my lips. For this one night, while the oil lasted, it could make a lesser fae or a human sigh. They would shine with our power and give and take pleasure as one of us. It was a great gift, but like most gifts of fairy, it was a double-edged one. Because the human or fae would spend the rest of their life longing for that power, that touch. A human could waste and die from lack of it. Roan was a fae without his magic, without his sealskin. He had no magic of his own to protect him from what the tears could do to him. I'd known how much I missed the touch of another Psy, but until this moment, I hadn't realized how much. If Griffin had been in the other room, I'd have gone to him. I might have driven a knife through his heart in the morning, but tonight, I'd have gone to him. I heard Roan in the doorway behind me, but didn't turn. I didn't want to see him standing there. I wasn't sure my abused strength of will could take it. The front of the dress was ripped, ruined, but I still couldn't get the zipper myself. "Could you, please, unzip me?" My voice sounded strangled, as if the words had to be pulled from my lips. I think because what I wanted to say was, "Take me, you rowdy beast," but that lacked a certain dignity, and Roan deserved better than to be left craving something he could never touch again. I could drop my glamour and share intimacy with him after this night, but every night he touched me in true form would only draw the addiction tighter. He unzipped me, hands moving up to help slide the dress from my shoulders. I jerked away from him. "My skin is soaked with the tears. Don't touch me." "Even with the gloves on?" he asked. I'd forgotten about the surgical gloves. "No, I guess with the gloves you'll be safe enough." He lifted the cloth off my shoulders, slowly, carefully, as if he were afraid to touch me. I slipped my arms out, but the cloth was so thick with oil that the dress wouldn't slide. It clung to me like a thick, heavy hand, sucking against my skin as I peeled it down my body. Roan helped me pull the wet cloth over my hips, kneeling so I could step out of it. I was unsteady on the high heels and cursed softly that I hadn't taken them off sooner. I'd closed my eyes so I wouldn't see him as he helped me undress. I touched his shoulder to steady myself on the high heels and nearly fell anyway, because my hand touched bare skin. I opened my eyes and found him kneeling in front of me, nude except for the gloves. I stumbled back from him so violently that I ended up in the tub, falling onto my rear, one hand held out in front of me to ward him off. I was sitting in about an inch of water and fumbled for the faucets to turn the water off. Though I might have been better off leaving it on and crawling under it. Roan was laughing. "I thought I'd get you unzipped before you noticed, but I didn't know you'd close your eyes." He stripped the gloves off using his teeth, my dress still in his arms. He plunged his naked hands into the oil-soaked cloth, hugged it against his bare chest. I was shaking my head over and over. "You don't know what you're doing, Roan." He looked at me over the tub edge, and there was nothing innocent in his big brown eyes. "For tonight, I can be see-they for you." I sat in the tub like I was about to take a shower in my underwear and tried to sound reasonable. All the blood seemed to have left my brain, making it hard to think. "I can't do glamour tonight, Roan." "I don't want you to do glamour. I want to be with you, Mary. No masks, no illusions. Without your own magic, you'll be like a human. You won't be able to protect yourself from the charm. I won't wither and die for want of see-they flesh, Mary. I may have lost my magic, but I am immortal. You may not die, Roan, but forever is a long time to want what you cannot have." "I know what I want," he said. I started to open my mouth, to tell him at least part of the truth, part of the reason that I had to clean myself off and get out of town. But he stood up, and my voice died in my throat. I couldn't breathe, let alone talk. All I could do was stare. He wadded the dress in his hands so tight that the muscles in his arms strained with the movement.
Oil squeezed out of the cloth, gliding in slow lines from his chest, across the flat smoothness of his stomach. His breath caught in a sharp hiss as the oil spread across his skin. I should have told him to stop, should have screamed for help, but I watched as the intimate touch created overwhelming tension. His head threw back, eyes closed, and words tore in a loud gasp from his strained throat. Oh, gods! I remembered that there was something important I should have been saying or doing, but for my life I couldn't remember what it was. I was thinking things, but not words. Words had deserted me, leaving only images, sight, touch, smell, and finally taste. Roan's skin tasted overwhelmingly of cinnamon and vanilla, but under that was something green, herbal, a light, clean taste like drinking spring water straight from the heart of the earth. Under all that was the taste of his skin, sweet, smooth, and lightly salted with sweat. We ended on the bed. My clothes were gone, though I didn't remember them going. We were naked and slick with oil on the clean white sheets. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened, passion peaked. We came together intimately, deeply connected. Afterwards, breathless, was many caresses. One kiss, 1,000 kisses. The warmth built and built until it roared over me, through me. Distantly I heard noises, screaming, and it was Roan, and it was me. We reached a peak. He collapsed on top of me, suddenly heavier, his neck lying against my face so that I felt his pulse like a racing thing jumping against my skin. We lay there, entwined as intimately as man can be with woman, holding each other until our hearts slowed. Roan raised his head first, propping himself on his arms to look down at me. The look was one of wonderment, like a child who had learned a new joy that until that moment he hadn't known existed. He said nothing, just staring down at me, smiling. I was smiling too, but there was a vein of wistfulness to mine. I remembered now what I'd forgotten. I should have showered and fled the city. I should never have touched Roan with Branwen's tears on our bodies. But the damage was done. My voice came soft, strange to my own ears, as if we hadn't spoken for a very long time. Look at your skin. Roan glanced at his own body and hissed like a startled cat. He rolled off my body to sit staring at his hands, arms, everything. He was glowing, a soft, nearly amber light, as if fire were being reflected through a golden jewel, and that jewel was his body. "What is it?" he asked, voice low and almost frightened. "You are Sithe for tonight." He looked at me. "I don't understand," he said. I sighed. "I know." He put his hand just above my skin. I glowed with a white, cold light, like moonlight caught behind glass. The amber glow of his hand reflected off the white glow, turning it pale yellow as his hand moved just above my skin. What can I do with it? I watched him move that glowing hand down my body, still careful not to touch my skin. I don't know. Every Sithe is different. We all have different abilities, different variations on a theme. He laid his hand against the scar on my ribs, just under my left breast. It hurt like the twinge of arthritis when it's cold, but it wasn't cold. I moved his hand away from the mark. It was the perfect imprint of a hand, bigger than Roan's, longer, more slender fingers. It was brown and raised slightly above my skin. The scar turned black when my skin glowed, as if the light couldn't touch it, a bad spot. "What happened?" he asked. I was in a duel. He started to touch the scar again, and I grabbed his hand, pressing our flesh together, forcing that amber glow into my white. It felt as if our hands melded together, the flesh parting, swallowing. He jerked away, rubbing his hand against his chest, but that slid the oil over his hand, and that didn't help. Roan still didn't understand that he'd had only the first taste of what it could mean to be Sithe. Every Sithe has a hand of power. Some can heal by touch, some can kill. The Sithe I fought placed her hand against my ribs. She broke my ribs, tore through muscle, and tried to crush my heart, all without ever breaking the skin. "You lost the duel," he said. "I lost the duel, but I survived, and that was always win enough for me." Roan frowned. "You seem saddened. I know you enjoyed it. Why such gloom?" He trailed a finger along my face, and the glow intensified where we touched. I turned my face from him. "It's too late to save you, Roan, but it's not too late to save myself."
I felt him lie down beside me, and I moved my body just enough to keep him from lying the length of himself along the length of me. I looked at him from inches away. "Save you from what, Mary?" "I can't tell you why, but I need to leave tonight, not just this apartment, but the city." He looked startled. "Why?" I shook my head. "If I told you that, you'd be in more danger than you already are." He accepted that and didn't ask again. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I smiled, then laughed. "I can't go to my car, let alone the airport, glowing like a rising moon, and I can't do glamour until the oil wears away." "How long?" he asked. "I don't know." I stared down the length of his body. But I knew something he didn't. Tonight, like it or not, I was see-they. "What is your hand of power?" he asked, though it had taken him a long time to ask the question. He must have truly wanted to know, to ask that which was not offered. I sat up. "I don't have one." He frowned. "You said all see-they have one?" I nodded. "It's one of many excuses the others have used over the years to deny me." "Deny you what?" "Everything." I ran my hand just above the line of his body, and the amber light intensified, following my touch like a fire when you breathe on it to make it glow. When our hands melded, it was one of the side effects of the power. Our entire bodies can do the same. He raised eyebrows at that. I touched him, and he responded, but I spilled power into him, and he was instantly aroused, instantly ready.
It made his stomach contract, made him sit up, moving my hand away from him. It felt almost too good. It almost hurt. I nodded. "Yes." He gave a nervous laugh. "I thought you didn't have a hand of power." "I don't, but I am descended from 5 different fertility deities. I can bring you back to strength all night, as quickly and as often as we want." I leaned my face toward his. "You are like a child tonight, Roan. You can't control the power, but I can. I could bring you again and again until you were utterly spent and begged me to stop." He lay down on the bed as I moved over him until he was staring up at me, eyes wide, his auburn hair spilled around his face. Tonight, it was almost the same shade as mine, almost. He spoke in a breathy rush. "If you do that, it will be your flesh that gets exhausted too." Think if I was not the only seed hay in this room, Roan. Think what we could make you do, and you could not stop us. I spoke the last into his half-parted lips. When I kissed him, he jumped as if it had hurt, and I knew it hadn't. I pulled back enough to see his face. "You're afraid of me." He swallowed. "Yes." "Good. Now you begin to understand what you have called to life in this room. Power comes with a price, Roan, and so does pleasure. You have called both, and if I were a different seed hay, you would pay dearly for them." I watched the fear slide across his face, fill his eyes. It pleased me. I liked the intensity that fear could bring to an encounter. Not the big fear, where you truly weren't sure you'd both come out alive, but the lesser fear, where you risked discomfort, but nothing that wouldn't heal, nothing you didn't want. There is a vast difference between a little game playing and cruelty. I wasn't into cruelty. I didn't want to have to worry about my lover. I wanted my lover to be able to protect himself so that I could truly explore our connection without fearing for his well-being. Was that really too much to ask? I knew it was lies, and still I couldn't look at him. His fingertips brushed my back, and I jumped like he'd hit me. I kept my hands over my face. I wasn't ready to look again. "Those aren't burn scars on your shoulders, are they?" I lowered my hands, but kept my eyes closed. "No." "What then?" "It was another duel. He used magic to try and force me to shapeshift in the middle of the fight." I felt Roan moving along the bed, closer to me, but he didn't try and touch me again. I was grateful. "But changing shape doesn't hurt. It feels wonderful." "Maybe to a Roan, but not to one of us. Changing shapes is painful, like all your bones breaking at once and reforming. I can't change shape on my own at all, but I've seen it in others. You're helpless for the minutes it takes to change form." "The other seed hay was trying to distract you." "Yes." I opened my eyes and stared into the blackness of the windows. They acted like a dark mirror, showing Roan sitting just behind me, body half lost to sight,
glowing like the sun behind the moon of my body. The 3 rings of color in my eyes glowed bright enough that even from that distance you could see the individual colors: emerald, jade, liquid gold. Even Roan's eyes had lightened to a dark honey brown like glowing bronze. Seed-hay magic suited him. He reached for me, and I tensed. He traced his hand over the rippled skin of the scars. How did you stop him from changing you into something else? I killed him. I saw Roan's eyes widen in the windows, felt his body tense. You killed a Seed-hay royal? Yes. But they are immortal. I am truly mortal, Roan. What is the one way for all the eternal Fae to die? I watched the thoughts flicker across his face and finally saw the realization in his eyes. To invoke mortal blood. The mortal shares our immortality, and we share the mortal's mortality. Exactly. He sat close to me, going up on his knees, but he spoke to my reflection, not directly to me. But that is a very specific ritual. You can't invoke mortality by accident. The ritual for a duel binds the 2 participants together in mortal combat. Among the unseelie Seed-hay, they share blood before they fight. His eyes went wider still until they were like 2 huge pools of darkness. When they drank your blood, they shared your mortality. Yes. Did they know that? I smiled then. I couldn't help it. Not until Arjel died with my dagger sticking out of him. You must have put up a hard battle for him to try and change your form. It's a major spell for the Seed-hay. If he didn't fear death, then you must have hurt him badly. I shook my head. He was showing off. It wasn't enough that he meant to kill me. He wanted to humiliate me first. For one Seed-hay to force a shapeshift on another is proof that they are the more powerful magician. So he was showing off, Roan said. It was the closest he would probably get to asking what happened next. I stabbed him, just hoping to distract him, but my father always told me never to waste a strike. Even if you know you face an immortal, strike as if they could die, because death blows hurt more, even if they won't kill. Did you kill the one who scarred you here? His hand came from behind to trace my ribs. I shuddered at his touch, and not because it hurt. No, Rosenwin is still alive. Then why didn't she crush your heart? His hand slid around my waist, holding me against his body, cradling me. I let myself rest in the curve of his arms, the solid warmth of his body. Because her duel was after Arjel, and when I stabbed her, she panicked, I think. She called the duel won without making the kill. He rubbed his cheek along mine, and we both watched the colors mingle as our skins touched. It was the last duel then, he said. No, I said. He kissed my cheek, very softly. No, there was one more. I turned my face to him. His lips brushed mute, quite a kiss. What happened? He spoke the words in a warm breath against my mouth. Bledden had been one of the Seelie court once, before he did something so awful that no one will speak of it, and he was cast out. But he was so powerful that the Unseelie court took him in. His true name was lost, and he became Bledden. It means wolf or outlaw, or did once very long ago. It meant he was an outlaw even among the dark court. Roan kissed the side of my neck where my pulse beat just under the skin. My pulse sped at that light touch. He raised his face enough to ask, how was he an outlaw? Then he began to kiss his way down my neck. He stopped just long enough to say, just rages? Then lowered his head and kissed until he found the bend in my arm. He lifted my arm so that he could lock his mouth around the fragile skin at the bend. He sucked sudden and sharp on the skin, teeth sinking into my arm, enough to hurt, enough to make me gasp. Roan didn't care for pain, but he was an attentive lover, and he knew what I liked, as I knew what he liked. But I suddenly couldn't concentrate on what I was saying. He raised his face from my arm, leaving a round, nearly perfect imprint of his small, sharp teeth. He hadn't broken the skin. I'd never been able to persuade him to go that far, but the mark against my flesh pleased me, made me bend toward him. He stopped me, asking, was it just rages, or were there other things that marked Bledden as dangerous? It took me a second to remember. I had to sit back from him. "If you want to hear the story, behave yourself." He lay on his side, one arm flung under his head for a pillow. He stretched his body so that I had to notice the way the muscles moved under that gleaming skin. I thought I was behaving myself. I shook my head. "You'll make me forget myself, Roan. You don't want that." "I want you tonight, Mary."
I want all of you. No glamour, no hiding, no holding back. He sat up suddenly, peering so close to my face that I started to move back, but he grabbed my arm. "I want to be what you need tonight, Mary." I shook my head. "You don't understand what you're asking." "No, I don't. But if you're ever going to have everything, tonight is the night." He grabbed my other arm, pulling us both to our knees, his fingers digging in enough that I knew I'd be bruised tomorrow. That one forceful movement made my heart beat faster. "I've lived for centuries, Mary. If either of us is a child, it's you, not me." His words were fierce, and I'd never seen him like this, so forceful, so demanding. I could have said, "You're hurting me, Roan," but I was enjoying that part, so instead I said, "You don't sound like yourself." I knew you held your glamour in place even when we lay together, but I never dreamed how much you were hiding. He shook me twice, hard enough that I almost told him it did hurt. "Don't hide, Mary." He kissed me then, bruising his lips against mine, forcing his mouth against mine, until if I hadn't opened my mouth, he might have cut either his lips or mine on our teeth. He forced me back on the bed, and I wasn't having a good time. I liked pain, not rape. I stopped him with a hand on his chest, pushing him away from me. He was still above me, eyes strangely fierce, but he was listening. "What are you trying to do, Roan?" "What happened in your last duel?" The change of subject was too fast for me. "What?" "Your last duel, what happened?" His voice, his face was all seriousness while his naked body pressed against mine. "I killed him." "How?" Somehow I knew he wasn't asking about the mechanics of the kill. He underestimated me. "I have never underestimated you, Mary. Don't do less for me. Don't treat me as less just because I'm not Sieve. I am a thing of fairy, with not a drop of mortal blood in my veins. Do not fear for me." His voice was normal again, but there was still an undercurrent of fierceness. I stared up into his face and saw the pride there. Not a masculine pride, but the pride of the Fae. I was treating him as less than Fae, and he deserved better. But, "What if I hurt you without meaning to?" "I'll heal," he said. It made me smile, because in that moment I loved him. Not the kind of love that the bards sing of, but it was love all the same. "All right, but let's pick a position that puts you dominant, not me." A thought filled his eyes. "You don't trust yourself." "No," I said. "Then trust me. I won't break." "Promise?" I said. He smiled and kissed my forehead, gently like you'd kiss a child. "Promise." I took him at my word. I ended with my hands gripping the cool metal rods of the headboard. Roan's body was close to mine. It was a position that gave him a great deal of control and kept most of my body turned away from him. I couldn't touch him with my hands. There were so many things I couldn't do from this position, and it was why I'd chosen it. Short of being tied up, it was the safest thing I could think of, and Roan didn't like bondage. Besides, the real dangers had nothing to do with hands or teeth or anything purely physical. Bonds wouldn't really have helped, except to serve as a reminder for me to be careful. I was very afraid that somewhere in the intensity of the moment I would forget everything but pleasure, and Roan would suffer for it, and I didn't mean suffer in a good way. The moment they came together, I knew I was in trouble. He was a fearsome thing, holding himself up on his hands so that he could connect with me with all the strength of his back and hips. I'd once seen Roan punch his fist through a car door to impress a would-be mugger that we weren't worth the trouble. It was like he was trying to merge with my body. I realized something I hadn't before. Roan had thought I was human with Fae blood, but still human. He'd been as careful of me as I had of him. The difference was that I feared my magic would harm him, and he'd feared his physical strength. Tonight there would be no holding back, no true safety net for either of us.
For the first time, I realized that I might be the one injured, not Roan. Faye to ask another direct questions, but he wanted to ask. You could feel the unasked questions like something touchable in the air between us. Jump in the shower like a good girl. He lifted a bag from the floor near his feet. I brought you clothes. The van is downstairs with Ringo and Uther in it. We'll get you to the airport. Helping me could be very dangerous, Jeremy. Then hurry. I don't have my passport. He tossed a small paper-wrapped packet onto the bed. It was the packet of papers that stayed taped under the seat of my car. He'd brought my new identity. How did you know? You've hidden from the human authorities, your relatives, and their henchmen for 3 years. You're not stupid. You knew you'd be found. Thus, you had a plan to cover yourself. I will say that the next time I'd hide the secret papers in a different spot. It was one of the first places I looked. I stared at the packet, then at him. That wasn't all that was under the seat. He opened his jacket like a model on the runway, showing off the smooth line of his shirt and tie. But he was flashing the gun tucked into the waistband of his pants. It was just a darker shape against the paleness of his shirt, but I knew it was a 9mm Ladysmith because it was my gun. He took an extra clip out of one pocket. The box of extra ammo is in the sack with your clothes. He laid the gun on top of the taped packet and stepped back around the bed so that it stood between us. You seem nervous, Jeremy. Shouldn't I be? Nervous of me. I didn't think you'd be impressed with royalty. I watched his face, tried to read what lay underneath, and couldn't. He was hiding something. He raised his left hand in the air. Let's just say that Branwen's tears has a long shelf life. Take the shower. I don't feel the power of the spell anymore. Good for you, but trust me about the shower. I looked at him. It's bothering you to see me nude. He nodded. My apologies for that, but it's why Ringo and Uther are down in the van, just as a precaution. I smiled at him, and I found myself wanting to step closer to him, to close a little of that careful distance. I didn't want Jeremy in that way, but the urge to see just how much of a hold I could have on him was there like a dark thought. It wasn't like me to want to push the envelope with a friend. An enemy maybe, but not a friend. Was it a leftover urge from last night, or were the tears still affecting me more than I realized? I didn't think about it again. I just turned and walked to the bathroom. A quick shower and we'd be on our way to the airport. 20 minutes later, I was ready, my hair still soaking wet. I was dressed in a pair of navy blue dress slacks, an emerald green silk blouse, and a navy suit jacket that matched the pants. Jeremy had also chosen a pair of black low-heeled pumps and included a pair of black thigh highs. Since I didn't own any other kind of hose, that I didn't mind. But the rest of it. Next time you pick out clothes for me to run for my life in, include some jogging shoes. Pumps, no matter how low-heeled, just aren't made for it. I never have any problem in dress shoes, he said. He was reclining in one of the stiff-backed kitchen chairs. He made the chair look comfortable, and he looked graceful as he reclined in it. Jeremy was too in control, in a tight, modern sort of way, to ever be called cat-like. But cat was what came to mind as I watched him curled around the chair. Except that cats didn't pose, they just were. Jeremy was definitely posed, and trying to appear at ease, and failing. I am sorry that I forgot your brown contact lenses. Not that it seems to be a problem. I like the eyes as jade green, striking. Matches the blouse, but very human.
Though I'd have kept more red in the hair and made it less auburn. Red hair stands out at a glance, even in a crowd. Glamour is supposed to help you hide, not single you out. I know a lot of fae that use glamour for nothing but attracting attention, being more beautiful, more exotic. I shrugged. That's their problem. I don't need to advertise. He stood. All this time, and I never guessed you were Sidae. I thought you were fae, true fae, and hiding that for some reason, but I never guessed the truth. He stood away from the table, hands at his sides. The tension that had been in him since he woke me vibrated from him. That bothers you, doesn't it? I said. He nodded. I'm this great magician. I should have seen through the illusion. Or is that an illusion too? Are you a better magician than I am, Mary? Have you hidden your magic too? For the first time, I felt the power growing around him. It could be just a shield. Then again, it could be the beginnings of something more. I faced him, feet apart, hands at my side, mirroring him.
I called my own power, slowly, carefully. If we'd been gunslingers, he'd have had his gun out, but not pointed. I was still trying to keep my gun in its holster. You'd think after all this time I wouldn't trust anyone, but I just couldn't believe that Jeremy was my enemy. We don't have time for this, Jeremy. I thought I could treat you like nothing had changed, but I can't. I have to know. Know what, Jeremy? I want to know how much of the last 3 years has been a lie. I felt his power breathe out around him, fill up that small, tight space that was his personal aura. He was pumping a lot of power into his shields. A lot of power. My shields were always in place, tight and loaded for bear. It was automatic for me. So automatic that most people, even very sensitive ones, mistook the shielding for my normal power level. It meant that I faced Jeremy with shields at full strength. I didn't have to do anything to add to it. My shielding was better than his, just a fact. My offensive spells, on the other hand, well, I'd seen Jeremy work magic. He'd never get through my shields, but I'd never be able to hurt him magically. It would come down to blows or weapons. I was hoping it wouldn't have to come to anything. Is the ride to the airport still open, or did you change your mind while I was in the shower? The ride to the airport is still on, he said. Most of the Sidae can see magic in colors or shapes, but I've never been able to do that. I can feel it, though, and Jeremy was crowding the room with all the energy he was pouring into his shields. Then what's with the power trip? You're Sidae. You're unseelie Sidae. That's just a step above being a member of the Slaw. Jeremy's Highland accent leaked through onto the phrases. I'd never heard him lose his all-American from the middle-of-nowhere accent. Made me nervous because many of the Sidae pride themselves on retaining their original accents, whatever they may be. And your point is what? But I had a sinking feeling that I knew where he was going with it. I'd almost have rather had a fight. The unseelie thrive on deception. They are not to be trusted. Am I not to be trusted, Jeremy? Does 3 years of friendship mean less to you than old stories? Some bitter thought crossed his face. It is not stories. And again his accent thickened. I was cast out as a boy from the Trow lands. The Seelie court would not deign to notice a Trow boy, but the unseelie court, they take in everyone. I smiled before I could stop myself. Not everyone. I don't think Jeremy got the sarcasm. No, not everyone. He was so angry that a fine trembling had started in his hands. I was about to pay the bill for a centuries-old grievance. It wouldn't be the first time. It probably wouldn't be the last, but it still annoyed me. We didn't have time for his temper tantrum, let alone one of mine. I'm sorry that my ancestors abused you, Jeremy, but it was before my time. The unseelie court has had a publicist for most of my lifetime. To spread the lies, he said in a brogue so thick it was guttural. You want to compare scars? I lifted my shirt out of my pants and let him see the handprint scar on my ribs. Illusion, he said, but he sounded doubtful. You can touch it if you want. Glamour fools vision, but not touch, not for another fae. This was a partial truth at best, because I could use glamour to fool every sense, even of another fae. But it wasn't a common ability even among the Sidae, and I was betting that Jeremy would believe me. Sometimes a plausible lie is quicker than an unwanted truth. He walked toward me, slowly, distrust clear on his face. It made my chest tight to see that look on Jeremy's face. He peered at the scar, but stayed out of touching range. He knew that the Sidae's most powerful personal magic was touch-activated, which meant he knew the Sidae more intimately than I'd thought. I sighed and laced my fingers on top of my head. The shirt slid down over the scar, but I figured Jeremy could move the cloth. He kept peering up at me as he moved forward into arm's reach. He touched the green silk, but stared into my eyes for a long time before he raised it, as if he were trying to read my thoughts. But my face had gone back to that familiar, polite, slightly bored, empty look that I'd perfected at court. I could watch a friend be tortured or put a knife into someone's gut with the same look on my face. You don't survive at the court if your face betrays your feelings. Jeremy lifted the cloth, slowly, never taking his eyes from my face. He finally had to look down, and I was very careful to make no move, however small, to spook him. I hated that Jeremy Gray, my friend and boss, was treating me like a very dangerous person. If he only knew how very undangerous I was. He ran fingertips over the raised, slightly roughened flesh. There's more scars on my back, but I just got dressed, so if you don't mind, this is as far as I'm going. Why didn't I see them when you were naked or in my office being fitted for the wire? I didn't want you to see them, but I don't bother hiding them when they're under my clothes. Never waste magical energy, he said, as if to himself. He shook his head as if he were hearing something I couldn't hear. He looked at me and his eyes were puzzled. We don't have time to stand here and argue, do we? I've been saying that. Gosh, he said. It's a spell of discontent, distrust, discord. It means they're coming now. Fear flowed over his face. They could still be miles away, Jeremy. Or they could be just outside, he said. He had a point. If they were just outside the door, then a safer bet might be calling the police and waiting for help to arrive. I wouldn't say that unseelie bad guys were hiding in the bushes, but I was pretty sure that if I called up Detective Alvera and said that Princess Meredith was about to be killed on his turf, they'd send help. But if I could, my preference was sneaking away. I needed to know what was out there. Jeremy was looking at me strangely. You've thought of something. What is it? The host isn't made up of Sidae, except for 1 or 2 sent along as keepers, masters of the hunt. It's part of the horror of being chased by them. I may not be able to find the Sidae if they don't want to be found, but the rest of the host, them I can find. He made a sweeping motion with his hands. Then by all means. He didn't argue, didn't ask if I could do it or if it was safe. He just accepted it. He wasn't acting like my boss anymore. I was Princess Meredith Nick Esses, and if I said I could search the night for the host, he believed me. He would never have believed Mary Gentry, not without proof. I cast outward, keeping my shields in place, but flinging my power wide.
It was dangerous, because if they were on top of us, then that opening might be all they needed to overwhelm me. But it was the only way to know how close they were. I felt Uther and Ringo outside, felt their beings, their magic. There was the force of the sea and a thrumming to the land, the magic of all living things, but nothing else. I cast farther and farther outward, mile after mile, and there was nothing. Then, there, almost at the edge of my limit, something pressed on the air like a storm moving this way. But it wasn't a storm, or at least not a storm of wind and rain. It was too far away for me to get a clear sense of what creatures of fairy rode with the sea. But it was enough. We had some time. I pulled sack inside my shields, squeezing them tight. They're miles from here. Then how did they do the spell of discord? My aunt could whisper it on the night wind, and it would find its target. From Illinois. It might take a day or 3, but yes, from Illinois. But don't look so worried. She would never dirty her hands personally with fetch and carry duties. She may want me dead, but not from a distance. She'll want to make an example of me, and for that, they'll need to get me home. How much time do we have? I shook my head. An hour, maybe 2. We can get you to the airport in time then. Getting you out of town is the only thing I can offer. One side magician, one not even on the spot, kept me out of Alistair Norton's house. I can't break side magic, and that means I'm not going to be any help to you. You sent the spiders through the warding at Norton's house. You warned me to hide under the bed. You did great. He gave me a strange look. I thought you did the spiders. There was a moment when we stared at each other. It wasn't me, I said. It wasn't me either, he said softly. I know this is a cliché, but if it wasn't you, and it wasn't me, I left the rest unsaid. Uther isn't capable of something like that. Roan doesn't do active magic, I said. I was suddenly cold, and it had nothing to do with the temperature. One of us had to say it out loud. Then who was it? Who saved me? Jeremy shook his head. I don't know. Sometimes the unseelie can befriend you before they break you. Don't believe all the stories you hear, Jeremy. It's not a story. Anger made those simple words hot and unpleasant. I realized suddenly just how afraid he was. The anger was a shield for the fear. His reactions all had a personal taste to them. He wasn't just afraid in a general way. It was specific, based on something besides stories or legends. Have you been up close and personal with the host?
He nodded and unlocked the door. "We may only have an hour. Let's get out of here." I pressed my hands to the door, stopped him from opening it. "This is important, Jeremy. If you've been enthralled to one of them, then that side will have power over you. I need to know what was done." Then he did something I hadn't expected. He started unbuttoning his shirt. I raised eyebrows. "You're not still being affected by Branwen's tears, are you?" He smiled, then, not his usual smile, but still an improvement. "I was befriended once before by a member of the host." He left the tie and collar tight, but unbuttoned the rest, slipped his jacket off, folded it over one arm, and gave me his back. "Lift the shirt." I didn't want to lift the shirt. I'd seen what my relatives could do when they got creative. There were so many awful possibilities, none of which I wanted to see carved into Jeremy's flesh. But I lifted the crisp gray cloth because I had to know. I didn't gasp because I was prepared. Screaming was overkill. His back was covered in burn scars, as if someone had pressed a red-hot brand into his flesh again and again. Except this brand was in the shape of a hand. I touched his scars, as he had mine, lightly, fingers tracing them. I started to put my hand over one of the hand marks, then hesitated and warned him. "I want to place my hand over one of the scars to see the size." He nodded. The hand was much bigger than mine, bigger than the mark on my own body. A man's hand, the fingers thicker than most of the sea. "Do you know the name of the one who did this?" "Tamlin," he said. He sounded embarrassed, and he should have. Tamlin was the John Smith of fairy aliases. Tamlin, along with Robin Goodfellow and a handful of others, were favorite false identities when true names were to be hidden. "You must have been very young not to suspect something when he gave that name," I said. He nodded. "I was that." "May I check your aura?" He smiled back at me over his shoulder. The movement wrinkled the skin on his back, making the scars form shapes. "Aura is a New Age word. The Fae don't use it." "Personal power, then," I said. But I was staring at his back. I pushed the cloth of his shirt over his shoulders. "Were you tied while this was done?" "Yes. Why?" "Can you put your hands in the position they were tied in?" He took a breath, as if he'd ask why, but he finally just raised his hands above his head and moved into the door so that his body was flush against it. He raised his arms until they were held extended as far as they would go, slightly out from his body until he formed a U shape. The shirt had slipped back into place, and I had to raise it again, but when I did, I saw what I thought I'd find. The hand-shaped burns had formed a picture. It was the image of a dragon, or maybe more accurately a wyme, long and serpentine. It was vaguely oriental looking because of the hand shape, but it was most definitely a dragon. But the burns only formed the picture if Jeremy was in exactly the same position as when he was tortured. When he lowered his arms, the skin separated and it was just scars. "You can lower your arms," I said. He did, turning so that he could look at me. He started tucking in his shirt. I don't think he even realized he was doing it. "You look grim. What did you see in the burns that no one else has seen?" "Don't tuck your shirt in yet, Jeremy. I need to lay a warding on your back." "What did you see, Mary?" He stopped fussing with his shirt, but didn't untuck it for me. I shook my head. Jeremy had carried the scars for centuries and had never known that the side had played a little game upon his flesh. It showed such disdain for the victim, a callousness that was hard to wrap your mind around. Of course, it might be very practical, cruelty with a purpose, as it were. The side, whoever it was, could have laid a spell on the burns. They might be able to call a dragon out of his flesh or shapeshift him into one. Probably not, but better safe than sorry. "Let me ward your back, then I'll tell you on the way down to the van." "Do we have time?" he asked. "Sure. Hold the shirt out of the way so the burns are bare." He looked like he didn't believe me, but when I turned him to face the door, he didn't argue. He held the silk shirt out of the way so I could work. I spilled power into my hands, like holding warmth cupped between my palms. I slowly opened my hands, palms facing Jeremy's bare back. I placed my hands just above his skin. That trembling warmth caressed his back, and Jeremy shivered under its touch. "What runes are you using?" he asked, voice just a touch breathless. "I'm not," I said. I spread that warm power across the scars, down his back. He started to turn. "Don't move." "What do you mean you're not using runes? What else can you use?" I had to kneel to make sure the power covered every scar. When I was sure that everything had been covered, I sealed it, visualizing the power like a coating of glowing yellow light just above his skin. I sealed the edges of that glow so that it clung tight to his skin like a shield. Jeremy's breath came out in a shivering gasp. "What are you using, Mary?" "Magic," I said, and stood.
"Can I let the shirt down?" Yes. The gray silk slid into place, and the warding was so solid in my mind's eye that I felt like the cloth should bunch over the magic, but it didn't. The silk slid over his back as if I'd done nothing to it. But I never doubted that I'd done my job. He began to tuck the shirt in before he even turned to face me. "You used just your own personal magic for that?" "Yes." "Why not use runes? They help empower our magic." "Many runes are actually ancient symbols for long-forgotten deities or creatures. Who knows? I might be invoking the very Psy that injured you. I couldn't risk it." He slipped his jacket on, straightened his tie. "Now, tell me what scared you about the scars on my back." I opened the apartment door. "While we go to the van." I went out into the hallway before he had time to argue. We'd used up too much time, but not to ward his back would have been too careless for words. We clattered down the stairs in our dress shoes. "What was it, Mary?" "A dragon. A worm, actually, since it didn't have legs." "You saw a vision in the scars?" He got to the outside door before me and held it open out of long habit. I drew the gun from behind my back, clicking the safety off. "I thought the host was miles away," Jeremy said. "One lone Psy could hide from me." I held the gun down at my side so it wouldn't be immediately noticeable. "I won't be taken back, Jeremy, whatever it takes." I stepped into the soft California night before he could say anything. A lot of the Fae, especially the Side, considered modern weapons cheating. There was no written rule against using guns, but it was still considered bad form, unless you were a member of the Queen's or the Prince's elite guard. They got to carry guns if they were protecting the royal body from harm. Well, I was a royal body, a wee, disowned royal body, but still royal whether the rest of them liked it or not. I had no guard to protect me, so I'd do it myself, whatever that took. The night was never truly dark here. There were too many electric lights, too many people. I searched that gentle darkness for a lone figure. I searched with eyes and energy, casting outward in a straining circle as we hurried to the waiting van. There were people in the other houses. I could feel them moving, vibrating. A line of seagulls moved along one of the roofs, half asleep, moving in protest, aware of my magic sweeping over them. There was a party on the beach. I could feel the energy rising higher, excitement, fear, but the normal fear. Should I do it? Should I not? Is it safe? There was nothing else, unless you count the shivering energy of the sea that was constantly with you near the shore. It got to be like white noise, something ignored, like the crush of so many people, but it was always there. Roan was somewhere in that huge rolling power. I hoped he was having a good time. I knew I wasn't. The sliding door of the van opened, and I got a glimpse of Uther crouched in the dimness. He held his hand out to me, and I gave him my left hand. His hand engulfed mine, pulling me into the van's interior. He slid the door closed behind me. Ringo looked back over the driver's seat at me. He barely fit in the driver's seat. All that muscle, those inhumanly long arms, that huge chest, squeezed down into a seat made for humans. He smiled, revealing a mouth of some of the sharpest teeth I'd ever seen outside of a wolf. The face was slightly elongated to accommodate the teeth, which made the rest of his more human face seem out of proportion. The teeth flashed out of a solid brown of skin. Once upon a time, Ringo had been a fully human gang member. Then a group of visiting Psy from the Sealy Court had gotten lost in the wilds of deepest, darkest Los Angeles. A group of gang members had found them. Cultural interaction at its best. The Psy got the worst end of the fight. Who knows how it happened? Maybe they were too arrogant to fight a bunch of inner-city teenagers. Maybe the inner-city teenagers were just a hell of a lot more vicious than the visiting royals had expected. However it happened, they were losing. But one of the gang members got a bright idea. He switched sides on condition that he get his wish. The side agreed, and Ringo shot his fellow gang members to death. His wish was to be one of the Fae. The Psy had given their word to grant his wish. They couldn't go back on their word. To make a full human into a part Fae, you have to pour wild magic, pure power into them, and it is the human's will or desire that chooses the shape of that magic. Ringo had been in his early teens when it happened. He'd probably wanted to appear fierce, frightening, to be the toughest son of a jerk around, so the magic had given him his wish. By human standards, he was a monster. By side standards, ditto. By Fae standards, he was just one of the gang. I don't know why Ringo left the gangs. Maybe they turned on him. Maybe he got wise. By the time I met him, he'd been an upstanding citizen for years. He was married to his childhood sweetheart and had 3 kids. He specialized in bodyguard work and did a lot of celebrities that just wanted some exotic muscle to follow them around for a while. Easy work, no real danger, and he got to rub elbows with the stars. Not bad for a kid whose mother had been a 15-year-old junkie, father unknown. Ringo keeps a picture of his mom on his desk. She's 13, bright-eyed, well-groomed, pretty, with the world in front of her. By the next year, she was on drugs. She died at 17, overdose. There are no pictures of his mother after age 13 in his office or in his home. It's as if, for Ringo, everything after that wasn't real, wasn't his mother. His oldest daughter, Amira, looks eerily like that smiling picture. I don't think she'd survive if he found her doing drugs. Ringo says that being on drugs is worse than dead. I think he believes it. Neither of them remarked on the gun as I slipped it back into the waistband of my pants. They'd probably been with Jeremy when he found the gun and the papers. Jeremy got in the passenger side seat. "Let's get to the airport," was all he said. Ringo put the car in gear, and away we went. The back of the van was empty except for carpet and a modified seatbelt harness that Jeremy had had installed on one side, Uther's seat. I started to crawl into the middle row of seats, but Uther touched my arm. "Jeremy has suggested that if you sit with me, my aura may serve to overlap yours, thus confusing our pursuers." Each word was carefully enunciated, because the tusks may have looked like they came out of the skin over the mouth, out of the face, but in reality, the tusks were modified teeth attached inside the mouth. It meant if he were careless, he had a tendency to slur his speech. He'd worked with one of Hollywood's leading speech coaches to learn his Midwestern college professor voice. It did not match a face that was more pig than human, with a double set of tusks curling out of it. We'd had one client faint after he spoke to her for the first time. Always fun to shock the humans. I glanced up at Jeremy. He nodded. "I may be the better magician, but Uther's got that older-than-God energy whirling around him. I think it'll help them overlook you." It was a great idea, and a simple one. "Gee, Jeremy, I knew there was a reason you were the boss." He grinned at me, then turned to Ringo. "It's a straight shot up Sepulveda to the airport." "At least we won't hit rush hour," Ringo said. I settled into the back of the van, next to Uther. The van came out on Sepulveda a little too fast, and Uther caught me before I had time to fall. His big arms pulled me against him, cradling me against a chest nearly as big as my entire body. Even with my shields firmly in place, he was like a large, warm, vibrating thing.
I'd met other Fae who had no real magic to speak of, just the very barest of glamour, but they were so old and had been around so much magic all their lives that it was as if they'd absorbed the power into the very pores of their skin. Even the Psy wouldn't find me caught within Uther's arms. They'd sense him, not me, probably, initially. I relaxed against Uther's broad chest, the warm safety of his arms. I don't know what it was about him, but he always made me feel safe. It wasn't just the sheer physical size, it was Uther. He had a center of calm, like a fire that you could huddle around in the dark. Jeremy turned in his seat, as far as the seatbelt would allow, wrinkling his suit, which meant what he had to say was serious. "Why did you ward my back, Mary?" "What?" Uther said. Jeremy waved the question away. "I had an old Psy injury on my back. Mary put a ward on it. I want to know why." "You are persistent," I said. "Tell me." I sighed. cuddling Uther's arms around me like a blanket. "It's possible that the Psy that injured you could call the dragon out of your back or force you to shapeshift into one." Jeremy's eyes widened. "You can do that?" "I can't, but I'm not a full-blooded Psy. I've seen similar things done." "Will the warding hold?" I'd have liked to have simply said yes, but it was too close to a lie. "It will hold for a while, but if the Psy that did the spell is here, he may be powerful enough to breach my magic, or he could simply keep hitting the ward with his own power until he wears the magic away. The chances of the same Psy being on this hunt are very slim, Jeremy, but I couldn't let you help me and not ward it." "Just in case," he said. I nodded. "Just in case." "I was very young when this was done, Mary. I can protect myself now." "You're a powerful magician, but you're not Psy." "It makes that big a difference?" he asked. "It can." Jeremy fell silent and turned in his seat to help Ringo find the quickest way to the airport. Uther said, "You were tense." I smiled up at him. "And you're surprised?" He smiled, that very human mouth under the curved bone of the tusks, the piggish snout. It was like part of his face was a mask, and underneath was just a man, a big one, but just a man. He ran thick fingers through my still wet hair. "I take it Branwen's tears were still active when Jeremy went up." I'd have never taken time for a shower otherwise, and Uther knew that. So Jeremy told me. I sat up so that I wasn't soaking his shirt with my hair. "Didn't mean to get you wet, just forgot, sorry." He pressed my head gently back to his chest with a hand as big as my head. I was not complaining, just remarking. I settled back against him, my cheek resting on his upper arm. "Rowan left just after we arrived. Did he go for help?" I explained about Rowan and his newfound skin. "You didn't know you could heal him?" Uther asked. "No." "Interesting," he said. "Very interesting." I looked up at him. "Do you know something I don't about what happened?" He gazed down at me, small eyes almost lost in his face. "I know that Rowan is a fool." That made me stare at him, searching his face, trying to read what lay behind those eyes. He's a Rowan, and I've given him back the ocean. It's his calling, his heart of hearts. "You're not angry with him?" I frowned, shrugging awkwardly in his arms. "Rowan is what he is. I can't blame him for that. It would be like yelling at the rain for being wet. It just is." "So it does not bother you at all?" I shrugged again, and his arms settled around me, cradling me, almost like a baby, so I could gaze up at him more comfortably. I'll admit to being disappointed, but not surprised. Very understanding. I might as well be understanding Uther. I can't change things. I rubbed my cheek against the warmth of his arm and realized what part of Uther's charm was. He was so large, and I was so small. It was like being a child again. That feeling that if someone could hold you in their arms completely, nothing could hurt you. It hadn't been true when I believed it as a very little girl, and it certainly wasn't true now, but it was still nice. Sometimes false comfort is better than no comfort at all. "Very," Jeremy said, raising his voice for our benefit. "There's a wreck up ahead. Looks like Sepulveda is completely blocked off. We'll try to take side streets around it." I rolled my head back against Uther's arm to see Jeremy. "Let me guess, everyone else is trying to exit here too." "Of course," he said. "Settle in. It's going to take a while." I moved my head so I was looking up at Uther again. "Heard any good jokes lately?" He gave a small smile. "No, but my legs are going to fall asleep if I must keep them tucked under like this for long." "Sorry." I started to move away so he could adjust. "No need to move." He put one arm under my thighs, kept the other arm behind my back, and picked me up. He held me like a baby, effortlessly, while he straightened his legs out in front of him. He settled me onto his lap, one arm behind my back, the other lying loosely across my legs and his. I laughed. "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be big. And I wonder what it would be like to be small. But you were a child once. You remember what that was like." He gazed into the distance. "Childhood was a very long time ago for me. But yes, I do remember. But that is not the kind of small that I mean." He looked down at me, and there was something in his eyes, something lonely, needy,
something that pierced that calmness in him that I valued so much. "What's wrong, Uther?" My voice was soft. There was something very private about us being back there alone, with no one in the middle seats. His hand rested lightly on my thigh, and I was finally able to read the look in his eyes. It wasn't a look I'd ever seen in Uther's face. I remembered his comment when I was getting fitted for the wire, how he'd wait in the other room because it had been so long since he'd been intimate with a woman. The surprise must have shown on my face because he turned his face away from me. "I'm sorry, Mary. If this is completely unwelcome, tell me so, and I will never mention it again." I didn't know what to say, but I tried. "It's not that, Uther. I'm about to get on a plane and go goddess knows where. We may never see each other again." Which was partially true. I mean, I was leaving town. I couldn't think of any way to finish this in this short drive without hurting his feelings or lying to him. I wanted to avoid both. He spoke without looking at me. "I thought you were human with some fey blood in you. I would never have suggested this to someone who was raised human. But your reaction to Rowan's desertion is proof that you don't think like a human." He turned almost shyly back to me. The look in his eyes was so open, so trusting. It wasn't that he thought I'd say yes. He didn't know, but he was trusting me not to react badly. It had just been yesterday that I'd first thought of how very alone Uther must be out here on the coast. How many times had I cuddled against him like this, thinking of him as some kind of big brother, a father substitute? Too many. It had been unfair, and he'd always been the perfect gentleman because he thought I was human. Now he knew the truth, and it had changed things. Even if I said no, and he took it well, I'd never be able to treat him this casually again. I'd never be able to cuddle in his big arms in innocence. That was gone. I mourned that, but there was no recovering it. All I could do now was try and keep Uther from getting hurt. The trouble was, I didn't know how to do that, because I didn't have a clue what to say. My thinking had taken too long. He closed his eyes and moved his hand off my thigh. "I'm sorry, Mary." I reached up and touched his chin. "No, Uther, I'm flattered." He opened his eyes, looked at me, but the hurt was there, plain to see.
He'd put his heart on his sleeve, and I'd put a knife through it. Gosh, I was about to get on a plane and never see these people again. I didn't want to leave him like this. He was too good a friend for that. I am part human, Uther. I can't. There was no delicate way to put it. I can't take the damage that a full-blooded fae could take. Damage? So much for being coy. Our physical differences are too great, Uther. If they were less pronounced, I might consider intimacy for an afternoon. But I don't see us dating. You're my friend. He looked at me, gaze searching my face. You could truly be intimate with me and not be repulsed? Repulsed? Uther, you have been too long among the humans. You are a jack in irons, and you look exactly as you are supposed to look. There are others of your kind. You are not a freak. He shook his head. I am exiled, Mary. I can never go back to Fairy, and here among the humans, I am a freak. It made my chest tight to hear him say that. Uther, don't let other people's eyes make you hate yourself. How can it not? He asked. I laid a hand over his chest, feeling the sure, thick beat of his heart. Inside is Uther, my friend, and I love you as a friend. I've been among humans long enough to know what the friend speech means, he said. Again he turned away from me, his body growing stiff and uncomfortable, as if he couldn't bear for me to touch him. I got to my knees. I moved closer, placing a knee on each thigh. I touched his face with my hands, exploring the slope of his forehead, the thick eyebrows. I had to lower my arms and come from underneath to trace his cheeks. I ran my thumb along his mouth, rubbing my hands along the smooth bone of the tusks. You are a handsome jack-in-irons. The double tusk is highly prized. And that curve in the end? The jacks consider it a sign of virility. How do you know that? His voice was soft, a whisper. When I was a teenager, the queen took a jack named Yannick as her lover. She said, after she'd been with him, that no seedy could satisfy her as her jack of hearts could. In the end, she'd called him her jack of fools, and he'd fallen out of favor. He'd gotten away with his life, which was more than most of the Queen's non-seedy lovers managed. The humans usually ended up committing suicide. Uther stared at me. With me kneeling on his legs, we were almost eye to eye. "What did you think of Yannick?" he asked, voice low and lower, so that I had to lean in to hear him. "I thought he was a fool." I leaned in to kiss him, and he turned away. I put a hand on either side of his face and brought him back to face me. "But I thought that all the Queen's lovers were fools." Ringo was still in the driver's seat. Jeremy was leaning over him, and there was blood on his hands. I moved through the middle seats to them. I started to ask if Ringo was hurt, but the moment I saw his chest, I didn't have to ask. The front of his shirt was soaked with blood. A piece of glass as wide as my hand stuck out of his chest. "Ringo," I said his name softly. "Sorry," he said. "I'm not going to be much help to you." He coughed, and I could see it hurt. I touched his face. "Don't talk." I could hear the police talking to the ogres, telling them things like, "Hands on top of your heads, on your knees, don't really move." Then I heard another man's voice, a smooth, masculine voice, with just a touch of accent. I knew the voice. I scrambled to the big sliding door, while Jeremy was still saying, "What? What is it?" "Sholto," I said. His face remained puzzled. The name meant nothing to him. I tried again. "Sholto, Lord of that which passes between, Lord of shadows, King of the Slough." It was the last title that widened his eyes and drove fear sharp in his face. "Oh my God," he said. Uther said, "Shadow Spawn is here?" I glanced at him. Never say that to his face. I could hear the voices through the broken window so very clearly. I felt like I was moving in slow motion. The door didn't want to open, or I'd grown clumsy with fear. That voice was saying, "Thank you so much, officers." "We'll wait for transport for the ogres," the policeman said. The door slid open, and I had a frozen moment to see everything. 3 of the ogres were on their knees on the sidewalk, hands clasped on their heads. 2 policemen had their guns out. One officer was on the sidewalk in front of the ogres. The other one, separated from them by the line of parked cars. A tall figure, though only human tall, stood by the cars and that policeman. The figure was dressed in a gray leather trench coat with his white hair trailing down the back of it. The last time I'd seen Sholto, he'd been wearing a gray cloak, but the effect was surprisingly similar, as he turned, as if he felt me standing there. Even from yards away in the electric-kissed darkness, I could see that his eyes were 3 different shades of gold. Metallic gold around the pupil, then amber, and last a circle the color of yellow autumn leaves. I was afraid of Sholto, always had been, but when I saw those eyes, I realized how homesick I was for the seed. Because for a second, I was glad to see another person with a triple iris. Then the look in those familiar eyes sent a chill across my neck, and the moment of connectedness was gone. He turned, smiling, back to the police. "I will attend the princess." He started walking toward the van, and they didn't stop him. I realized why as he moved closer. He had the Queen's emblem, a badge that her guard carried, hanging from his neck. It looked surprisingly like a police badge, and it had been well publicized that to use one of the emblems if you didn't deserve it came with a curse that not even a seedy would risk. I didn't know what he'd told them, but I could guess. He'd been sent to stop the attack on me. He'd see me safely home. All so very reasonable. Sholto moved toward me in a long-legged, graceful stride. He was handsome, not the heartbreaking beauty of some of the seed, but striking. I knew that the humans watched him as he walked, because they couldn't help themselves. The gray coat blew back, and there was the faintest bulk around his middle. Sholto had the hair, the eyes, the skin, the face, the shoulders, everything, except that from just below his nipples to vanish into his pants was a nest of tentacles, things with mouths. His mother had been seedy, his father had not. Something touched my shoulder, and I jerked, screaming. It was Jeremy. "Close the door, Uther." Uther slid the door shut, almost in Sholto's face. He leaned against it, so that it couldn't be opened from the outside with some effort. "Run," Uther said. "Run," Jeremy said. I understood.
Outside of a war, the slough hunted one prey at a time, and I was it. Sholto wouldn't hurt them if I weren't here. I slipped out the jagged metal hole that the ogres had made, managing to worm through without cutting myself. I could hear Sholto knocking, oh so politely, on the van's big door. "Princess Meredith, I've come to take you home." I dropped low to the ground and used the parked cars to hide me as I made it to the sidewalk and the crowd that had gathered to watch the show. I threw another coating of glamour over me. Hair a nondescript brown, skin darker, tanned. I moved through the crowd, changing my appearance a little at a time, so that no one would point and draw attention to me. By the time I made it out the other side and started down the side street, the only thing that still looked the same was the clothes. I slipped the suit jacket off, took the gun in my hand, and rolled the jacket around my hand and arm. Sholto had seen an auburn-haired woman with pale skin in a navy jacket. Now I was a brown-haired woman with a tan and a green shirt. I walked calmly down the street, though there was a place between my shoulder blades that itched as if he were staring a hole through me.
I wanted to turn around and glance back, but I forced myself to keep walking. I made it to the corner without anyone yelling, "There she is!" When I got to the corner, I stopped for a second. Dear goddess, I wanted to look back over my shoulder. I fought the urge and stepped around the corner of the building. When I was safely out of sight, I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. I wasn't out of danger, not with Sholto on this coast, but it was a start. A noise came from overhead. A high, thin sound, almost too high to hear, but it pierced through the normal sounds of the city like an arrow through the heart. I scanned the night sky, but it was empty, except for the distant trail of an airplane glowing against the darkness. The sound came again almost painfully high, like the sounds of bats. There was nothing there. I started walking backward, slowly, still scanning the sky, when a movement caught my eye. I followed that flicker to the top of the nearest building. A line of black shapes huddled on the building's edge. They were like a line of ink-black hoods the size of small men. One of the hoods shook itself like a bird settling its feathers. The blackness raised its head to flash a pale, flat face. A slit of a mouth opened, and that high-pitched cry sounded. They could fly faster than I could run. I knew that, but I turned and ran anyway. I heard their wings unfurl with a sharp sound, like thick, clean sheets snapping in the wind. I ran. Their high-pitched calls chased me into the night. I ran faster. They came like a wind at my back, their sound melding into a rush of wind like a chasing storm. That's what humans would hear. Wind, storm, or a flight of birds. If there'd been humans to hear anything. The street stretched deserted to the end of the block. 8 o'clock on a Saturday night in prime shop district, and there was no one. It almost seemed arranged, and maybe it was. If I could run out of the spell area, there would be people. The wind buffeted against my back, and I threw myself onto the sidewalk, rolling with the impact. I kept rolling, over and over, getting dizzying glimpses of the night flyers spilling over me, less than a yard off the sidewalk like a run of airborne fish, moving too fast after their leader to change direction. I rolled into the nearest doorway, surrounded by a roof and glass on 3 sides. The flyers only took from above. They wouldn't come down on the ground for me. I lay there for a few heartbeats, listening to the thud of my own blood in my ears, when I realized I wasn't alone. I sat up, my back against the window display of books, trying to think of any excuse good enough to explain to a human what I'd just done. The man had his back to me. He was short, about my height, wearing a loud Hawaiian shirt and one of those soft-rimmed caps that come down over the eyes. Not something you see at night much. I pushed to my feet, using the glass of the window. Why was he wearing a hat to keep the sun out of his eyes at night? "Some wind," he said. I eased around the window, keeping the shop awning over me. I still had the gun in my hand. The jacket was loose, flapping like a matador's cape, but it still shielded the gun. The man turned, and the light from the shop fell upon his face. The skin was black, eyes like dark, shiny jewels. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. "Our master wants to speak with you, princess." I felt movement behind me and turned my head to see, but I was afraid to turn completely around and give my back to the grinning figure. 3 figures emerged from the next shop. It was dark, no lights to hide from. The figures were taller than me, cloaked and hooded. "We've been waiting for you, Core," one of the cloaked figures said. It was a female voice. "Core?" I made it a question. "Difficult person," a second female voice. "Jealous?" I said. They rushed me, and I spilled the jacket to the ground, pointing the gun two-handed at them. Either they didn't know what a gun was, or they didn't care. I shot one of them. The figure collapsed in a pile of cloth. The two others huddled back, clawed hands extended as if to ward off a blow. I pressed my back to the window, spared a glance for the grinning man behind me, but he was standing in the doorway with his small hands clasped on top of his hat, as if he'd done it before. I kept the gun and most of my attention on the women, though that was a loose term for them. They were hags. I wasn't being mean. It was what they were. Night hags. The one I'd shot struggled to sit, cradled in the second one's arms. "You shot her!" "So happy you noticed," I said. The wounded one's hood had fallen back to reveal a huge beaked nose, small glittering eyes, skin the color of yellowed snow. Her hair was a dry, ragged mass, like black straw coming barely to her shoulders. She hissed as the second hag spread the cloak enough to see the wound. There was a bloody hole between her sagging breasts. She was nude, except for a heavy golden tor around her neck and a jeweled belt that rode low on her thin hips. I caught a glimpse of the dagger that hung from the belt and was tied to her thigh with a golden chain. She writhed, unable to get enough air to curse me. I'd hit her heart, and maybe a lung. It wouldn't kill her, but it hurt. The second hag raised her face into the light. Her skin was a dirty gray with huge pockmarks covering her face, tracing along the sharp nose like craters. Her lips were almost too thin to cover the mouth full of sharp, carnivorous teeth. "I wonder if he'd still want you if you didn't have all that smooth white flesh." The last hag was still standing, cloaked, hidden. Her voice was better than theirs, more cultured somehow. "We could make you one of us, our sister." I sighted at the gray one's face. The second someone starts a curse, I'll shoot her through the face. "It won't kill me," Gray said. "No, but it won't help your looks either." She hissed at me like some great crooked cat. "Difficult person." "Ditto," I said. It was the one still standing that I was worried about. She hadn't panicked or let anger get the better of her. She'd suggested using magic against me when she was still partially hidden by shadows and night. Smarter, more cautious, more dangerous. I had purposefully not used glamour to hide. I was standing in front of a lighted bookstore window with a gun in plain sight, obviously pointed at someone. The gunshot alone should have sent someone to the door or to call the police. I gave a quick flare of power, searching, and found the thick folds of the glamour. Heavy and well-made. I was good at glamour, but not this kind. Sholto had covered the entire street with it, like an invisible wall. The humans in the shops would just want to stay inside. No one would see or hear anything to alarm them. Their minds would explain the gunshot as some ordinary noise. If I screamed for help, it would be the wind. Short of throwing someone through the window and back of me, into the shop itself, no one would see anything. I'd have been willing to throw any and all of them through the glass, but I didn't trust them up close. The hands that clasped at the wound had black claws like the talons of some great bird. The teeth that bared when she hissed were made for tearing flesh. I would never win a one-on-one battle. I needed them at bay, and the gun kept them there. But Sholto would come, and I needed to be gone before that happened. Once he arrived, I'd lose. Come to think of it, I wasn't doing too well now. They couldn't hurt me, but I was trapped. If I moved out from under the awning, the night flyers would get me, or at least mob me. Then the hags and the grinning man could take me. I'd be disarmed or worse before Sholto showed up. I had no offensive magic. The gun wouldn't kill any of them, only hurt and slow them. I needed a better idea, and I couldn't think of anything. I tried talking. When in doubt, talk.
You never know what the enemy might let slip. Neris the Grey, Segna the Gold, and Black Agnes, I presume. "Who are you, Stanley?" Neris said. I had to smile. "And they say you have no sense of humor." "Who are they?" she asked.
"The seed," I said. "You are seed," Black Agnes said. "If I were truly seed, would I be here on the shores of the Western Sea hiding from my queen? The fact that you and your aunt are enemies makes you suicidally foolish, but it doesn't make you 1 ounce less seed." Agnes stood so straight and tall, like a black pillar of cloth. "No, but the brownie blood on my mother's side does. I think the queen would forgive the human taint, but she can't forget the other." "You're mortal," Cygnus said. "That's the unforgivable sin for a seed." My hands were starting to cramp. My arms would start to tremble soon. I had to either shoot something or lower the gun. Even a two-handed stance isn't meant to be held indefinitely. "There are other sins my aunt finds just as unforgivable," I said. A man's voice said, "Like having a nest of tentacles in the middle of all that perfect side flesh." I turned the gun toward the voice, keeping my vision on the 3 hags. I was soon going to have so many targets in so many different directions that I'd never be able to shoot them all in time. At least the movement and the fresh rush of adrenaline had helped chase away the muscle fatigue. I was suddenly sure I could hold the shooting stance forever. Sholto was standing on the sidewalk, hands at his side. I think he was trying to appear harmless. He failed. The queen said that to me once, that it was a shame that I had a nest of tentacles in the middle of one of the most perfect side bodies she'd ever seen. Great. My aunt's a difficult person. We all knew that. What do you want, Sholto? "Give him his title," Agnes said, that cultured voice holding an edge of anger. It never hurts to be polite, so I did what she asked. "What do you want, Sholto, lord of that which passes between?" "He is King Sholto," Cygnus spat the words at me, almost literally. "He's not my king," I said. "That could change," Agnes said, the implied threat nicely subtle. "Enough," Sholto said. "The queen wants you dead, Meredith." "We've never been friends, Lord Sholto. Use my title." It was an insult for him to have omitted my title after I'd used his. It was also an insult to insist on it from someone who was king of another people. But Sholto had always complicated his life by trying to play Lord of the Seed and King of the Slua. A look passed over the strong bones of his face. Anger, I think, though I didn't know him well enough to be sure. "The queen wants you dead, Princess Meredith, daughter of Essus. And she sent you to fetch me home for the execution? I figured that much out." "You couldn't be more wrong," Agnes said. "Silence!" Sholto put the bite of command in that one word. The hags seemed to shrink in upon themselves, not bowing, but like they thought about it. The grinning man to my right stepped closer. I didn't take the gun off Sholto, but I said, "Take 2 big steps back or I shoot your king." I don't know what the man would have done, because Sholto said, "Gethin, do what she asks." Gethin didn't argue, just stepped back, though I noticed out of the corner of my eyes that his hands were folded across his chest. He wasn't doing the hands on top of your head routine anymore. Fine, as long as he stayed out of immediate reach. They were all too close. If everyone rushed me at once, it was over. But Sholto didn't want me crowded. He wanted to talk. Fine with me. "I don't want you dead, Princess Meredith," Sholto said. I couldn't keep the suspicion off my face. "You'd go up against the queen and all her side to save me? Much has happened in the last 3 years, Princess. The queen relies more and more on the Slua for her threat. I do not think she would start a war over you if you were safely out of her sight." "I'm as out of her sight as I can get and still be on dry land," I said. "Ah, but perhaps there are others at court that whisper in her ear and remind her of you." "Who?" I asked. He smiled, and it made that handsome face almost pleasant. "We have many things to discuss, Princess. I have a room in one of the better hotels. Shall we retire to it and discuss the future?" Something about the way he worded that bothered me, but it was the best offer I was going to get tonight. I lowered the gun. "Swear by your honor and the darkness that eats all things that you mean all of what you just said." "I swear on my honor,
and by the darkness that eats all things, that every word I have spoken on this street to you is the truth. I clicked the safety on the gun and tucked it at the small of my back. I picked my jacket up off the ground, shook it out, and slipped it on. It was a little wrinkled, but it would do. "How far is your hotel?" The smile this time was wider. It made him less perfect, but more human, more real. "You should smile more often, Lord Sholto. It becomes you." "I hope to have reason to smile more often in the near future." He offered me his arm, even though he was yards away. I went to him because he'd sworn the Unseely's most solemn oath. He could not break it without risking a curse. I slipped my hand in the crook of his arm. He flexed under my hand. Sometimes a male is a male is a male, no matter what flavor they are. "Which hotel are you staying at?" I smiled at him. It never hurts to be pleasant. I could always be unpleasant later if I needed to be. He told me. It was a very nice hotel. "That's a little far to walk," I said. "If you like, we can get a taxi." I raised eyebrows at that, because once inside the metal of a car, he wouldn't be able to do major magic. Too much refined metal interfered with it. I could do major spells inside solid lead if I had to. My human blood was good for a few things. "Won't you be uncomfortable?" I asked. His voice trailed off, and there was such a mixture of wonder and pain in him that I almost let it go, but I didn't. I wanted to know, if he wanted to tell me. "Her eyes," I prompted. Her eyes glowed, burned, blue, darker blue, then green. I was 5, so it wasn't the intimacy, but the wonderment of that white skin and those swirling eyes. Like my eyes, like my skin. He stared past me as if I weren't there. Agnes dragged me away before they saw us. I was full of questions. She told me to ask my father. He blinked and took a deep breath as if he were literally coming back from someplace else. My father explained about the seed, and that I was one of them. My father raised me to believe I was seed. I could not be what he was. Sholto gave a harsh laugh. I cried the first time I realized I would never have wings. He looked at me, frowning. "I've never told anyone at court that story. Is this some kind of magic that you have over me?" He didn't actually believe it was a spell, or he'd be more upset, maybe even frightened. "Who else at the court but me would understand what the story meant?" I asked. He looked at me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. "Yes, though your body is not marred as mine, you too do not belong. They won't let you belong." That last was said for both of us, I think. His hands lay on the table so tightly clasped that they were mottled. I touched his hands, and he jerked away as if I'd hurt him. He'd slid his hands out of reach, but stopped in mid-motion. I watched the effort it took for him to put his hands back within my reach. He acted like someone who expected to be hurt. I covered his large hands with one of mine, or covered as much as I could. He smiled, and it was the first real smile I'd seen, because this one was uncertain, not sure of its welcome. I don't know what he saw on my face, but whatever it was, it reassured him, because he opened his hands and took my hand in his, raising it slowly to his lips.
He didn't so much kiss my hand as press his mouth to it. It was a surprisingly tender gesture. Loneliness can be a bond stronger than most. Who else at either court understood our hearts better than each other? Not love or friendship, but a bond nonetheless. His gaze rose to meet mine as he raised his face from my hand. The look in his eyes was one I rarely saw along the sea, open, raw. There was a need in his eyes so large it was like staring into an endless void, a deep yawning pit of some missing thing. It made his eyes wild like some creature's or a feral child's, something untamed but badly wounded. Did my eyes ever look like that? I hoped not. He let go of my hand slowly, reluctantly. "I have never been with another side, Meredith. Do you understand what that means?" I understood, probably better than he did, because the only thing worse than never was to have had it and be denied it.
But I kept my voice neutral because I was beginning to fear where we were heading, and no matter how much sympathy I had with him, it wasn't worth being tortured to death. You wonder what it would be like? He shook his head. No, I crave a deep connection with another. I want my shine matched by another. I want that, Meredith, and you can give it to me. He was heading where I'd feared. I told you, Sholto, I won't risk death by torture for any pleasure. No one, nothing, is worth that. I meant it. The queen joys in making her guards watch her with her companions. Some refuse to watch, but most of us stay on the off chance that she may beckon us to join. You are my bodyguards. Don't you want to be close to me? He did a fair imitation of her voice. Even when it is meant for cruelty, the love of two side is still a wondrous thing. I would give my soul for it. I gave him my best blank face. I don't have any use for your soul, Sholto. What else can you offer me that would be worth risking death by torture? If you are my side lover, Meredith, then the Queen will know what you mean to me. I will make sure she understands that if anything happens to you, that she will lose the Slua's loyalty. She can't afford that right now. Why not make this deal with other more powerful side women? The women of Prince Selsgard have him for intimacy, and unlike the Queen, Sel keeps them busy. When I left, some of the women were beginning to refuse Sel's bed. Sholto smiled happily. The movement has become quite popular. I raised eyebrows. Are you saying that Sel's little harem is turning him down? More and more of them. Sholto still looked pleased. Then why not make this invitation to one of them? They are all more powerful than I am. Perhaps it's what you said earlier, Meredith. None of them would understand me as you do. I think you underestimate them. But what could Sel possibly be doing to them that's making them leave him in droves? The Queen herself is a sexual sadist, but her guardsmen would crawl over broken glass to bet her. What is Sel offering that is worse than that? I didn't expect an answer, but I couldn't even begin to think of anything that bad. The smile faded from Sholto's face. The Queen did that once, he said. What? I asked, frowning. Made one of us strip and crawl over broken glass. If he made it without showing pain, then she'd be intimate with him. I blanked. I'd heard worse. Hell, I'd seen worse. But part of me wanted to know who it was. So I asked, who was it? He shook his head. We of the Guard have sworn to keep the humiliations among ourselves. Our pride, if not our bodies, survives the better for it. His eyes looked lost again. Again, I wondered what Sel could be doing that was worse than the Queen's games. Why not make this offer to a more powerful side woman who isn't a member of the Prince's Guard? I asked. He gave a faint smile. There are women at court who are not members of the Prince's Guard, Meredith. They would not touch me before I joined the Guard. They fear bringing more perverse creatures into the world. He laughed, and it had a wild sound to it, almost like crying. It hurt to hear it. That's what the Queen calls me, her perverse creature. Sometimes simply creature. In a few centuries, I will be like Frost and her darkness. I will be her creature. He gave that painful laugh again. I will risk much to keep that from happening. Does she really need the Slua's backing that much? So much that she'd give up my death? Give up punishing us for going against her strictest taboo? I shook my head. No, Sholto, she can't let this stand. If we find a way around her celibacy taboo, then others will try. It will be like the first crack in a dam. Eventually, it breaks. She is losing control, Meredith, losing her hold on the court. These 3 years have not been good ones for her. The court is splitting under the weight of her erratic behavior, and Prince Sel's growing. He seemed at a loss for words, then finally said, when he comes into power, Sel is going to make Ondas look sane. It will be like Caligula after Tiberius. Are you saying, if we think it's bad now, we ain't seen nothing yet? I tried to make him smile, and failed. He turned haunted eyes to me. The Queen cannot afford to lose the support of the Slua. Trust me on this, Meredith. I have no desire to end up at the Queen's mercy any more than you do. The Queen's mercy had become a saying among us. If you feared something, you said, "I'd rather be at the Queen's mercy than do that." It meant that nothing scared you more. "What do you want of me, Sholto?" "I want you," he said, his gaze very direct. I had to smile. "You don't want me. You want a side in your bed. Remember that Griffin rejected me because I was not side enough for him? Griffin was a fool." I smiled, and it made me think of Uther's words earlier that night, that Rowan was a fool. If everyone was a fool for leaving me, why did they keep doing it? I looked at him and tried to be just as direct. "I've never been with a night flyer." "It is considered perverted by those that consider nothing perverse," Sholto said, and his voice was bitter. "I would not expect you to have experience with us." Us, an interesting pronoun. If you asked me what I was side. Not human, not brownie. I was side, and if you pushed me, I was unseelie, for better or worse, even though I could claim the blood of both courts. But I would never have said us when speaking of anything but unseelie side. After my aunt, our beloved Queen, tried to drown me when I was 6, Father made sure I had my own side bodyguards. One of them was a crippled night flyer, Batar. Sholto nodded. He lost a wing in the last real battle we fought on American soil. We can row back most of our body parts, so it was a grave wound. Batar stayed in my room at night. He never left my side when I was a child. Father taught me chess, but Batar taught me how to beat Father. It made me smile. "He still speaks well of you," Sholto said. I started to ask, then shook my head. "No, he would never have suggested that you do this. He would never have risked my safety, or yours. You see, he spoke well of you too, King Sholto. The best king the Slua had had in 200 years. That's what he used to say." "I'm flattered. You know what your people think of you." I tried to read that face. The need was there, but need could mask so many things. "What of the hags, your little harem?" "What of them?" he asked, but there was a look in his eyes that gave lie to his casual words. "They wanted to hurt me to keep me from you. What do you think they'll do if you actually choose me? I am their king. They will do as they are told." I laughed then, but it wasn't bitter, just ironic. "You are a king of a Fey people, Sholto. They never do quite what you tell them, or quite what you think they will. From side to pixie, they are free things.
Take for granted their obedience, and you do so at your peril, like the Queen has done for a millennium?" He made it half question, half statement. I smiled, nodding. "As the king of the Seelie court has done for even longer. I am a new king compared to them, and not quite so arrogant. Then tell me truly, what will your hag lovers do if you desert them for me?" He seemed to think about it for a minute, long and slow. Then he looked at me. His face was serious. "I don't know." I almost laughed. "You are new at being king. I've never heard one of them admit ignorance before. Not knowing a thing is not ignorance. Feigning knowledge you don't have can be," he said. "Wise, as well as modest. How terribly unique for Fey royalty." I remembered a question I'd wanted to ask. "The Agnes that took you into the woods as a boy, your nanny, is she Black Agnes?" "Yes," he said. I fought not to frown. "Your ex-nanny is now your lover? She has not aged," he said, "and I am all grown up now. Growing up around immortal beings is confusing, I admit, but there are still Fey that helped raise me that I don't think of in that way, as there are among the Slua for me, but Agnes is not one of them." I wanted to ask why, but didn't. First, it was none of my business. Second, I might not understand the answer even if he gave it to me. "How do you know the Queen intends to execute me for certain?" Back to the important topic. "Because I was sent to Los Angeles to kill you."
He said it like it meant nothing, no emotion, no regret, just fact. My heart beat a little faster, my breath catching in my throat. I had to concentrate to ease the air out without making it noticeable. If I don't agree to this arrangement, then you carry out the sentence? I gave my oath that I meant you no harm. I meant it. You would go against the Queen for my sake? The same reasoning that keeps us safe if we are together keeps me safe if I leave you alive. She needs my slewer more than she needs to be vindictive. He seemed so certain of that last part. Certain of what he was certain of, uncertain of everything else. Like most of us, if we're honest. I looked at that strong face, the jaw a little wide for my taste, the bones of the cheek a little too sculpted. I liked a softer look to my men, but he was undeniably handsome. His hair was a perfect white, thick and straight, held back in a loose ponytail. The hair fell to his knees like one of the older Sedae, even though Sholto was only about 200 years, give or take. The shoulders were broad, the chest looked good under the white button-down shirt. The shirt fell absolutely smooth, and I wondered if he were using some sort of glamour to make it so, because I knew that what lay under the shirt was not smooth. The offer is very unexpected, Sholto. I'd like some time to think about it, if I may. Until tomorrow night, he said. I nodded and stood. He stood as well. I found myself staring at his chest and stomach, trying to see that movement I'd noticed on the street. Nothing showed. He was wasting glamour on keeping it hidden. I don't know if I can do this, I said. What? He asked. I motioned at him. I saw you once without a shirt when I was much younger. The sight stayed with me. His face paled, eyes hardening. He was throwing his walls back in place. I understand. The thought of touching me frightens you. I do understand, Meredith. He let out a long breath. It was a pretty thought while it lasted. He turned away from me, gathering his long coat from the back of the chair where he'd laid it. The heavy tail of hair lay like a white furred stripe down his body. Sholto, I said. He didn't turn around, just held the length of hair over one shoulder while he put on his coat. I didn't say no, Sholto. He turned then. His face was still closed, careful, all the emotions I'd worked so hard to find buried again. Then what are you saying? I'm saying no intimacy tonight, but I can't say yes to being with you until I understand the full extent of what our connection would entail. Everything? He made it a question again. Now who's being coy? I said. I watched the idea take shape on his face, in his eyes. A strange little smile played on his lips. Are you asking to see more of me? Yes, I said. I need to understand how I truly feel about your unique nature. He smiled, and it was warm, with an edge of uncertainty. It was his real smile, that edge of charm and fear. That is the kindest way anyone has ever described my unique nature. If I can't be with you in joy and shared pleasure, then your dream of matching your glow with another falls apart. A Sedae does not glow for things that are duty and not pleasure. He nodded. I understand. I hope so, because it's more than just understanding your nature. I need to experience a connection to see if, I spread my hands wide, if I can do this. But no intimacy tonight? His voice was as close to playful as I'd ever heard it. You dream of a Sedae connection and have never had it. I have had it, and for 3, nearly 4 years I've gone without. I miss home, Sholto. Strange and perverse as it is, I miss it. If I agree to this, then I get a Sedae companion and home. Not to mention I'm escaping a death sentence. You are not a fate worse than death, Sholto. Some have thought so over the years. He tried to make it a joke, but his eyes gave him away. That's why I need to see what I'm getting myself into. Do I raise the question of love, or is that too naive for a king and a princess? He asked. I smiled, but this time it was sad. I tried love once. It betrayed me. Griffin is a worthless thing, Meredith, unworthy of such depth of emotion, and certainly incapable of returning it. I found that out eventually. Love is grand while it lasts, Sholto, but it doesn't last. We looked at each other. I wondered if my eyes were as tired and full of regret as his.
Am I supposed to argue with you and tell you some love does last? Sholto asked. Are you going to? He smiled and shook his head. No. I held my hand out to him. No lies, Sholto, not even the pretty ones. His hand was very warm, wrapped around mine. Let me take you to bed and see what I'm bargaining for. He let me lead him toward the bed. Do I get to see what I'm bargaining for? I pulled him backward toward the bed so I could watch his face. If you like. A look passed through his eyes that was neither sea-day, nor human, nor slug, but simply male. I like, he said. After their night of shared intimacy, she reflected on their connection. He threw back his head and laughed, a loud, joyous sound. He looked at me with shining eyes, and it wasn't magic that made them glitter, just laughter. He looked younger, more relaxed. I realized that with his white hair and skin, those gold eyes, that he'd be welcomed at the Sealy Court. If he could keep his shirt on, they'd never suspect. The laughter faded round the edges. Now you look solemn, he said. I was just thinking that you look more Sealy Court than I do. He frowned. You mean the blood auburn hair? And my lack of height, and the breasts are a little too plentiful for sea-day style. He grinned then, wide and sudden. It has to be the women who are complaining about the breasts. No man would dream of it. That made me smile. You're right, my mother, my aunt, my cousins. They're just jealous, he said. Pretty to think so, I said. He let the gray overcoat fall to the floor, then undid a button of his cuff. He watched my face while he did it. He undid the other sleeve and moved to the first shirt button, the second, fanning the cloth to expose a triangle of white gleaming skin. A third button, and the first swell of chest muscle came into view. His fingers went to the fourth button, but he didn't undo it. I would ask for a kiss now, before you see. I would have asked why, but I thought I knew.
He was afraid that once I saw all of him, he wouldn't get his kiss. I crawled across the bed toward him. Sholto put his hands on the bed and lowered himself to his knees. He moved down until his chin was nearly touching the bed, his hands flat on the bedspread. I stayed on all fours above him. He gazed up at me, and I lowered my face toward his in a sort of push-up position. I gave him his kiss, a soft brush of lips, and Sholto started to pull away. I touched his face gently. Not yet, I said. Sholto was right. Once I saw all his extras, he might not get another kiss. If it was the only touch of Psy hands that he would ever know, I wanted it to be memorable. A kiss couldn't make up for not having ever felt the touch of Psy flesh, but it was all I could offer. In his own way, he was as alone as Uther. Sholto laid his chin back on the bed, rolling his eyes up at me. He waited for me patiently, totally passive, waiting for me to do whatever I was going to do. In that instant, I had another question answered. If I was going to tie myself to any one person for a lifetime, we'd have to have more in common than just Psy blood. He'd have to share my love of pain. I lay flat on the bed so that our faces were even. Open your mouth, just a little, I said. He did it without question. I liked that. I kissed his upper lip, softly, gently. Our kiss deepened, becoming more intimate and exploring. He was completely passive at first, letting me lead. Then he began to kiss me back. He kissed slowly, almost hesitantly, as if it were his first time, and I knew it wasn't. Then his mouth pressed against mine harder, more demanding. I bit his lower lip, gently but firmly. He made a small noise in his throat and rose to his knees, pulling me with him, hands on my arms. His kiss mashed against my lips. The kiss was hard enough it hurt, and I had to open my mouth wider, letting our mouths connect completely, as deeply as he wanted, just to keep from being bruised. He pushed me back against the bed, and I let him, but I noticed that he kept his body above mine, using his hands to prop himself up so only our mouths touched. I drew back from the kiss enough to look down the line of his body. I could feel his body above mine like a trembling line of energy. It was as if the weight of his body was already pressed against mine, as if I could already feel the heaviness of him against me. His aura, his magic, had substance, like a second body pressing outward from him. The press of power trapped my breath in my throat, brought my pulse racing. His magic drew the blood in my body like a magnet draws metal. Even with Roan covered in Branwen's tears, it hadn't been like this. It had been wondrous, but it hadn't been this. And this was what I wanted, needed, craved. Sholto stared down at me with a kind of soft wonder on his face. What is that? I realized he could feel my power as I felt his. I could have simply said, magic, but the last time I'd been with another Psy had been Griffin, and he had explained to me how my power was a lesser glow, a paltry thing. Once I'd believed him, now I didn't. I had to ask, because I might never be with another Psy. I might never be able to answer the doubts that Griffin had put in my mind. What does it feel like? I asked. Warm, like heat rising off your body, pressing against my skin. He balanced on one arm, using his free hand to caress the air between us like he was stroking something that had shape, weight. The feel of him stroking his hand along my aura made me close my eyes, my body writhing under that not touch. He pushed his hand through the energy, and even with closed eyes, I knew where his hand was. It clings to my hand like it's a bowl of something that sucks against my skin as I reach into it, Sholto said, voice breathy, filled with the wonder his face had shown. I felt his hand thrust through the power, as if my body were underwater and his hand brought cool air with it. His hand didn't just touch my side, it breached my shields, forced his magic inside me. It brought my eyes wide open, froze my breath in my throat. It forced me to lash out with my own power, to cover it like holding a hand over a wound. His body jerked at the touch of my magic. He looked at me with half-parted lips, his pulse thudding like a trapped thing against the fragile skin of his throat. I had no idea what I was missing. I nodded, staring up at him, flat on the bed, his hand like a throbbing weight over my ribs. This is only the beginning, I said, and my voice had fallen to a hoarse whisper. I wasn't trying to sound sexy, it was all the voice left me with the press of him above me. In that moment, I couldn't think of any deformity that would keep me from saying yes. I reached for his shirt. He moved his hand off of me so he could support his weight on both hands and I could reach the buttons of his shirt. I undid the next button. Nothing popped out. I undid another button. The power wavered like heat rising from pavement. Let go of the illusion, Sholto. Let me see. His voice was a whisper. I'm afraid. I stared up at him. Do you really think I want to lose a chance at this? I want to end this exile, Sholto. I'm tired of pretending, of settling. I want it all back. I caressed a hand over the front of his throat, and the mix of our power flowed behind my hand like an invisible veil. Sigh flesh, pleasure to equal mine. To walk into the hollow hills and be welcome, I want to go home, Sholto. Drop your glamour and let me see what you look like. He did what I asked. The tentacles spilled out of the shirt, and analogies like nest of snakes or the spill of intestines when you open someone's gut came to mind. I froze, and this time when my breath caught in my throat, it wasn't from passion. Sholto started to back away immediately, standing, turning so I couldn't see. I had to grab his arm to stop him. My reaction had shut down the magic between us, or rather, his reaction to my reaction had. His arm was just an arm under my hand, warm and alive, but nothing more. I gripped his arm tight with both my hands. I tried to turn him back toward me, but he resisted. I rose on my knees, keeping one hand on his arm, but reached across his body to grab the far side of his shirt. Nothing touched me as I reached across his body, and there should have been a lot of things touching me. He'd called the glamour back in place. I wasn't feeling what was really there. I dragged him back around to face me. The shirt was open to mid-stomach. The chest and stomach were pale, muscular, smooth, perfect. I undid another button. The stomach that showed was cobblestone, like an ad for the aftershot in a gym commercial. Sholto let me unbutton the shirt and pull it out enough that he was exposed down to the leather of his belt, but he wouldn't look at me. I guess if you're going to hide behind glamour, it might as well be handsome. He did look at me then, and he looked angry. If this was my true appearance, you wouldn't turn from me. If this was your real appearance, you'd have never become king of the host. Something passed through his eyes, something I couldn't read, but anything was better than the anger tinged with bitterness. I would have been a noble of the Psy court, he said. A lord, nothing better. Your mother's bloodline isn't good enough for a greater title.
"I am a lord," he said. I nodded. "Yes, on your own power, your own merit. The queen could not let such a power walk away from our court without a title." He smiled, but it was bitter, and that anger crept back into his eyes. "Are you saying it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven?" I shook my head. "Never, but I am saying that you have everything your mother's blood could have given you, and you are a king." He stared down at me, his face that arrogant mask again, the one I saw so often at court. "My mother's blood could have given me you." "I haven't turned you down," I said.
I saw the look on your face, felt the reluctance in your body. You don't have to say it out loud for it to be true. I started to pull his shirt out of his pants. He grabbed my hands. "Don't. If you walk away now, then it's finished. Drop your illusions, Sholto. Let me see." I did that. He jerked the shirt out of my hands so hard that he almost dragged me off the bed as he moved away. "It'd be nice if I could have embraced you without flinching. I am sorry that I couldn't, but give a girl a chance. The first look is a little overwhelming." He shook his head. "You're right. I am king of the slaw. I will not be humiliated." I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him. He looked perfect, if a little sulky. But it wasn't real, and I'd spent the last few years hiding, pretending. Pretense, no matter how pretty, can grow very old. Though they rejected him, there was no one that epitomized the Unseelie court better than Sholto did. King of the Slaw is not an inherited title, it is earned. "Earned?" I said. "How earned?" He shook his head. "I am having trouble thinking." "I wonder why that is. I made it teasing, but I didn't mean it. I wished I did. I could have taken him a piece at a time. Maybe if he'd had just 1 or 2 tentacles, but he had over a dozen. The thought of pressing my naked body against him, of being embraced by the nest of tentacles, the thought made me shudder. Sholto mistook my reaction, and one of the muscular tentacles brushed my hair like another man would use his hand. I closed my eyes, raised my face to the touch, tried to enjoy the caress, but I couldn't. For a night, maybe, but not night after night. I just couldn't. I lowered my face, and the tentacle moved away. I held him, feeling the solid form, but because of what lay writhing just above, I couldn't take the pleasure in it that I should have. Sholto was watching me expectantly, as if I'd already said yes. The logical thing would have been to stand up, kiss him, and bow out. But if I kissed him, the mass of tentacles would wrap around me, and Sholto would know how I truly felt. I didn't want him to see me pull away in horror. I wanted perhaps his last touch of Side flesh to be something pleasant, not humiliating. If I couldn't stand to go higher up his body, well, there was only one way to go: lower. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, I opened my eyes and found his skin white, nearly translucent with power. I looked up slowly, and every inch of him was a shimmering, glowing thing. The ends of the smaller tentacles glowed like red embers, and the higher tentacles showed a play of marbled color like colored lightning under the skin. The play of soft red, softer violet, bands of gold like the color of his eyes pulsing against the white light of his skin was beautiful. I stared up at him, and in that moment, all I could see was beauty. He was as he was meant to be, a thing carved from light, filled with color and magic. That power rose off of him in a skin-caressing, body-vibrating roll, embracing me like some invisible, living silken blanket. I wanted to step into it, to feel it enfold me. "Undo your hair." My voice sounded strange, like someone else was speaking. Sholto undid the clasp of his hair and shook it out around his body. The hair fell past his knees in a glittering fall like new snow. I grabbed 2 handfuls of it and pulled gently. It had been so long since I'd had hair that could cascade over my body like this. It was like holding heavy living satin. I pushed the cups of my bra down and brushed his hair across my chest. That one touch made me shudder, and this time it was passion. I looked up at him, still on my knees. "Do you think we could behave ourselves if you ran all this lovely hair over my body?" Each color in his irises was glowing, The rings seemed almost to be whirling like the eye of a storm. The heat in his face changed to laughter. Shall I lie and say yes? I raised a hand, gone shining, nearly translucent, to caress along his body. Yes, lie to me, if it will keep us from stopping. Dangerous talk, he said softly. Dangerous times, I said. And we shared a moment of intense connection, making his body react from legs to shoulders, head going back, breath coming in a shuddering sigh. Meredith, he said in that tone that a man saves for only the most intimate of occasions. The sound of it made my body respond deeply. The door burst open with a crack of tearing wood and a royal of power that slammed into us like a giant hand. Sholto staggered but stayed on his feet. I ended on my butt on the floor, peering around his legs. I had an image of a dark figure moving in a blur. Then Sholto was gone, over the bed and onto the floor beyond. Nearest the gray stood framed in the doorway for a heatbeat. Then she was moving like a blur of mist toward me. I went for the bed and the gun under the pillow, and knew I'd never make it in time. I had to turn my back on the hag to have any chance of reaching the gun. I gave her my back. My hand was under the pillow, and claws slashed my bare back. I screamed, still reaching for the gun. Clawed hands wrapped around my arms and flung me to the floor. I hit the floor hard, unarmed, and Nearest was on me before I could catch my breath. I kicked at her, and she slashed my legs through the slacks. I kept trying to kick at her and get to my feet, but she never gave me the chance. She attacked, slashing the air, my slacks, the flesh underneath, until I crawled to the wall and there was nowhere else to run. She was shrieking at me. He's ours, ours, ours. Each word was punctuated with a slash. I had my arms in front of my body, but she was going to strip the flesh from my arms, and it wouldn't stop her. I'd expected the glow to be gone in a wash of terror and pain, but I was still a shining thing. Blood spilled out of my arms in a wash of glittering crimson, as if my very blood glowed. I felt power like a warm fist rising up inside my body, spreading out, but not like any magic I'd ever felt before. The power flared through me, and my body shone so brightly that the hag hesitated. Then she yelled, "I'll eat your skin off, girl, and you won't glow anymore." She slashed my arms until I cried out, and I saw that black-taloned hand coming at my face, my eyes. I pushed my hand into her bony chest between her breasts, and power spilled up my arm, out my hand. I felt it smash into the hag. She stopped trying to slash me and just knelt frozen above me. The power flowing through me hurt. It felt like every fiber of my body was being burned all at once. I screamed and tried to stop it, but the pain grew, until I looked at Nearest through vision gone gray and spotted. I was close to passing out from the pain, and if I did that, Nearest would kill me. My body felt like it was being pulled apart with red-hot knives. I finally found voice to scream again, and Nearest joined me. She pulled away from me, crawling to lean against the side of the bed. She watched me with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on her twisted face. Her skin began to flow. It was the only word I had for it. Her skin began to flow like thick water, spilling over her hand like a glove. Nearest was screaming, "No, no!" Her body began to fold upon itself, the bones sliding out of place, the muscles sliding to the surface like logs rising in water. Blood spilled onto the carpet, then thicker, darker fluids burst in an acrid wash from her. I watched her heart move to the surface of her body and draw the rest of her internal organs with it like a string of fish. She screamed for a very long time, and even when she was reduced to a large round ball of flesh, you could still hear her screams, muffled, distant, but alive. Nearest was immortal. Being turned inside out didn't stop that. My pain was fading now, like an amputated limb that still hurt. I'd seen my father do similar things.
It had been one of his hands of power, the one that earned him the title Prince of Flesh. I started crawling for the door, watching that pulsing, moving thing that I had made.
When I cleared the end of the bed, I could see Black Agnes holding Sholto in a compromising position. He was struggling, but she held his arms down, pinning his body. There are things among the Fae physically stronger than the sea. The hags are one of them. I went for the splintered door and heard Agnes's voice chase me down the hall. "Nerys, kill that white, difficult person." The last thing I heard was a plaintive, "Nerys?" I was in the elevators before the next round of screaming started. If Black Agnes had wanted me dead before, what I'd done to her sister wouldn't make her change her mind. It seemed to take a long time to ride down to the lobby. I was shaking, cold. I raised my arms in front of my face. Both arms were bloodied, hurting with that sharp pain that only slash cuts give, but my left arm was the worst. I could see bone in the cut on the side of my left forearm. Blood flowed from it to run in a steady, red stream from my elbow to the elevator floor. My slacks were soaked, nearly purple with blood. I was hurt enough for shock, but I didn't think that was it. It was the magic. I'd done what could only be a hand of power. I'd done something my father could have done. It was his most terrible power, one that even he used with regret, because they don't die. Nerys wouldn't die. She would be trapped in a prison of her own flesh and fluids forever. The moment I saw him, fear rushed through me in a wave of coldness that left my fingertips tingling. If he hadn't saved my life once already, I'd have been sure he meant my death now. He was the Queen's right hand. She would say, "Where is my darkness? Bring me my darkness." And someone would die or bleed or both. It was Doyle that should have been given the task of my death, not Sholto. Had he saved me earlier to kill me now? "I mean you no harm, Princess Meredith." The moment he said it out loud, I could breathe again. Doyle didn't play word games. He said what he meant what he said. The problem was that most of the time he said things like, "I've come to kill you." But this time he meant me no harm. Why? Or rather, why not? I was standing trapped in a ladies' room with wards that would not hold on the door and window. Eventually the sluagh would break through, and I didn't trust Sholto to save me from them. If it had been almost anyone but Doyle, I'd have fallen into his arms with relief, or just let myself faint from blood loss and shock. But it was Doyle, and he simply wasn't a person that you fell into the arms of, not without checking for knives first. "What do you want, Doyle?" The words came out harsher than I meant them to, angry, but I didn't take them back or apologize for the tone. I was fighting not to shiver visibly and failing. I was still bleeding from a half-dozen wounds on my arms, blood sliding inside my slacks like a warm worm working against my skin. I needed help, and I couldn't hide that fact from him. It put me in a very weak bargaining position. When dealing with the Queen, that was a bad place to be. And make no mistake about it, when dealing with Doyle, you were dealing with the Queen, unless things had changed drastically in the court in 3 short years. "To obey my Queen in all things." His voice was like his skin, dark. It made me think of molasses and other thick, sweet things. A voice so deep it could hit notes low enough to make my spine shiver. "That's not an answer," I said. His hair looked very short and clipped close to his head, black, but not as black as his skin. But I knew the hair wasn't short, it was long. His hair was always in a tight, thick braid down his back. I couldn't see it, but I knew the braid reached to his ankles. The braid left the tips of his pointed ears bare and visible. The green flame glittered off the earrings in those fantastic ears. 2 fine diamond studs graced each dark earlobe, and 2 dark jewels, almost the color of his skin, sat beside the diamonds like dark stars. Small silver hoops climbed up the cartilage of both ears to the very top, where the ear curled into a soft, fleshy point. The ears showed that he was not full high court, but a bastard mix like myself. Only the ears betrayed him, and he could have hidden them behind his hair, but he almost never did. I glanced down at the small silver necklace that was the only other jewelry he wore. A small silver spider, with its fat body and the shape of some dark jewel, sat on the black cloth of his chest. "I should have remembered that your livery is a spider." He gave a very small smile, which for Doyle was an outrageous amount of expression. "Normally I would give you time to adjust to my presence, our predicament, but your wards will not hold forever. We must act if you are to be saved." "Lord Sholto was sent here by the Queen to kill me. Why send you to save me? Even for her that makes no sense." "The Queen did not send Sholto." I stared up at him. Did I dare believe him? We rarely lied outright to each other, but someone was lying to me because they couldn't both be telling the truth. "Sholto said I was under the Queen's order of execution." "Think, Princess. If Queen Andize truly desired your execution, she'd drag you home so that the court could see what happens to Sivi who flee the court against royal orders. She would make an example of you." He motioned at the room, his hands spreading flame as he moved, like after-images. "She would not have you killed in hiding where no one would see." The flame collected back upon itself like water droplets sliding over a plate, but stayed dancing above his fingertips. I put a hand on the edge of the sink. If this conversation didn't end soon, I was going to be on my knees, because standing wasn't going to be an option. How much blood had I lost? How much blood was I still losing? "You mean that the Queen would want to see me die?" I said. "Yes," he said. Something thudded into the window with enough force that the room seemed to shake. Doyle whirled toward the sound, drawing a long knife, or a small sword, from behind his back. The greenish flames hung floating.
It had been one of his hands of power, the one that earned him the title Prince of Flesh. I started crawling for the door, watching that pulsing, moving thing that I had made. When I cleared the end of the bed, I could see Black Agnes holding Sholto in a compromising position. He was struggling, but she held his arms down, pinning his body. There are things among the Fae physically stronger than the Sithe. The hags are one of them. I went for the splintered door and heard Agnes's voice chase me down the hall. "Neris, kill that white, difficult person." The last thing I heard was a plaintive, "Neris?" I was in the elevators before the next round of screaming started. If Black Agnes had wanted me dead before, what I'd done to her sister wouldn't make her change her mind. It seemed to take a long time to ride down to the lobby. I was shaking, cold. I raised my arms in front of my face. Both arms were bloodied, hurting with that sharp pain that only slash cuts give. But my left arm was the worst. I could see bone in the cut on the side of my left forearm. Blood flowed from it to run in a steady red stream from my elbow to the elevator floor. My slacks were soaked nearly purple with blood. I was hurt enough for shock, but I didn't think that was it. It was the magic. I'd done what could only be a hand of power. I'd done something my father could have done. It was his most terrible power, one that even he used with regret, because they don't die. Neris wouldn't die. She would be trapped in a prison of her own flesh and fluids forever. The moment I saw him, fear rushed through me in a wave of coldness that left my fingertips tingling. If he hadn't saved my life once already, I'd have been sure he meant my death now. He was the Queen's right hand. She would say, "Where is my darkness? Bring me my darkness." And someone would die, or bleed, or both. It was Doyle that should have been given the task of my death, not Sholto. Had he saved me earlier, to kill me now? "I mean you no harm, Princess Meredith." The moment he said it out loud, I could breathe again. Doyle didn't play word games. He said what he meant what he said. The problem was that most of the time he said things like, "I've come to kill you." But this time he meant me no harm. Why? Or rather, why not? I was standing trapped in a ladies' room with wards that would not hold on the door and window. Eventually the Slua would break through, and I didn't trust Sholto to save me from them. If it had been almost anyone but Doyle, I'd have fallen into his arms with relief, or just let myself faint from blood loss and shock. But it was Doyle,
and he simply wasn't a person that you fell into the arms of, not without checking for knives first. What do you want, Doyle? The words came out harsher than I meant them to, angry, but I didn't take them back or apologized for the tone. I was fighting not to shiver visibly and failing. I was still bleeding from a half-dozen wounds on my arms, blood sliding inside my slacks like a warm worm working against my skin. I needed help, and I couldn't hide that fact from him. It put me in a very weak bargaining position. When dealing with the Queen, that was a bad place to be. And make no mistake about it, when dealing with Doyle, you were dealing with the Queen, unless things had changed drastically in the court in 3 short years. To obey my Queen in all things. His voice was like his skin, dark. It made me think of molasses and other thick, sweet things.
I'm listening. He reached his empty right hand toward me, and I flinched, falling back on my butt on the floor. I must touch you, Princess. Why? The glass cracked enough that wind oozed through the room. I could hear something large rubbing against the wall, and the high twittering calls of the night flyers urging their beefy brethren on. I can kill some of them, my princess, but not all of them. I will lay my life down for you, but it will not be enough, not against the might of nearly the entire slew. He leaned in close enough that I had to either let him touch me or lie on the floor and start crawling crabwise backward away from him. I laid my hand against him, touching the leather of his jacket. He continued pushing forward, and my hand slid off to the black t-shirt underneath. I felt something wet. I jerked back, and my hand was covered black in the eerie half-light. "You're bleeding," I said. "The slew were most persistent that I did not find you tonight." I had to put one hand behind me to keep from falling to the ground because he was that close. Close enough to kiss or to kill. "What do you want, Doyle?" The glass behind us shattered, spraying the floor in a tinkling shower of shards like a sharp, hard rain. "My apologies, but there is no time for niceties." He let the sword fall to the floor and grabbed my upper arms. He pulled me against him, and I had a second to realize that he meant to kiss me. If he'd tried to knife me, I'd have been prepared, or at least not surprised, but a kiss? I was lost. His skin smelled like some exotic spice. His lips were soft, and the kiss— "I'm listening." He reached his empty right hand toward me, and I flinched, falling back on my butt on the floor. "I must touch you, Princess." "Why?" The glass cracked enough that wind oozed through the room. I could hear something large rubbing against the wall, and the high twittering calls of the night flyers urging their beefy brethren on. "I can kill some of them, my princess, but not all of them. I will lay my life down for you, but it will not be enough, not against the might of nearly the entire slew." He leaned in close enough that I had to either let him touch me or lie on the floor and start crawling crabwise backward away from him. I laid my hand against him, touching the leather of his jacket. He continued pushing forward, and my hand slid off to the black t-shirt underneath. I felt something wet. I jerked back, and my hand was covered black in the eerie half-light. "You're bleeding," I said. "The slew were most persistent that I did not find you tonight." I had to put one hand behind me to keep from falling to the ground because he was that close. Close enough to kiss or to kill. "What do you want, Doyle?" The glass behind us shattered, spraying the floor in a tinkling shower of shards like a sharp, hard rain. "My apologies, but there is no time for niceties." He let the sword fall to the floor and grabbed my upper arms. He pulled me against him, and I had a second to realize that he meant to kiss me. If he'd tried to knife me, I'd have been prepared, or at least not surprised. But a kiss? I was lost. His skin smelled like some exotic spice. His lips were soft, and the kiss gentle. I was frozen in his arms, too shocked to know what to do, as if he'd bespelled me. He whispered against my lips. "She said, 'It must be given to you as it was given to me.'" There was a thread of anger in his whispered words. I heard something fall through the window, a heavy plop. Doyle released me so suddenly that I fell back to the floor. In one fluid movement, he picked up the sword, turned, and moved across the floor in a dance-like movement that never left his knees. He drove the sword into a black tentacle as big as he was that had spilled through the crack in the window. Something screamed on the other side of the broken glass. He pulled the sword from the tentacle, and it began to retract through the window. Doyle stood, moving just ahead of its motion. He raised the sword above his head and brought it down with a force that made the blade a shining blur. The tentacle fell in pieces in a wash of blood that spilled like black water in the greenish-yellow light. The rest of the tentacle retracted through the window to a sound like the wind howling. Doyle turned back to me. "That will make them hesitate, but not for long." He strode toward me, bloody sword naked in his hand. It had all happened in seconds. He'd even managed to stand to one side so the blood had missed him, as if he'd known where to stand or what the blood would do. Watching him move toward me, I couldn't stay on the ground. He was here to keep me alive, but as he moved closer, every instinct I had screamed out. He was an elemental thing, carved of darkness and half-light, armed with a killing sword and moving toward me like death incarnate. In that one moment, I knew why humans had fallen down and worshipped us. I used the sinks to pull myself to my feet because I could not meet him crouched like a hunted thing. I had to stand before that dark grace or bow down before it like a human worshiper. Standing made the room waver in lines of color and darkness. I was so lightheaded I was afraid I'd fall, but I kept my feet with a death grip on the sinks. When my vision cleared, I was still upright, and Doyle was close enough that I could see green flames reflected in the dark mirrors of his eyes. He was suddenly holding me so close that the blood on his shirt slapped cool against my skin. His hands were so strong as they moved up my back, pressing me against his body. "The Queen put her mark within me to give to you. Once you have it, all will know that to harm you is to risk the Queen's mercy." "The kiss," I said. He nodded. "She said I must give it to you as she gave it to me. Forgive me." He kissed me before I could ask what he was seeking forgiveness for. He kissed me with an intensity that took me by surprise. I found myself responding, opening my mouth to him, returning the kiss. A tension went out of his body. I grabbed his black t-shirt and began to pull it out of his pants. It was so wet with blood that it clung to his skin, but I pulled it free. I ran my hands over the flatness of his stomach, upward to the smooth swell of his chest. He leaned into me, the hand on my back pressing against my bare skin. My hands found the wound high up on his chest. It was wide, a deep slash. 3 things happened at once. I touched his wound, his body stiffened, and I felt him react to the pain. I think he would have released me then, but the 3rd thing happened on the heels of his pain, as the Queen's mark transferred from his mouth to mine. A sweet rush of power filled my mouth, pouring from Doyle's body into mine and melting warm between our lips. The power swelled inside us, filling us to the brim with warmth like mulled wine poured into twin cups, until it flowed through our bodies. Doyle broke the kiss, pulling away from me. I slid to the floor, not from blood loss this time, but because my knees wouldn't hold me. I couldn't seem to focus on anything, as if I were looking at the world through a haze. Doyle was leaning both hands on the sinks, head down, as if he was lightheaded too. I heard him say, "Consort, save me." I don't know what my snappy comeback would have been, because the door burst open, slamming into the far stalls. Sholto was silhouetted in the doorway. He'd thrown the gray overcoat across his bare chest, but the nest of tentacles showed like some monster trying to pull itself from his skin. I had a sense of movement behind me, and turned to see Doyle go for the sword that he'd laid in the sink. I felt Sholto's power rise like a wind in the lighted doorway. I realized suddenly that they both thought the other had come to kill me. I had time to yell, "No!" Doyle's flame vanished, swallowed into a darkness that was velvet and perfect, and filled with the sounds of moving bodies. I screamed, "Don't! Sholto, Doyle, don't hurt each other!" I heard flesh hitting flesh, the sliding footsteps as someone glided through the dark. Someone drew a hard breath, then small noises. "Gosh, listen to me. Neither of you is here to harm me. You both want me alive." I don't know if they didn't hear me or didn't care. There was at least one sword being used in the dark, so I didn't get up and walk toward the light switch. I crawled. I kept the weight of the sinks to my right and searched the darkness just ahead with my left hand. The fight continued in almost utter silence. I could hear them straining against each other. Someone cried out, and I said a silent prayer that no one was dead.
I almost crawled into the wall, touching it at the last second. I worked my way up until I found the light switch. I hit the lights, and the room was suddenly blindingly bright. I was left blinking in the brilliance. The two civae were locked together, bodies straining against one another. Doyle was on his knees, a tentacle wrapped around his neck. Sholto was covered in blood, and it took my eyes a second to realize that one of his stomach tentacles had been severed and lay twitching next to Doyle's knee. Doyle still held the sword, but Sholto's hand and two tentacles held it away from the other cidae. Their other hands were locked against each other, as if they were engaged in a game of finger wrestling. Except this was no game. I was actually surprised that Sholto seemed to be holding his own. Doyle was the acknowledged champion of the Unseelie court.
There were very few who could stand against him, and almost none who would win. Sholto wasn't on that short list, or so I thought. Then I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a small glow. When I looked straight at it, nothing was there. Magic is like that sometimes, only visible through peripheral vision. There was something glowing on Sholto's hand, a ring. As I watched, the sword slipped from Doyle's grip, and he started to go limp in Sholto's grasp. Sholto grabbed the sword in his hand before it could hit the ground. The tentacles stayed around Doyle's arm. I was moving forward before I had time to think of what I'd do when I got there. Sholto held Doyle's limp body in his tentacles and raised the sword in a two-handed overhead plunge like you'd use to drive a knife into someone's chest. I was behind Doyle as the sword started down. I curled my body over his, one hand upraised, my gaze never leaving that glittering blade. I had a heartbeat to wonder if Sholto would stop in time. Then he reversed the sword and held it pointed at the ceiling. "What are you doing, Meredith?" "He's here to save me, not kill me." "He is the Queen's darkness. If she desires your death, he will be her instrument." "But he has mortal dread, one of her personal weapons. He carried her mark in his body to give to me. If you'll calm down long enough to look with more than just your eyes, you'll see it." Sholto blinked at me, then frowned. "Then why would she send me to kill you? Even for undyes, that makes no sense. If you'll stop strangling him, maybe we can figure it out." He looked down at Doyle's limp body, still hanging from the tentacles, and said, "Oh," as if he'd forgotten he was still squeezing the life from the other man. "Technically, you couldn't strangle a city to death, but I'd never been comfortable testing the limits of immortality. You never knew when you'd find a chink in the armor big enough to die through." Sholto uncurled his limbs from Doyle, and the other man fell into my arms, his weight driving me to my knees. I wasn't losing enough blood for this much weakness. It was either shock or something to do with using a hand of power for the first time. Whatever was causing it, I wanted to close my eyes and rest, and that just wasn't going to be happening. I sat on the floor, cradling Doyle's head in my lap. The pulse in his neck was strong, steady, but he did not wake. He took 2 quick breaths, then his head threw back, eyes wide, and he took a great gasp of air. He sat up coughing. I saw him tense, and Sholto must have too, because the sword was suddenly pointed at Doyle's face. Doyle froze, staring up at the other man. "Finish it." "No one is finishing anything," I said. Neither man looked at me. I couldn't see Doyle's expression, but I could see Sholto's, and I did not like what I saw. Anger, satisfaction. He wanted to kill Doyle. It was there on his face, plain to see. "Doyle saved me, Sholto. He saved me from your slua." "If you had not warded the door, I would have been here in time," Sholto said. "If I had not warded the door, you would have been in time to mourn over my dead body, but not in time to save me." Sholto still wouldn't take his gaze from Doyle. "How did he get inside when I could not?" "I am City," Doyle said. "So am I," Sholto said. The anger in his face hardened just a bit. I slapped Doyle's shoulder, hard enough to sting. He didn't turn, but he winced. "Don't bait him, Doyle." I was not baiting, merely stating a fact. This entire fight was beginning to feel very personal, as if there was business between the two of them that had nothing to do with me. Look, I don't know what you have against each other, but call me selfish, I don't care. I want out of this very bathroom alive, and that takes priority over whatever personal vendetta the two of you have. So stop acting like little boys and start behaving like members of the royal bodyguards. Get me out of here in one piece." "She's right," Doyle said, softly. "The great darkness bowing out of a fight? Inconceivable. Or is it that I'm the one with the sword now?" Sholto moved the sword a fraction forward, touching the tip to the indentation in Doyle's upper lip. "A sword that can kill any fae, even a city nobleman. Oh, I forget, you're not afraid of anything." There was a bitterness, a mockery, to Sholto's voice that said without doubt that I'd stepped into an old grudge. "I fear many things," Doyle said, his voice calm, neutral. "Death is not one of them. But the ring on your finger is something that I am wary of. How did you get beothalocked? I have not seen it used in centuries." Sholto raised his hand so the dark bronze of the ring glimmered dully in the lights. It was a heavy piece of jewelry, and I would have noticed it on his hand if it had been there earlier. It was the Queen's gift to show her blessing on this hunt. "The Queen did not give you beothalocked, not personally." Doyle sounded very sure of that. "What is beothalocked?" I asked. "Vitality," Doyle said. "It steals the very life and skill of your opponent, which is the only way that he bested me in a fight." Sholto flushed. It was considered a sign of weakness to need more magic than you had in your own body to defeat another city. Basically, Doyle had said that Sholto couldn't win a fair fight and had to cheat. But it wasn't cheating, just less than chivalrous. Really, chivalry? Come back alive. It was what I told any man I'd ever loved, including my father, before every duel. "The ring proves that I have the Queen's favor," Sholto said, his face still colored by his anger. "The ring did not come from the Queen's own hand to yours," Doyle said, "any more than your order to kill the princess came from her mouth." "I know who speaks for the Queen and who does not," Sholto said, and it was his turn to sound certain. "Really?" Doyle said. "And if I had come to you and given you the Queen's orders, would you have believed me?" Sholto frowned but nodded. "You are the Queen's darkness. When your mouth moves, her words come out of it." Then hear these words: "The Queen wants Princess Meredith alive and back home." I couldn't read all the thoughts moving across Sholto's face, but there were a lot of them. I tried to ask the question he would not answer for Doyle. "Did the Queen herself tell you to come to Los Angeles and kill me?" Sholto looked at me. It was a long, considering look, but finally he shook his head. "No," he said. "Who told you to come to Los Angeles and slay the princess?" Doyle asked. Sholto opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. The tension flowed out of him, and he stepped back from Doyle, lowering the sword to his side. "No, I will keep the name of the traitor to myself for now." "Why?" I asked. "Because Doyle's presence here can mean only one thing. The Queen wants you to return to court." He looked at Doyle. "I'm right, aren't I?" "Yes," Doyle said. "She wants me to return to court?" Doyle moved so he could see both Sholto and me, his back to the empty bathroom stalls. "Yes, Princess." I shook my head. "I left because people were trying to kill me, Doyle. The Queen wasn't stopping them." "They were legal duels," he said. "They were court-sanctioned assassination attempts," I said. "I did mention this to her," Doyle said. "And she said what?" "She gave me her mark to give to you. If anyone kills you now, even in a duel, they will have to face our Queen's vengeance. Trust in this, Princess. Even those who desire your death greatly will not want to pay that high a price for it." I looked up at Sholto. The movement made me slightly dizzy. Shock, definitely shock. "Fine, I'm going back to court, if the Queen can guarantee my safety. What does that have to do with you not giving us the name of the traitor? Who used the Queen's name to send you to execute me when she didn't want me dead?" "I will keep that information to myself for now," Sholto said again. His face was that arrogant mask that he wore so often at court. "Why?" I asked. "Because if the Queen allows you back to court, you don't need to bargain with me. You will be able to return to Fairy, to the Unseelie court, and I would bet my kingdom that she'll find you another side lover. So you see, Meredith, you don't need me. You'll have everything I could have offered you, and you won't be tied for a lifetime to a deformed monster." "You're not deformed, Sholto. If your hags hadn't interrupted, I'd have shown you." Something flickered over his face, rippling on the surface of his arrogance. Yes, my hags. He turned those tri-yellow eyes on me. I thought you had no hand of power, Meredith. I don't, I said. I think Nereus would argue with you on that. I didn't know, Sholto. I didn't mean to. I had no words for what I'd done to Nereus. What has happened? Doyle asked. Black Agnes lied to the Slaw. She told them that if I became intimate with Meredith, that I would become pure scythe and no longer be their king. She convinced them that they were protecting me from myself, protecting me from the wiles of the scythe witch. I raised eyebrows at that. He looked at me. But I have persuaded Agnes and the rest that you are not a danger to them. I met his eyes. I saw the method of persuasion before I ran. He nodded. Agnes expressed her gratitude, finding the experience profoundly impactful. She thinks it has something to do with your magic. She's not angry about Nereus? I asked. She wants you dead, yes, but she's afraid of you now, Meredith. The hand of flesh like your father. Who would have dreamed it? There was something in his eyes besides careful arrogance. I realized with a start that it was fear. Fear peeking through his mask. It wasn't just Black Agnes who was afraid of what I'd done up in that room. Hand of flesh, Doyle repeated. What are you saying, Sholto? Sholto held the sword out to Doyle, hilt first. Take this and come up to my room and see what our little princess has done. Nereus cannot be healed, so I request that you grant her true death before you escort Meredith home. I will see you both safely to a taxi on the off chance that my Slaw are not perfectly obedient. His words, his body language, all said that he was not happy with Doyle. With a small bow of his head, Doyle took the sword. If it is a favor you need, then I am happy to oblige, for the name of the traitor that sent you to Los Angeles falsely in the Queen's name. Sholto shook his head. I will not give up the name, not now. I will hold it until it is of use to me, or until I decide to deal with the traitor personally. If you told us the traitor's name, it would help us keep the princess safe at court. Sholto laughed then, that strange, bitter sound that passed for normal laughter for him. I will not say who sent me here, but I can guess who wanted the message given, and so can you. Meredith fled the court because Prince Sel's supporters kept challenging her to duels. If it had been anyone else behind the attempts on Meredith's life, the Queen would have stepped in and stopped it. Such an insult to the royal family would not have been allowed, not even to a mixed-breed magicless mortal. But it was her precious baby boy who was behind it, and we all knew it. So Meredith fled and hid herself away because she didn't trust the Queen to keep her alive when Sel wanted her dead. Doyle met those accusing eyes with a tranquil face. I think you will find that our Queen is no longer so tolerant of the prince's eccentricities. Sholto laughed again, and it was a painful sound. When I left the court only days ago, I'd say she was still very tolerant of Sel's eccentricities. Doyle's face was still peaceful, as if nothing the other man could do would upset him. I think that bothered Sholto more than any other reaction that Doyle could have given him. I think Doyle knew that. One problem at a time, Sholto. For now, I have the Queen's promise, and her magic, to ensure that the princess will not be harmed at court. As you wish to believe, Doyle, but for now I would ask you to aid me in bringing death to one that I valued. Doyle stood easily, as if he hadn't been nearly strangled to death moments ago. I wasn't even sure I could stand. There is more than just immortality that I miss by taking after my human blood. They both reached out to me at the same time, and I took both hands. Easy does it, boys. I just need help standing, not flying. Doyle looked at me. You are pale. How badly are you hurt? I shook my head and pulled away from them both. Not that badly. It's mostly shock, and it hurt when I did what I did to Nereus. What did you do? He asked. Come see, Sholto said. It is worth a look, or 3. He looked at me then. The news of what you have done will ride before you to the court, Meredith. Meredith, Princess of Flesh, no longer merely Esses's daughter. It is very rare for a child to receive the same gifts as the parent, Doyle said.
Sholto walked toward the door, tying the gray trench coat in place as he moved. Blood soaked into the cloth where the cut tentacle pressed against it. "Come, Doyle, bearer of the painful flame, come and see what you think of Meredith's gifts." I was familiar with the first title, but not the second. I asked, "That second title, I've never heard you called that." "It is a very old nickname," he said. "Come, Doyle, you are too modest. It was the Queen's special name for him once." I arrived back at my apartment with my hair still damp from the hotel shower. Doyle insisted on unlocking the door for me, in case it had been magically booby-trapped. He was taking his job of bodyguard seriously, but from Doyle I wouldn't have expected less. When he pronounced it safe, I walked onto the gray carpet barefoot. I was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and a pair of loose men's shorts, clothes Sholto had borrowed from Gethin. The only thing I couldn't borrow from the man was shoes. My clothes were still in the hotel room, so blood-soaked that even the underwear had been unusable. Some of the blood had been Neris's, some of it mine. I turned on the light switch by the door. The overhead light blazed to life. I'd paid extra to be able to paint the apartment a color other than white. The walls of the front room were pale pink. The couch was mauve, purple, and pink. The overstuffed chair in the corner was pink. The drapes were pink with ties of purple. Jeremy had said it was like being inside an expensively decorated Easter egg. The bookcase was white. The entertainment center was white. I turned on the standing lamp by the overstuffed chair. The light over the small white kitchen table and chairs was next. Lacy white curtains framed the big window in front of the table. The window glass was very black and somehow threatening. I closed the drapes, shutting the night out behind the white blind. I stood for a moment in front of the only painting in the front room. It was a print of The Butterfly's Haunt by W. Scott Miles. The picture was mostly green, and the butterflies were painted to nature, so there was precious little pink or purple in the picture. But you never choose a painting just because it matches a room. You choose a painting because it speaks to you, because it says something that you want to be reminded of daily. The picture had always seemed peaceful, idyllic, but tonight it was just paint on a canvas. Tonight nothing was going to please me. I turned on the kitchen lights and went for the bedroom. Doyle had stood quietly to one side as I moved around the room, turning on all the lights like a child waking from a nightmare. Light to chase away the bad things. The trouble was that the bad things were in my head now. There was no light bright enough for that. He followed me as I went into the bedroom. I hit the overhead light as I moved through the door.
"I like what you've done with the bedroom," he said. The comment made me turn and look at him. "What do you mean?" His face stayed impassive, unreadable. "The living room was so pink. I feared the bedroom would be as well." I looked around the room at the soft gray walls, the burgundy wallpaper border with its mauve, pink, and white flowers. The bed was a king-sized four-poster, leaving almost no room between the foot of the bed and the closet doors. The bedspread was a deep, rich burgundy with a mound of pillows, burgundy, purple, mauve, pink, and a few black, just a few. The mirrored dresser was cherry wood, varnished so dark it was almost black. The dresser near the window matched it. Jeremy said that my bedroom looked like a man's room, with a few touches added by his girlfriend. There was a black lacquer cabinet in the corner farthest away from the bathroom door. The cabinet was oriental, with cranes and stylized mountains. The crane had been part of my father's livery. When I bought it, I remembered thinking he would have liked it. There was a philodendron plant on top of it, grown so long that the vines fell like green hair around the beautiful wood. I looked around the room, and suddenly it felt like it wasn't mine, and I didn't belong here. I turned back to Doyle. "As if it makes a difference to you what color my bedroom is." He didn't flinch, but his face became even more unreadable, more passive, a trace of arrogance creeping in, and it reminded me of Sholto's courtly mask. The comment had been mean, and meant to be. I was angry with him for not killing Neris for me, angry with him for forcing me to do what had to be done, angry with him for everything, even the things that weren't his fault. He watched me with cool eyes. "You're quite right, Princess Meredith. Your bedroom is no concern of mine. I am a court gelding." I shook my head. No, that's the problem. You're not a gelding. None of you are. She just won't share. He shrugged, making it look graceful. The movement caused him to wince. How is your wound? I asked. You were angry with me seconds ago. Now you are not. Why? I tried to put it into words. It's not your fault. What is not my fault? You did not endanger me. You saved my life. You didn't send the slough after me. You didn't cause the hand of flesh to manifest tonight. It's not your fault. I'm angry, and I want someone to blame, but you shouldn't pay the price for other people's gosh. He raised black-on-black eyebrows at that. A most enlightened attitude for a princess. I shook my head. Drop the title, Doyle. I'm Meredith. Just Meredith. The eyebrows went up even farther, until his eyes looked impossibly wide, and his expression actually made me laugh. The laughter sounded normal, felt good. I sat down on the edge of the bed and shook my head. I didn't think I'd be laughing tonight. He knelt in front of me. You have killed before. Why is this different? I looked at him, surprised that he'd understood exactly what was bothering me. Why was it so important that I kill Neris? A Sidae comes into their power through ritual, but that doesn't mean that the power will manifest itself. After the first time the power is used, then the Sidae must bloody themselves in combat. He put a hand on the bed on either side of me, but not touching. It is a kind of blood sacrifice. It will ensure that the powers do not go back to sleep, but continue to grow. Blood makes the crops grow, I said. He nodded. Death magic is the oldest of all magics, Princess. He gave that small smile. Meredith. He said my name softly. So you had me chop Neris up so that my powers wouldn't go dormant again. He nodded again. I looked into that serious face. You said a Sidae comes into their power after a ritual. I had no ritual. The night you spent with the roan was your ritual. I shook my head. No, Doyle, we did nothing ritualistic that night. There are many rituals for awakening the power, Meredith. Combat, sacrifice, sex, and many more. It is not surprising that your power chose sex. You are descended from 3 different fertility deities. 5, actually, but I still don't understand. Your roan was covered in Branwen's tears. For that one night, he acted the part of a Sidae lover for you. He brought on your secondary powers. I knew it was magical, but I didn't know. My voice trailed off. I frowned at him. It seems like there should be more to it than just good sex. Why? It is sex that makes the miracle of life. What could be greater than that? The magic healed Roan, gave him back his sealskin. I didn't try to heal him because I didn't know I could. Doyle sat down beside the bed, his long legs curled up against the dresser. Healing one skinless Roan is nothing. I have seen Sidae raise mountains from the sea or flood entire cities when they came into their power. You were lucky. I was suddenly scared. You mean my coming into my powers could have caused some great natural disaster? Yes. You'd think someone would have warned me, I said. No one knew you were leaving us, so we could give you no parting advice. And no one knew that you had secondary powers, Meredith. The Queen was convinced that if 7 years with Griffin in your bed and years of duels had not awakened your powers, then they were not there to waken. Why now? I asked. Why after all these years? I do not know. All I know is that you are Princess of Flesh, and you have one more hand of power that has not manifested yet. It's rare for a Sidae to have more than one hand of power. Why would I have 2? Your hands had melted 2 of the metal bars on the bed. 2 bars, 1 bar for each hand. I stood and stepped away from him. How did you know that? I watched you sleep from the balcony. I saw the headboard. Why didn't you make yourself known to me? At that point you were in what amounted to a drugged sleep. I doubt I could have wakened you. Why not the night you used the spiders, the night at Alistair Norton's? You mean the human who was worshipping the Sidae? That stopped me. I stared at him. What are you talking about, Doyle? When did Norton worship the Sidae? When he stole the power from the women using Branwen's tears, Doyle said. No, I was there. I was nearly a victim. There was no ceremony invoking the Sidae. Every schoolchild in this country is taught the one thing that the Sidae were prohibited from doing when we were welcomed into this country. We could not set ourselves up as gods. We could not be worshipped.
I got the lecture at home from Father and at school in history class, government class. You are the only one of us ever educated with the common humans. I forget that sometimes. The Queen was livid when she discovered Prince Essus had enrolled you in a public school. She tried to drown me when I was 6, Doyle. She tried to drown me like a purebred puppy that came out with the wrong markings. I wouldn't think she'd have given a very what school I went to. I don't think I've ever seen the Queen so surprised as when Prince Essus took you and his entourage and set up housekeeping among the humans. He smiled, a brief flash of white in that dark face. Once she realized that the prince would not stand for your mistreatment, then she began to try and lure him back to court. She offered him much, but he refused for 10 years, long enough for you to grow from child to woman out among the humans. If she was so upset, why did she allow so many of the Unseelie court to visit us? The Queen and the Prince feared that you would grow too human if you did not see your people, though the Queen did not approve of your father's choices for his entourage. You mean Keelan? I said. He nodded.
The Queen never understood why he insisted on choosing a fae who had no Sidae blood in her veins as your constant companion. Keelan is half brownie like my grandmother. And half goblin, Doyle said, which you do not have in your background. The goblins are the foot soldiers of the Unseelie army. The Sidae declare war, but the goblins begin it. You're quoting your father now, Doyle said. Yes, I am. I was suddenly tired again. The short burst of humor, the amazing new possibilities of power, a return to the court, nothing could keep me from a bone-numbing weariness. But one thing I had to know. You said Alastair Norton was worshipping the Sidae. What did you mean by that? I meant that he used ritual to invoke the Sidae when he set up the circle of power around his bed. I recognized the symbols. You saw no ritual because even the most uneducated human would know that he was not allowed to call on Sidae power for magic. He did the preparation ritual before the women came, I said. Exactly, Doyle said. I saw a Sidae in the mirrors, but I did not see a face. Could you sense who it was? No, but they were powerful enough that I could not break through. All I could send you was my animal and my voice. It takes a great deal to bar me from a room. So one of the Sidae is allowing himself, or herself, Doyle said. I nodded. Or herself to be worshipped, and they gave Branwen's tears to a mortal to be used against other fae. Normally, humans of Fae descent would not qualify for full Fae status, but in this case, yes. To allow worship is a death sentence, I said. To allow the tears to be used against another Fae is to be condemned to torture for an indefinite period. Some would choose death over that. Have you told the Queen? Doyle pushed himself to his feet. I have told her of the Sidae who is allowing him, or herself, to be worshipped, and the tears. I need to tell her that you have the hand of flesh, and you are blooded. She must also know that it is not Sholto who is the traitor, but one who spoke using the Queen's own name. I widened eyes at him. Are you saying that she sent just you alone against Sholto and the entire Slough when she thought he had gone rogue? Doyle just looked at me. Nothing personal, but you needed backup. No, she sent me to fetch you home before Sholto left St. Louis. I arrived the night that I sent the spiders to help you. It was the next day that Sholto began traveling this way. So someone found out the Queen wanted me home, and within 24 hours they'd made a plan to have me killed? It would seem so, Doyle said. You haven't left the Queen's side in, 600, 800 years, except for assassinations? 1,023 years, to be exact. So if she doesn't mean you to kill me, then why send you? There are other of her ravens that I trust more. Trust more or like more? Doyle asked. I thought about that, then nodded. All right, like more. This is the longest conversation we've ever had, Doyle. Why did she send you, her darkness? The Queen wants you home, Meredith, but she feared you would not believe her. I am her token to you. Her darkness sent with her personal weapon in hand, with her magic in my body, to prove that she is sincere. Why does she want me home, Doyle? She sent you before I came into my power, which was a surprise to all of us. So what changed her mind? Why am I suddenly worth keeping alive? She never ordered your death.
She never stopped anyone from trying either. He gave a small bow. That I cannot argue. Then what has changed? I do not know why, Meredith, only that she wishes it. You never did ask enough questions, I said. And you, Princess, always asked too many. Maybe, but I want an answer to this question before I go back to court. Which question is that? I frowned at him. Why the change of heart, Doyle? I need to know before I trust my life to the court again. If she will not share this information? I tried to think about giving up Fairy forever because of one unanswered question. It was too big a topic for me to wrap my mind around. I don't know, Doyle, I don't know. All I do know is that I'm tired. With your permission, I will use the bathroom mirror to contact the Queen and make my report. I nodded. Help yourself. He gave as much of a bow as the crowded bedroom would allow and moved toward the bathroom door, which was around the corner, out of sight from where we stood. How did you know where the bathroom was? I asked. He glanced back at me, face pleasant, unreadable. I've seen the rest of the apartment. Where else could it be? I looked at him and didn't believe him. Either it didn't show on my face or he chose to ignore it, because he walked around the corner. I heard the bathroom door open and close. I sat on the edge of the bed and tried to remember where I'd put the sleeping bags. Doyle had saved my life tonight. The least I could do was make him comfortable. For my life, I guess I could have offered him the bed, but I was achingly tired, and I wanted the bed. Besides, until I knew exactly why he'd saved me tonight, I was holding off on the big gratitude. There are things worse than death at the Unseelie Court. Nerys was a perfect example. The Queen's mark would not be violated by such a spell. So until I was certain down to the very fiber of my being that I was not being saved for some awful fate, I'd hold on to my gratitude. I found the sleeping bags in the small closet in the living room. I had them unrolled on the foot of the bed, airing, when I heard the shouting from the bathroom.
The Queen never understood why he insisted on choosing a fae who had no Scythe blood in her veins as your constant companion. Keelan is half brownie like my grandmother, and half goblin, Doyle said, which you do not have in your background. The goblins are the foot soldiers of the Unseelie army. The Scythe declare war, but the goblins begin it. You're quoting your father now, Doyle said. Yes, I am. I was suddenly tired again. The short burst of humor, the amazing new possibilities of power, a return to the court, nothing could keep me from a bone-numbing weariness. But one thing I had to know. You said Alastair Norton was worshipping the Scythe. What did you mean by that? I meant that he used ritual to invoke the Scythe when he set up the circle of power around his bed. I recognized the symbols. You saw no ritual because even the most uneducated human would know that he was not allowed to call on Scythe power for magic. He did the preparation ritual before the women came, I said. Exactly, Doyle said. I saw a Scythe in the mirrors, but I did not see a face. Could you sense who it was? No, but they were powerful enough that I could not break through. All I could send you was my animal and my voice. It takes a great deal to bar me from a room. So one of the Scythe is, or herself, Doyle said. I nodded. Or herself to be worshipped, and they gave Branwen's tears to a mortal to be used against other fae. Normally, humans of fae descent would not qualify for full fae status, but in this case, yes. To allow worship is a death sentence, I said. To allow the tears to be used against another fae is to be condemned to torture for an indefinite period. Some would choose death over that. Have you told the Queen? Doyle pushed himself to his feet. I have told her of the Scythe who is allowing him or herself to be worshipped, and the tears. I need to tell her that you have the hand of flesh and you are blooded. She must also know that it is not Sholto who is the traitor, but one who spoke using the Queen's own name. I widened eyes at him. Are you saying that she sent just you, alone, against Sholto and the entire Sloa when she thought he had gone rogue? Doyle just looked at me. Nothing personal, but you needed backup. No, she sent me to fetch you home before Sholto left St. Louis. I arrived the night that I sent the spiders to help you. It was the next day that Sholto began traveling this way. So someone found out the Queen wanted me home, and within 24 hours they'd made a plan to have me killed? It would seem so, Doyle said.
You haven't left the Queen's side in, what, 600, 800 years, except for assassinations? 1,023 years to be exact. So, if she doesn't mean you to kill me, then why send you? There are other of her ravens that I trust more. Trust more or like more? Doyle asked. I thought about that, then nodded. All right, like more. This is the longest conversation we've ever had, Doyle. Why did she send you, her darkness? The Queen wants you home, Meredith, but she feared you would not believe her. I am her token to you. Her darkness sent with her personal weapon in hand, with her magic in my body, to prove that she is sincere. Why does she want me home, Doyle? She sent you before I came into my power, which was a surprise to all of us. So what changed her mind? Why am I suddenly worth keeping alive? She never ordered your death. She never stopped anyone from trying either. He gave a small bow. That I cannot argue. Then what has changed? I do not know why, Meredith, only that she wishes it. You never did ask enough questions, I said. And you, Princess, always asked too many. Maybe, but I want an answer to this question before I go back to court. Which question is that? I frowned at him. Why the change of heart, Doyle? I need to know before I trust my life to the court again. If she will not share this information? I tried to think about giving up Fairy forever because of one unanswered question. It was too big a topic for me to wrap my mind around. I don't know, Doyle. I don't know. All I do know is that I'm tired. With your permission, I will use the bathroom mirror to contact the Queen and make my report. I nodded. Help yourself. He gave as much of a bow as the crowded bedroom would allow and moved toward the bathroom door, which was around the corner, out of sight from where we stood. How did you know where the bathroom was? I asked. He glanced back at me, face pleasant, unreadable. I've seen the rest of the apartment. Where else could it be? I looked at him and didn't believe him. Either it didn't show on my face, or he chose to ignore it, because he walked around the corner.
Did it need stitches? I usually healed without needing them, but it should have stopped bleeding by now. I raised the nightshirt up enough to see the wound on my thigh. It was a puncture wound, very high up. She'd been trying to pierce the femoral artery. She'd meant to kill me, but I'd killed her instead. I still felt nothing about her death. It was a vast, numb place. Maybe tomorrow I'd feel bad, or maybe I wouldn't. Sometimes you just stayed numb, because anything else was not helpful. Sanity relied on numbness sometimes. I stared at myself in the mirror, and even my face was empty. My eyes held that dull, startled look that had more to do with shock than anything else. The last time I'd seen this look on my face had been after the last duel, when I knew finally that the duels would never stop until I was dead. The night I'd made my decision to run, to hide. The invitation to return to Fairy was only hours old, and already I looked like a shell-shock victim. I raised my arms again and stared at the claw marks. In a way, I'd paid the price for my return to Fairy. I'd paid in blood, flesh, pain, the coin of the Unseelie court. The Queen had invited me back and given me her promise of safety. But I knew her. She'd still want to punish me for running, for hiding, for defeating her best efforts at hunting me down. To say that my aunt is not a graceful loser is an understatement of universe-shattering proportions. There was a knock on the bathroom door. "May I come out?" Doyle asked. "I'm trying to decide that now," I said. "Excuse me?" he asked. "Fine, come out," I said. Doyle had draped the straps of the sword sheath over his bare chest. The hilt rode upside down, slightly to one side of his ribs, like a gun in a shoulder holster. The straps seemed loose, as if he'd taken off something that had been helping hold it in place. I'd never seen Doyle when he wasn't covered from neck to ankle. Even at high summer, he rarely wore short sleeves, just lighter cloth. He had a silver ring in his left nipple. It was a startling thing against the utter blackness of his skin. The wound rode above the swell of his left pectoral muscle. The scarlet of the wound looked almost decorative against his chest, like some elaborate makeup meant to tease the eye. "How badly are you hurt?" he asked. I could ask you the same thing. "I carry no mortal blood, Princess. I will heal. I ask you again, how badly are you injured?"
I'm wondering if I need stitches on the arm and... I started to raise the nightshirt on the puncture wound, but stopped in mid-motion. The Sidae are comfortable around nudity, but I'd always tried to be more circumspect around the guards. The puncture wound on my thigh, I'm wondering how deep it is. I let the purple silk fall back into place without pointing out the wound. It was very high up on my thigh, and I was still not wearing underwear. I often didn't to bed. Habit. Now I wished I had put some on. Even though Doyle couldn't tell what I was or wasn't wearing under the nightshirt, I felt suddenly underdressed. I'd have teased Jeremy, but I wouldn't have teased Uther, and I wouldn't tease Doyle, for very similar reasons. They were both cut off from that part of themselves. Uther because he'd been exiled, and there were no women of his stature. Doyle on the whim of his queen. He picked up the sleeping bags and laid them on the floor between the bed and the wall. Then he sat on the end of the bed. "May I see the wound, Princess?" I sat down on the edge of the bed beside him, smoothing the nightshirt down around me. I held my left arm out to him. He used both his hands to raise the arm up, bending it at the elbow, so he could see the wound better. His fingers felt larger than they should have, more intimate than they were. "It is deep. Some of the muscles are torn. It must hurt." He looked at me when he said the last. "I can't seem to feel much of anything right now," I said. He laid his hand on my forehead. His hand felt so warm, it was almost hot. "You are cool to the touch, Princess." He shook his head. "I should have noticed earlier. You are in shock. Not severe, but it was careless of me not to notice. You need healing and warmth." I took my hand back from him. The feel of his fingers sliding along my skin as I drew away from him made me look away so he wouldn't see it in my face. Since neither of us can heal by touch, I think I'll have to settle for some bandages and the warmth. "I can heal by magic," he said. I looked at him. His face was very careful, unreadable. "I've never seen you do it at court. It is a more intimate method than the touch of hands. At court, there are healers much more powerful than I. My own small abilities in the area of healing are not needed." He held his hands out toward me. "I can heal you, Princess, or would you prefer a trip to the emergency room and stitches? Either way, the bleeding must be stopped." Stitches are not my favorite thing. I laid my hand in his. He bent the arm at the elbow again, clasping his hand in my hand, entwining our fingers. My skin looked shockingly white against his darkness, like polished jet next to mother of pearl. He placed his other hand just in back of my elbow. My arm was held gently but firmly in place. I realized that I couldn't move away from him, and I didn't know how his healing worked. "Will it hurt?" He looked at me around the edge of my arm. "It may, a little." He began to bend toward my arm as if to lay a kiss on the wound. I put my free hand on his shoulder, stopping his forward movement. His skin was like warm silk. "Wait, how exactly are you going to heal me?" He gave that small smile. "If you would wait but moments, you would see." "I don't like surprises," I said, hand still on his shoulder. He smiled and shook his head. "Very well." But his hands stayed at my hand and arm. I was still being held, as if he were going to heal me whether I agreed or not. "Sholto told you that one of my names is Baron Sweet-Tongue." "I remember," I said. "He implied that it was sexual, but it is not. I can heal your wound, but not with my hands." I stared at him for a few heartbeats. "Are you saying you're going to lick the wound closed?" "Yes." I kept staring at him. Some of the court dogs can do that, but I've never heard of a Sidae having the ability. As Sholto said, there are benefits to not being pure Sidae. He can regrow a severed body part, and I can lick your wound until it is healed. I didn't try to keep the incredulity off my face. If you were any other guard, I'd accuse you of looking for an excuse to put your mouth on me. He smiled, and this time it was brighter, more humor in it. If my fellow ravens were trying to trick you into this, it would not be your arm they were wanting to touch. I had to smile. You've made your point. All right, get the bleeding stopped if you can. I really don't want to go to the emergency room tonight. I dropped my arm from his shoulder. Proceed. He bent toward my arm, slowly, talking as he moved. I will try to make it as painless as possible. His breath was almost burningly hot against my skin. Then his tongue licked lightly over the wound. I jumped.
He rolled his eyes up to me without moving his face back from my arm. "Did I hurt you, princess?" I shook my head, not sure I trusted my voice. He bent back to the wound. He licked the length of the wound twice, very slowly. Then his tongue worked within the wound. The pain was sharp, immediate, and it brought a gasp to my throat. He didn't pull away this time, but pressed his mouth closer to my skin. His eyes closed as his tongue worked on the wound, bringing small, sharp pain sensations like tiny electric shocks. The healing process was intense. He began to lick the wound in long, slow movements. His eyes were still closed, and I was near enough to see the black lashes, black on black against his cheeks. There was almost no pain now, just the sensation of his tongue sliding over me.
The feel of his mouth against me sped my heart, made my breath catch in my throat. His earrings caught the light, reflecting it in silver glitter, as if the curve of his ears had been set in silver. Warmth began to gather at the wound. It felt very like being healed by touch now. That growing warmth, the energy vibrating against my skin, inside my skin, was almost identical. Doyle drew back from my arm, eyes half closed, mouth slack. He looked like he was waking from a dream, or as if he'd been interrupted in more intimate things. He released my arm, slowly, almost reluctantly. His voice came slow, hoarse. "It has been long since I have done this. I'd forgotten how it feels to heal." I bent my arm back so I could see the wound, and there was no wound. I touched the skin with fingertips. The skin was smooth, untouched, still damp from Doyle's tongue, still warm to the touch, as if some of that magic clung to the skin. "It's perfect. There's not even a scar." "You sound surprised?" "Pleased, more like." He gave a small bow, still sitting on the edge of the bed. "So happy to have been of service to my princess. I forgot the extra pillows." I stood and started to move toward the closet. He grabbed my wrist. "You are bleeding." I glanced down at my arm, and it was still healed. "Your leg, princess." I looked down and found blood trickling down my right leg. "Gosh." "Lie down on the bed and let me look at the wound." He still held my wrist and tried to pull me down on the bed. I resisted, and he released me. "It should not still be bleeding, Princess Meredith. Let me heal it, as I did your arm." "It's very high upon my thigh, Doyle." "The hag was trying to pierce your femoral artery." "Yes," I said. "I must insist on seeing the wound, Princess. It is too vital an area to be ignored." "It's very high up on my thigh," I said again. "I understand that," he said. "Now please, lie down and let me look at it." "I'm not wearing anything under this shirt," I said. "Oh," he said. Emotions played across his face so quickly I couldn't read them, like clouds passing over a field on a windy day. Finally he said, "Perhaps you could put something on so that I might look at the wound." "Good idea," I said. I opened the dresser drawer that held my unmentionables. The panties, like the sleepwear, run high to satin, silk, and lace. I finally picked a pair of plain black satin, no frills, no lace, no peekaboo panels. It was the closest to conservative that I owned. I glanced back at Doyle. He had turned his back on me without being asked. I slipped the underwear on, made sure the shirt was in place, and said, "You can look now." He turned, and his face was very solemn. Most of the court ladies would not have thought to warn me, some to tease, and some simply because it would not occur to them to tell me. Nudity is common enough in the courts. Why did you think to tell me? Some of the guards tease, play slap and tickle, and I wouldn't have warned one of them. It would be just another part of the game. But you never play the game, Doyle. You are always apart from it. To have just lain down on the bed and spread would have been cruel." He nodded. "Yes, it would have been. So many of the court treat those of us who remain aloof like eunuchs, as if we feel nothing. But I would rather have no touch of soft flesh than to be teased up to that point, then have no fulfillment. That is worse than nothing at all to me." "Is the Queen still refusing to even allow you personal intimacy?" He looked down at the ground, and I realized I had overstepped polite questioning.
My apologies, Doyle. We are not close enough for such a question. He spoke without looking up. You are the most polite of all the unseelie royals. The Queen saw your niceties as a weakness. He looked up at me, eyes searching my face. But those of us in the guard appreciated it. It was always a relief to be given guard duty over you, because we weren't afraid of you. I wasn't powerful enough for you to fear me, I said. No, Princess, I don't mean your magic. I mean we didn't fear your cruelty. Prince Zell has inherited his mother's sense of humor. He's a sadist, you mean? He nodded. In every way. Now, lie on the bed and let me look at your wound. If I let you bleed to death for modesty's sake, the Queen might make me a eunuch. You are her darkness, her right hand. She would not lose you over me. I think you undervalue yourself and overvalue me. He held his hand out to me. Please, Princess, lie down. I took the offered hand and climbed onto the bed on my knees. Would you, please, call me Meredith? It's been years since I heard Princess this and Princess that. I'll get my fill of it once I'm back in Cahokia. For tonight, let's drop the titles. He gave a small bow at the neck. As you wish, Meredith. I let him help me climbing to the middle of the bed, though I didn't need the help. Partly because the older Scythe liked helping, and partly for the feel of his hand in mine. I ended lying with my head cradled in the wealth of small pillows on the bed. Propped up, I had a perfect view down the line of my body. Doyle knelt to one side of my leg. If you please, Princess. Meredith, I said. He nodded. If you please, Meredith. I raised the dark purple silk until the wound showed. The puncture was high enough that black panties showed under the raised nightshirt. He used his hands to examine the wound, pulling the skin, pressing on it. It hurt, and not a good kind of hurt, as if there was more damage than I'd realized. Blood flowed faster, but it certainly wasn't enough for an artery. I'd have bled to death long ago if the femoral had been punctured. He raised up, hands in his lap. The wound is very deep, and I think there is some muscle damage. It didn't hurt that much until you started touching it. If I do not heal it tonight, you'll be lame by tomorrow, and we'll be going to that emergency room. It might require surgery, stitching on the inside of your leg, or I can heal it now. I vote for now, I said. He gave his smile. Good. I would hate to have to explain to the Queen why I brought you home limping when I could have healed you. He started to lean over my leg, then raised up. This would be easier if I moved. You're the healer. Do what you need to do, I said. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. My skin had started to glow, glimmering in the soft bedroom light. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless, Doyle looked over the edge of the bed at me with wide, frightened eyes. What have you done? What's wrong, Doyle? What's wrong? He got to his feet, leaning against the wall suddenly, as if his legs weren't quite steady. I am not allowed an intense magical experience, Meredith. Not by my hand or anyone else's. I never touched you there. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wall. He spoke without looking at me. Your magic did. It ran through me like a sword. He opened his eyes, stared at me. Do you understand now what you've done? I finally did. You're saying that the Queen will count this as intimacy? I never meant for it. My power has never been like this before. Was it like this the night you were with the roan? I thought about that for a moment, then frowned. Yes and no. It wasn't exactly like this, but I stopped in mid-sentence and stared at his chest. My look must have been astonished, because it made him stare down at himself. What? What do you see? Your chest wound. It's gone. My voice was soft with amazement. He ran his hands over his chest, searching the skin. It's healed. I did not do this. He came to the edge of the bed. Your arms. I looked down and saw the claw marks were gone. My arms were healed. I ran my hands over my thighs, and they weren't healed.
The nail marks, filled with their small bits of blood, the red marks of his teeth, the press of his mouth that had brought a red stain to my thigh where the wound had been. Why is everything else healed but these marks? He shook his head. I don't know. I stared up at him. You said that my initiation into power healed Roan, but what if it's not just that first flush of power? What if it's part of my newfound magic? I watched him try to make sense of it. It could be, but healing through such intimacy is not a gift of the Unseelie Court. It is of the Seelie Court, I said. You are of their bloodline, he said softly. I must tell the Queen. Tell her what? I asked. Everything. I crawled forward on the bed, still half naked, reaching for him. He moved out of reach, clutching at the wall as if I'd threatened him. No, Meredith, no more. The Queen may forgive us because it was accidental, and she will be pleased that you have more powers. It may save us. But if you touch me again, he shook his head, she will not have pity on us if we come together again this night. I was just going to touch your arm, Doyle. I think we should talk before you go tattling to the Queen. He moved back to the edge of the wall, just before it turned the corner out of sight. I have just had the first intense magical experience in more centuries that you can imagine, and you sit there like that? He shook his head again. You would just touch my arm, but my self-control is not limitless. We've proven that already. No, Meredith. One touch, and I might fall upon you and do what I've been wanting to do since I saw you. I can get dressed, I said. That would be good, he said, but I am still going to tell her what happened. What does she do? Take a sperm count? We didn't share intimacy. Why tell her? She is the Queen of Air and Darkness. She will know. If we do not confess it, and then she finds out, the punishment will be 1,000 times worse. Punishment? It was an accident. I know, and that may save us. You are not seriously saying that she will invoke the same penalty for this as if we had shared deliberate intimacy? Death by torture, he said. I hope not, but she is within her rights to call for it. I shook my head. No, she would not lose you after 1,000 years for an accident. I hope not, Princess. I truly hope not. He started around the corner toward the bathroom. Doyle, I called. He came back around the corner. Yes, Princess. If she tells you that we're going to be executed for this, there is one bright spot. He put his head to one side in a bird-like movement. And that would be, we can share true intimacy, connecting deeply. If we're going to be executed for something, we might as well be guilty of it. Emotions chased across his face. Again, I couldn't read them. Then, finally, a smile. I never thought I could face my Queen with this news and have a divided mind on what I want her to say. You are a tempting thing, Meredith. A thing that a man might trade his life for. I don't want your life, Doyle, just your presence. That sent him laughing into the bathroom, which was better than crying. I had the nightshirt back on and was tucked under the covers by the time he came back out. He was solemn-faced, but said, We are not going to be punished, though she has made some hint that she would like to see you heal with this newfound power. I don't do her little public displays of power, I said. I know that, and so does she, but she is curious about it. Let her be curious. So we aren't going to be executed, either of us? No, he said. Why don't you look happier? I asked. I didn't bring a change of clothes. It took me a second to realize what he meant. I dug him out a pair of men's silk boxers. They were a little snug through the hips, because he and Roan were not really the same size, but they would fit. He took the boxers and went back into the bathroom. I thought he'd be quick and come back out to sleep, but I heard the shower turn on. I finally tossed down some pillows on top of the sleeping bags and turned over to try and sleep. I wasn't sure I would be able to sleep, but Doyle stayed in the bathroom a long time. The last thing I heard before sleep rolled over me was the sound of the blow-dryer. I never heard him come out of the bathroom. I simply woke up the next day and he was standing over me with hot tea in one hand and our plane tickets in the other. I didn't know if Doyle had used the sleeping bags or if he slept at all. Doyle graciously let me take the window seat. He sat very straight in his chair, hands in a death grip on the arms, seatbelt buckled. He closed his eyes when the plane took off. Normally, I like watching the ground get farther away, but today, watching Doyle turn gray around the edges was much more fun. How can you possibly be afraid of flying? I asked. He kept his eyes closed but answered me. I am not afraid of flying. I am afraid of flying in airplanes. His voice sounded very reasonable, as if it all made perfect sense. So you could ride a flying steed and not be afraid? He nodded, finally opening his eyes as the plane leveled off. I have ridden the beasts of the air many times. So why do planes bother you? He looked at me as if I should have known the answer. It is the metal, Princess Meredith. I am not comfortable surrounded by so much man-made metal. It acts as a barrier between me and the earth, and I am a creature of the earth. As you said, Doyle, there are benefits to not being pure-sighty. I don't have a problem with metal. You can do major arcana within such a metal tomb? I nodded. I've never found any magic that I can't perform just as well inside a metal tomb as I can outside of one. That could be very useful, Princess. The flight attendant, a tall, leggy blonde wearing nearly perfect makeup, paused by Doyle's seat, bending over enough to make sure he got a look at her cleavage if he wanted it. She'd made sure he had a chance at a view every time she came by his seat. She'd come by 3 times in the last 20 minutes to ask if he wanted anything at all. He declined. I asked for a red wine. She'd brought my wine this time. Because it was first class, it was actually served in a long-stemmed glass. The better to spill it all over yourself when the plane hit turbulence, which it did. The plane bucked and swerved so badly that I gave the wine back to the flight attendant, and she gave me a handful of napkins for my hand. Doyle closed his eyes again and kept repeating to all her questions, "No, thank you."
The nail marks, filled with their small bits of blood, the red marks of his teeth, the press of his mouth that had brought a red stain to my thigh where the wound had been. Why is everything else healed but these marks? He shook his head. I don't know. I stared up at him. You said that my initiation into power healed Roan, but what if it's not just that first flush of power? What if it's part of my newfound magic? I watched him try to make sense of it. It could be, but healing through such intimacy is not a gift of the Unseelie Court. It is of the Seelie Court, I said. You are of their bloodline, he said softly. I must tell the Queen. Tell her what? I asked. Everything. I crawled forward on the bed, still half naked, reaching for him. He moved out of reach, clutching at the wall as if I'd threatened him. No, Meredith, no more. The Queen may forgive us because it was accidental, and she will be pleased that you have more powers. It may save us, but if you touch me again, he shook his head, she will not have pity on us if we come together again this night. I was just going to touch your arm, Doyle. I think we should talk before you go tattling to the Queen. He moved back to the edge of the wall, just before it turned the corner out of sight. I have just had the first intense magical experience in more centuries that you can imagine, and you sit there like that? He shook his head again. You would just touch my arm, but my self-control is not limitless. We've proven that already. No, Meredith, one touch, and I might fall upon you and do what I've been wanting to do since I saw you. I can get dressed, I said. That would be good, he said, but I am still going to tell her what happened. What does she do? Take a sperm count? We didn't share intimacy. Why tell her? She is the Queen of Air and Darkness. She will know. If we do not confess it, and then she finds out, the punishment will be 1,000 times worse. Punishment? It was an accident. I know, and that may save us. You are not seriously saying that she will invoke the same penalty for this as if we had shared deliberate intimacy? Death by torture, he said. I hope not, but she is within her rights to call for it. I shook my head. No, she would not lose you after 1,000 years for an accident. I hope not, Princess. I truly hope not. He started around the corner toward the bathroom. Doyle, I called. He came back around the corner. Yes, Princess. If she tells you that we're going to be executed for this, there is one bright spot. He put his head to one side in a bird-like movement. And that would be? We can share true intimacy, connecting deeply. If we're going to be executed for something, we might as well be guilty of it. Emotions chased across his face. Again, I couldn't read them. Then finally a smile. I never thought I could face my queen with this news and have a divided mind on what I want her to say. You are a tempting thing, Meredith, a thing that a man might trade his life for. I don't want your life, Doyle, just your presence. That sent him laughing into the bathroom, which was better than crying. I had the nightshirt back on and was tucked under the covers by the time he came back out. He was solemn-faced, but said, "We are not going to be punished," though she has made some hint that she would like to see you heal with this newfound power. I don't do her little public displays of power, I said. I know that, and so does she, but she is curious about it. Let her be curious. So, we aren't going to be executed, either of us? No, he said. Why don't you look happier? I asked. I didn't bring a change of clothes.
I know legally we're both allowed to carry in the U.S., but it doesn't usually go that smooth or that quick. It helped that the police escorted us to the gates, Princess. He'd been very carefully calling me Princess, or Princess Meredith, since I woke up this morning. We were no longer on a first-name basis. The cops seemed eager to get me on the plane. They feared you might get assassinated on their turf. They did not want the responsibility for your safety. So that's how you got me on the plane armed. He nodded, eyes still closed. I told them that with only one bodyguard, it would be safer if you yourself were armed. Everyone agreed. Sholto had dropped off the Ladysmith 9mm. I actually had an inner pants holster for it that fit nicely for a front cross-draw. I usually wore it at my back, covered by a jacket, but the police had given me carte blanche to carry weapons, so I know legally we're both allowed to carry in the U.S., but it doesn't usually go that smooth or that quick. It helped that the police escorted us to the gates, Princess. He'd been very carefully calling me Princess, or Princess Meredith, since I woke up this morning. We were no longer on a first-name basis. The cops seemed eager to get me on the plane. They feared you might get assassinated on their turf. They did not want the responsibility for your safety. So that's how you got me on the plane armed. He nodded, eyes still closed. I told them that with only one bodyguard, it would be safer if you yourself were armed. Everyone agreed. Sholto had dropped off the Ladysmith 9mm. I actually had an inner pants holster for it that fit nicely for a front cross-draw. I usually wore it at my back, covered by a jacket, but the police had given me carte blanche to carry weapons, so I didn't have to worry about hiding it. I had a 10-inch knife in a side sheath, the tip of which was tied around my leg with a leather thong for a fast draw, like an Old West gunfighter. The leather thong also made the sheath fit the movement of my leg better. Without a sheath tied off, you ended up having to move it every time you shifted position, or it tended to poke into your body or get caught on things. I had a Spyderco folding knife clipped over the underwire of my bra. I always carried at least 2 blades at court, just a rule. The guns would only be allowed in certain parts of the Civin, the ferry mounds, but I'd be allowed to keep the knives. Before the banquet tonight, in my honor, so Doyle informed me, I'd add more blades. A girl could never have too much jewelry or too much weaponry. Doyle had mortal dread in the back sheath, the hilt sticking out from under his shoulder for a cross-draw like a gun shoulder holster. He had his own gym bag full of weapons. When I'd asked him why he hadn't used them against the slough, he'd said, "Nothing else I had with me would bring them true death. I wanted them to know that I was serious." Frankly, I've always found that blowing a hole bigger than a fist out someone's back lets them know you're serious. But many of the guard feel that guns are inferior weapons. They carry them out among the humans, but guns are almost never used among ourselves, except in times of war. That Doyle had even packed a gun meant that things were bad, or maybe there'd been a policy change while I was away. If the other guards were carrying guns, then I'd know. The plane dipped so suddenly that even I gasped. Doyle moaned. "Talk to me, Meredith." "About what?" "Anything," he said, voice tight. "We could talk about last night," I said. He opened his eyes just enough to glare at me. The plane took another dive, his eyes snapped shut, and he almost whispered, "Tell me a story." "I'm not very good at stories." "Please, Meredith." He'd called me Meredith, an improvement. "I can tell you a story that you already know." "Fine," he said. "My grandfather on my mother's side is Uar the Cruel. Other than being a complete and utter jerk, he earned the name because he fathered 3 sons that were monsters even by Fae standards.
No blooded Fey woman would be intimate with him after the birth of his sons. He'd been told that he could father normal children if he found someone of Fey blood who would willingly share intimacy with him. I peered at Doyle's closed eyes and blank face. "Please continue," he said. "Gran is half brownie and half human. She was willing to be intimate with him because she wanted more than anything to be a part of the Seelie court. Silently, because it wasn't part of the story, I didn't blame Gran. She, more than even myself, understood what it was like to tread two very different worlds. The plane had straightened but was still shuddering as wind buffeted it from every side. A rough flight. "Are you bored yet?" I asked. "Anything you say will be most fascinating until we reach the ground in safety. You know, you're cute when you're scared." He did the open eyes to slits, glare, close eyes again. "Please continue." "Gran bore two beautiful twin girls. Uar's curse was ended, and Gran was one of the ladies of the court. Uar's wife, as a matter of fact, because she'd borne him children. To my knowledge, my grandfather never touched his wife again. He was one of the fine and shining gentlemen. Gran was a little too common for him now that he was curse-free." "He is a powerful warrior," Doyle said, eyes still closed. "Who?" "Uar." "That's right, you must have fought against him in the wars in Europe. He was a very worthy opponent. Are you trying to make me feel better about him?" The plane had actually flown straight and relatively smoothly for about 3 minutes. It was enough for Doyle to open his eyes completely. "You sounded very bitter just now." "My grandfather beat my gran for years. He thought if he hurt her enough, he'd drive her away from court, because legally he couldn't divorce her without her permission. He couldn't put her aside because she'd given him children. Why did she not simply leave him? Because if she were no longer Uar's wife, she would no longer be welcome at court. They would never have allowed her to take her daughters with her. She stayed to make sure her children would be safe. The queen was most puzzled when your father invited your mother's mother to accompany the two of you into exile. Gran was his lady of the house. She oversaw the household for him. She was a servant then," Doyle said. It was my turn to glare. "No, she was. She was his right hand. They raised me together for those 10 years. When you left the court this last time, so did your grandmother. She opened a bed and breakfast. I've seen the write-ups in the magazines. Victoria, Good Housekeeping, Brownie's Bed and Breakfast, where you can be waited on, cooked for, by an ex-member of the royal court. Have you not spoken with her since you left 3 years ago?" he asked. "I haven't contacted anyone, Doyle. It would have endangered them. I disappeared. That means I left everything and everyone behind. There were jewels, heirlooms, that were yours by right. The queen was amazed that you left with nothing but the clothes on your back. Any of the jewels would have been impossible to sell without it getting back to the courts, same with the heirlooms. You had money that your father had put away for you." He was watching me now, trying to understand, I think. "I have been on my own for 3 years, a little over. I have taken nothing from anyone. I have been a woman on my own, free of obligation to anyone of the Fae." "Which means you can invoke virgin rights when you return to court." I nodded. "Exactly. Virgin in the old Celtic ideal was a woman who stood on her own, owing nothing to anyone for a space of time. 3 years was minimum for claiming it at court. To be virgin meant that I was outside any old feuds or grudges. I could not be forced to take sides on any issue because I stood apart from all of it. It was a way of being in the court without being of the court." "Very good, princess, very good. You know the law and how to use it for your benefit. You are wise as well as polite, a true marvel for an unseelie royal." "Being virgin allowed me to make hotel reservations without risking the queen's anger," I said. "She was puzzled as to why you did not wish to stay at the court. After all, you want to return to us, do you not?" I nodded. "Yes, but I also want some distance until I see just how safe I'm going to be at court." "Few would risk the queen's anger," he said. I looked at him, searching his eyes so I would catch whatever he thought of my next words. "Prince Sel would risk her anger, because she's never seriously punished him for anything he's ever done." Doyle's eyes tightened when I mentioned Sel's name, but nothing more. If I hadn't been watching for it, I wouldn't have noticed any reaction at all.
Sel is her only heir, Doyle. She won't kill him. He knows that. Doyle gave me empty eyes. What the Queen does or does not do with her son and heir is not for me to question. Don't give the party line, Doyle, not to me. We all know what Sel is. A powerful Scythe prince who has the ear of the Queen, his mother, Doyle said, and the tone in his voice was a warning to match the words. He has only one hand of power, and his other abilities are not that great. He is the Prince of Old Blood, and I for one would not want him using that ability on me on the dueling ground. He could bring every bleeding wound I have had in over 1,000 years of battles on me at once. I didn't say it wasn't a frightening ability, Doyle, but there are others with more powerful magic, Psi that can bring true death with a touch. I've seen your flame eat over a Psi, seen it eat them alive. And you killed the last two Psi that challenged you to a duel, Princess Meredith. I cheated, I said. No, you did not. You merely used tactics that they were not prepared for. It is the mark of a good soldier to use the weapons available to him or her. We looked at each other. Does anyone but the Queen know that I have the hand of flesh now? Sholto knows, and his Slua. It will not be a secret by the time we land. It may frighten any would-be challengers, I said. To be trapped forever as a shapeless ball of flesh, never to die, never to age, merely to continue. Oh yes, Princess, I think they will be afraid. After Griffin left you, many became your enemy because they thought you powerless. They will all be remembering the insults they heaped upon you. They'll be wondering if you have come back holding a grudge. I'm invoking virgin rights. That means that I have a clean slate, and so do they. If I acknowledge an old vendetta, then I lose my status as a virgin, and I'll be sucked right back into the middle of all this crap. I shook my head. No, I'll leave them alone if they leave me alone. You are wise beyond your years, Princess. I'm 33, Doyle. That's not a child by human years. He laughed, a small, dark chuckle that made me think of what he'd looked like last night with half his clothes gone. I tried to keep the thought out of my face, and I must have succeeded, because his own expression didn't change. Child to me. I let what I was thinking into my eyes. I don't remember you treating me like a child last night. He looked away, not meeting my eyes. That was a mistake. If you say so. I looked out the window, watching the clouds. Doyle was determined to pretend that last night never happened. I was tired of trying to talk about it when he so obviously didn't want to discuss it. The flight attendant came back. This time she knelt, skirt tight across her thighs. She smiled up at Doyle, magazines spread in a fan across one arm. Would you like something to read? She made a suggestive advance, her hand moving towards him. Doyle quickly stopped her. Madam, please. She persisted, leaning in close, her voice a plea. Please, she whispered. Please, it's been so long since I was with one of you. That got my attention. How long has it been? I asked. She blinked as if she couldn't quite concentrate on me with Doyle sitting so close. 6 weeks. Who was it? She shook her head. I can keep a secret, just don't deny me. She looked up at Doyle. Please, please. She was elf-struck. If a Psi has sex with a human and doesn't try to tone down the magic, they can turn the human into a sort of addict. Humans that are elf-struck can actually wither and die from want of Psi connection. I leaned close to Doyle's ear, close enough that my lips brushed the edges of his earrings. I had a horrible urge to lick one of the earrings, but I didn't. It was just one of those wicked urges you get occasionally. I whispered, Take her name and phone number. We'll need to report her to the Bureau of Human and Fey Affairs. Doyle did what I asked. The flight attendant had tears of gratitude shining in her eyes when Doyle took her name, number, and address. She actually kissed his hand, and might have done more if the male flight attendant hadn't ushered her away. It's illegal to have sex with humans without protecting their minds, I said. Yes, it is, Doyle said. It would be interesting to know who her Psi lover was. Lovers, I think. I wonder if she always flies the L.A. to St. Louis run. Doyle looked at me.
She might know who'd been flying back and forth to Los Angeles often enough to set up the cult that's worshipping them. One man doesn't constitute a cult, I said. You told me the woman mentioned a handful of others, some of them with ear implants, or perhaps even Psy themselves. That's still not a cult. It's a wizard with followers, a Psy-worshipping coven at best, or a cult at worst. We have no idea how many people were involved, Princess, and the man who could have answered the question is dead. Funny how the police didn't mind me leaving the state with a murder investigation hanging over my head. I would not at all be surprised if your aunt, our queen, made some phone calls. She can be quite charming when she wants to be. And when that fails, she's scary as hell, I said. He nodded. That too. The male flight attendant took care of first class for the rest of the flight. The woman never came near us again until we were getting off the plane. Then she took Doyle's hand and said, voice urgent, "You will call me, won't you?" Doyle kissed her hand. "Oh yes, I will call, and you will answer every question that I put to you honestly, won't you?" She nodded, tears trailing down her face. "Anything you want." I had to drag Doyle away from her. I whispered, "I'd take a chaperone with me when you go to question her." "I had not intended going alone," he said. He looked at me, our faces very close because we were whispering. I learned very recently that I am not inaccessible to sexual advances. His look was very frank, open, the look I'd wanted on the plane. I will have to be more careful in the future. With that, he raised up, so that he was too tall for whispering, and began to walk down the narrow hallway toward the airport proper. I followed him. We left the noise of engines behind and walked toward the sound of people. The people were a large, murmurous noise that swelled toward me and over me, as if I were being swallowed in a sea of noise as I walked down the concourse. The crowd walked back and forth at the opening like bits of multicolored debris, a wall of people. Doyle walked just ahead of me like an advance guard, which was exactly what he was. Our gate was in line with the broad hallway that led deeper into the airport. Doyle was at the opening of the concourse, standing to one side, waiting for me. Then, through the crowd, I saw a tall figure come striding toward us. Galen was dressed in layers of green and white, pale green sweater, paler green pants, and an ankle-length white duster coat floating out behind him like a cape. The sweater matched his hair, which fell in short curls to just below his ear, except for one long thin braid. His father had been a pixie, whom the queen had had killed for the audacious crime of seducing one of her handmaidens. I don't believe the queen would have killed the pixie if she'd known he'd begotten a child. Children are precious, and anything that breeds, that passes the blood along, is worth keeping around. I was happy to see him, but knew if he was here, then a photographer wasn't far behind. Frankly, I'd been surprised we hadn't stepped out into a barrage of media. Princess Meredith had been missing for 3 years, and now she was coming home, alive, well. My face had been plastered across the supermarket tabloids for years. Sightings of the elven American princess had rivaled Elvis sightings.
I didn't know what had been done to save me from the media frenzy, but I was grateful. I dropped my carry-on bag beside Doyle and ran to Galen. He swept me up in his arms and planted a kiss on my mouth. "Mary, good to see you, girl." His arms curved around my back, holding me a foot above the ground with ease. I've never liked my feet dangling helplessly. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and he transferred his hands from my waist to my thighs to support me. I'd been running into Galen's arms since I could remember. After my father's death, he'd been my defender among the Unseelie more than once, though, being a half-breed like myself, he didn't have much more clout than I did. What he did have was 6 feet of muscle and trained warrior to back up his threat. Of course, when he swept me up in his arms at age 7, it was minus the kiss and other things. At just a little over 100, Galen was one of the youngest of Undize's royal guard. A mere 70 years between our ages, among the Sedae, it was like growing up together. The V-neck of his sweater cut low over the swell of his chest, showing a curl of chest hair that was a darker green than his hair, almost black. The sweater was pettibly soft, clinging to his body. His skin was white, but the sweater brought out the undercast of pale, pale green, so that his skin was either pearl light or a dreamlight green, depending on how the light hit it. His eyes were a green the color of new spring grass, more human than the liquid emerald of my own. But the rest of him was too unique for words. I'd thought that since I was about 14, except he wasn't who my father had promised me to. Because Galen was too nice a guy. He didn't play politics well enough for my father to feel confident that Galen would live to see me grown. No, Galen spoke when silence would be wiser. It was one of the things I'd loved about him as a child and feared about him as I grew older. He danced me around the hallway to some music that only he could hear, but I could almost hear it as I looked into his eyes, traced the curve of his lips with my gaze. "I am glad to see you, Mary." "I can tell," I said. He laughed, and it was a very human laugh, nothing but Galen's mirth to make it special, but that had always been special enough for me. He leaned in close, whispering against my ear, "You cut your hair, your beautiful hair." I laid a gentle kiss on his cheek. "It'll grow back." There were only a few reporters because they hadn't had enough notice to plan a large-scale assault, but most of them had a camera. Pictures of C-Day royalty, especially if they were doing anything unusual, could always find a market. We let them snap their pictures because we couldn't stop them. Using magic against them was infringement on freedom of the press, so the Supreme Court had decreed. Reporters who routinely covered the C-Day were often psychics in their own right, or
I didn't know what had been done to save me from the media frenzy, but I was grateful. I dropped my carry-on bag beside Doyle and ran to Galen. He swept me up in his arms and planted a kiss on my mouth. "Mary, good to see you, girl." His arms curved around my back, holding me a foot above the ground with ease. I've never liked my feet dangling helplessly. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and he transferred his hands from my waist to my thighs to support me. I'd been running into Galen's arms since I could remember. After my father's death, he'd been my defender among the unseelie more than once. Though, being a half-breed like myself, he didn't have much more clout than I did. What he did have was 6 feet of muscle and trained warrior to back up his threat. Of course, when he swept me up in his arms at age 7, it was minus the kiss and other things. At just a little over 100, Galen was one of the youngest of Ondai's royal guard. A mere 70 years between our ages. Among the seedy, it was like growing up together. The V-neck of his sweater cut low over the swell of his chest, showing a curl of chest hair that was a darker green than his hair, almost black. The sweater was pettibly soft, clinging to his body. His skin was white, but the sweater brought out the undercast of pale, pale green, so that his skin was either pearl white or a dreamlike green depending on how the light hit it. His eyes were a green the color of new spring grass, more human than the liquid emerald of my own. But the rest of him was too unique for words. I'd thought that since I was about 14, except he wasn't who my father had promised me to. Because Galen was too nice a guy. He didn't play politics well enough for my father to feel confident that Galen would live to see me grown. No, Galen spoke when silence would be wiser. It was one of the things I'd loved about him as a child and feared about him as I grew older. He danced me around the hallway to some music that only he could hear, but I could almost hear it as I looked into his eyes, traced the curve of his lips with my gaze. "I am glad to see you, Mary." "I can tell," I said. He laughed, and it was a very human laugh. Nothing but Galen's mirth to make it special, but that had always been special enough for me. He leaned in close, whispering against my ear, "You cut your hair, your beautiful hair." I laid a gentle kiss on his cheek. "It'll grow back." There were only a few reporters because they hadn't had enough notice to plan a large-scale assault, but most of them had a camera. Pictures of seedy royalty, especially if they were doing anything unusual, could always find a market. We let them snap their pictures because we couldn't stop them. Using magic against them was infringement on freedom of the press, so the Supreme Court had decreed. Reporters who routinely covered the seedy were often psychics in their own right, or witches. They knew when you were using magic on them. All it took was one report and you could be in civil court. Let's hear it for the First Amendment. The Fae took 2 different tacks about the reporters. Some were very decorous in public, never giving anything of interest to the paparazzi. Galen and I were of the school that you give them something to photograph. Something unimportant, so that they won't dig for more sensational stuff. Give them something positive, upbeat, and interesting.
This was encouraged by Queen Ondai. She'd been on a kick to give her court better, more upbeat publicity for the last 30 years or so, my lifetime. I'd been paraded with my father on spring outings. There'd been a public engagement ceremony between myself and Griffin. There was no private life if the Queen decreed it public. Someone cleared their throat, and I looked past Galen to find Berinthus. If Galen looked unique, Berinthus looked alien. His hair was the color of the sea, the oceans, the turquoise of the Mediterranean, the deeper medium blue of the Pacific, a stormy grayish blue like the ocean before a storm, sliding into a blue that was nearly black, where the water runs deep and thick like the blood of sleeping giants. The colors moved with every touch of light, melding into each other as if it wasn't hair at all. His skin was the alabaster white of my own. His eyes were blue, but the pupils were slits of black. I knew for a fact that he had a clear membrane, like a second eyelid, that came up over his eyes when he was underwater. When I was 5, he taught me to swim, and I loved the fact that he could blink twice with one eye. He was taller than Galen, nearly 7 feet tall, as befit a god. He was wearing a royal blue trench coat open over a black designer suit, but the shirt was blue silk with one of those high round collars that the designers are trying to sell so men don't have to wear ties anymore. Berinthus looked splendid in it all. He'd left his hair loose and flowing free around him like a second cloak, and I knew that someone else, probably my aunt, had picked his clothes for him. Left to his own devices, Berinthus was a jeans and t-shirt, or less, man. Galen and Berinthus had been 2 of the most frequent visitors to my father's house, out among the humans. Berinthus was a power among the seedy. He was pure old court. The seedy still whispered about the last duel he'd fought, long before I was born, in which a seedy had drowned in a summer meadow miles from any water. Berinthus, like my father, never agreed to fight a duel unless mortality was invoked. Anything less was not worth his time. Galen let me slide to the ground. I went to Berinthus, holding out both my hands in greeting. He drew his hands out of his coat pockets carefully, keeping them in loose fists until my own hands could be placed in his. He had webbing between his fingers, and he had been sensitive about it ever since a reporter in the 50s had called him the Fish Man. Hard to believe that someone once worshipped as a sea god could be embarrassed by a 20th century hack, but there it was. Berinthus had never forgotten that little bit of publicity. The webbing was completely retractable, just a thin extra line of skin between his fingers, unless he chose to use it. Then he could expand the skin and swim like a fish, though this was not a compliment to be paid out loud, ever. He took my hands in his and leaned down from his great height to plant a civilized but well-meant kiss on my cheek. I returned the favor. Berinthus liked to be civilized in public. His personal side was not for public consumption, and he had the power to make sure that even the Queen herself couldn't change his mind. Gods, even fallen ones, should be treated with a certain respect. That reporter in the 50s, the one who had plastered the Fishman headline along the worldwide news service, had died in a freak boating accident on the Mississippi that summer. The water just rose up and slapped the boat, eyewitnesses said. Strangest thing they'd ever seen. The cameras kept taking pictures. We kept ignoring it. It is good to have you back among us, Meredith. It's good to see you too, Berinthus. I hope the court is safe enough for me to make this more than an extended visit. The clear second eyelid blinked over his eyes. When he wasn't swimming, it was a sign of nervousness. That you will have to discuss with your aunt. I didn't like the sound of that. The reporter shoved a tiny tape recorder in my face. Who are you? That he had to ask meant he was on the job since I left home. Galen moved in, smiling, charming. He opened his mouth to answer, but another voice filled the bustling hush. Princess Meredith Nicosis, child of peace. The man who'd spoken pushed away from the far windows where he'd been leaning. Jenkins, how unpleasant to see you, I said. He was a tall, thin man, though next to Berinthus, he wasn't that tall.
Jenkins had a permanent 5 o'clock shadow, so heavy that I'd asked him once why he didn't just grow a beard. He'd replied that his wife didn't like facial hair. I'd replied that I couldn't believe anyone would marry him. Jenkins had sold pictures of my father's hacked body. Not in the United States, of course, we're too civilized for that, but there are other countries, other newspapers, other magazines. People bought the pictures and published them.
He was also the one who'd surprised me at the funeral and snapped pictures of me with tears trailing down my cheeks, my eyes so angry they had a glow to them. That one had been nominated for a prize of some kind. It lost, but my face and my father's dead body were worldwide news thanks to Jenkins. I still hated him for that. "I heard a rumor that you'd be coming back for a visit. Are you staying the whole month until Halloween?" he asked. "I can't believe that anyone would risk my aunt's displeasure talking to you," I said, ignoring his question. I'd had lots of practice ignoring reporters' questions. He smiled. "You'd be surprised who talks to me, and about what." I didn't like the phrasing on that. It sounded vaguely threatening, vaguely personal. No, I didn't like it one little bit. "Welcome home, Meredith," he said, and gave a small but strangely stylish bow. What I wanted to say to him wasn't fit for public consumption, but there were too many tape recorders. If Jenkins was here, then the television people couldn't be far behind. If he couldn't have an exclusive, he'd make sure there was a crowd. I said nothing. I let it go. He'd been baiting me since I was a child. He was only about 10 years older than I was, but he looked 20 years older, because I still looked like I was in my early 20s. Maybe I wasn't going to live forever, but I was going out well preserved. I think that really bothered Jenkins, covering people who either didn't age or aged more slowly than he did. There were moments when I was younger that it had been a comfort that he would probably die first. "You still smell like an ashtray, Jenkins. Don't you know that smoking will shorten your life expectancy?" His face went hard and thin with anger. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Still the little difficult person of the West, Mary? I've got a restraining order against you, Jenkins. Stay back 50 feet or I'll call the cops." Barinthus came up to us and offered me his arm. He didn't have to say it. I knew better than to get into an insult match with a reporter in front of other reporters. The restraining order had been put in place after Jenkins plastered my picture all over the world. The court's attorneys had found several judges who thought that Jenkins had indeed exploited a minor and invaded my privacy. After that, he was forbidden to speak with me and had to stay back 50 feet. I think the only reason that Barinthus hadn't killed Jenkins for me was that the Psy would have seen that as a weakness too. I wasn't just Psy royalty, I was 2 deaths away from the Unseelie throne. If I couldn't protect myself from overzealous reporters, I didn't deserve to be in line for the throne. So he'd become my problem. The Queen had forbidden any of us from harming the press after Barinthus's little boating accident. Unfortunately, the only thing that would have rid me of Barry Jenkins was his death. Anything short of that, and he'd just heal and crawl back after me. I blew Jenkins a kiss and walked past him on Barinthus's arm. Galen trailed behind us, fielding questions from the press. I caught parts of the story. Family reunion, home for the coming holidays, yada yada yada. Barinthus and I outdistanced the reporters because they were hanging back with Galen. So I asked something serious. Why has the Queen suddenly forgiven me for running away from home? Why does one usually call home the prodigal child? He returned. No riddles, Barinthus, just tell me. She has told no one what she plans, but she was most insistent that you come home as an honored guest. She wants something from you, Meredith, something only you can give her, or do for her, or for the court. What could I possibly do that the rest of you can't? If I knew, I would tell you. I leaned into Barinthus, running a hand down his arm and calling a spell. It was a small spell, like wrapping a piece of air around us so that noise bounced off. I didn't want to be overheard, and if we were being spied on by the Psy, no one would wonder at me doing it with the reporters around. What of Sel? Does he mean to kill me? The Queen has been most insistent, to everyone, he emphasized the everyone, that you are to be unmolested while at court. She wants you back among us, Meredith, and seems willing to enforce her wish with violence. Even against her son? I asked. I don't know, but something has changed between her and her son. She is not happy with him, and no one knows quite why. I wish I had more concrete information for you, Meredith, but even the biggest gossips at court are lying low on this one. Everyone's afraid to anger either the Queen or the Prince. He touched my shoulder. We are almost certainly being spied upon. They will be suspicious if we keep up the spell of confusion for our words. I nodded and withdrew the spell, flinging it into the air with a thought.
The noise closed around us, and I realized in the press of people that we'd been lucky not to be bumped into, which would have shattered the spell. Of course, I was walking with a 7-foot-tall blue-haired demigod, which did tend to open a path for you. Some of the Psi welcomed the fairy files, the groupies, but Barinthus was not one of those, and a mere glance from those eyes was enough to make almost anyone back up a step. Barinthus continued, in a voice that was a little too cheerful for his normal words. "We'll drive you from here to your grandmother's." He lowered his voice. "Though how you got the queen to agree to you visiting relatives before paying your respects to her, I do not know. I invoked virgin rights, which is why you're also taking me to my hotel to check in and get changed." We were at the baggage carousel now, watching the empty silver of it glide around and around. "No one has invoked virgin rights among the Psi in centuries. It doesn't matter how long it's been, Barinthus, it's still our law." Barinthus smiled down at me. "You were always intelligent, even as a young child, but you have grown to be clever. And cautious, don't forget that, because without caution, all clever will do is get you killed." So cynical, so true. Have you really missed us, Meredith, or did you enjoy being free of all this? Some of the politics I could do without, but I hugged his arm. I've missed you, and Galen, and home isn't something you can pick and choose, Barinthus. It is what it is. He leaned down to whisper, "I want you home, but I fear for you here." I looked into those wonderful eyes and smiled. Me too. Galen came bounding up to us, putting an arm across my shoulders and the other around Barinthus's waist. "Just one big happy family," Barinthus said. "Do not be flippant, Galen." "Wow," Galen said, "the mood has plummeted. What were you two talking about behind my back?" "Where's Doyle?" I asked. Galen's smile wilted a little round the edges. "He's gone to report to the Queen." His smile flashed back into place. "Your safety is now our concern." Something must have passed on my face, or Barinthus's, because Galen asked, "What is wrong?" I glanced in the shiny mirrored surface in front of us. Jenkins was just outside the barrier for the carousel. He was staying back his 50 feet, more or less. Certainly far enough away that I couldn't have him arrested. "Not here, Galen." Galen glanced too, and saw Jenkins. "He really hates you, doesn't he?" "Yes," I said. "I've never understood his animosity toward you," Barinthus said.
"Even when you were a child, he seemed to despise you. It does seem to have become personal, doesn't it?" "Do you know why it's so personal for him?" Galen asked, and there was something in the way he asked it that made me look away to avoid his eyes. My aunt had decreed years before I was born that we could not, our darkest powers, in front of a member of the press. I'd broken that rule only once, for Jenkins's personal edification. My only excuse was that I'd been 18 when my father died. 18 when Jenkins plastered my pain across the media of the world. I'd pulled his darkest fear from his mind and paraded them before his eyes. I'd made him shriek and beg. I'd left him a quivering mass curled beside a lonely country road. For a few months he'd been kinder, gentler. Then he'd come back-eyed with a vengeance, meaner, harsher, more willing to do anything to get a story than he was before. He'd told me that the only way I could stop him was to kill him. I hadn't tamed him, I'd made him worse. Jenkins was what helped me learn the lesson that you either kill your enemies or you leave them really alone. My suitcase was one of the first to come sliding along the carousel. Galen picked it up. "Your chariot awaits, my lady." I looked at him. If it had just been Galen, I might have believed it, but Barinthus wouldn't do the publicity stunts, and a chariot was definitely a stunt. "Queen Andai sent her own personal car for you," Barinthus said. I glanced from one to the other of them. "She sent the black coach of the Wild Hunt for me? Why?" "Until dark this evening," Barinthus said, "it is merely a car, a limousine, and that your aunt offered it to you with me as your driver is a great honor that should not easily be dismissed." I stepped in close to him and lowered my voice as if the waiting reporters could hear us. I couldn't keep calling magic to hide our words, because though I couldn't sense it, I couldn't be sure we weren't observed. "It's too great an honor, Barinthus. What's going on? I don't usually get the royal treatment from my relatives." He looked down at me, silent so long I thought he wouldn't answer. "I do not know, Meredith," he said finally. "We'll talk in the car," Galen said, smiling and waving for the reporters. He shepherded us out to the automatic doors. The limo was waiting like a sleek black shark. Even the windows were tinted black so that you could see nothing of what lay inside. I stopped on the sidewalk. The two men walked past me, then stopped, looking back at me. "What's wrong?" Galen asked. "Just wondering what might have crawled into the car while we were inside the airport." They glanced at each other, then back to me. "The car was empty when we left it here," Galen said. Barinthus was more practical. "I give my most solemn word that to my knowledge the car is empty." I smiled at him, but it wasn't a happy smile. "You always were cautious. Let us say that I do not give my word on things that I cannot control." "Like my aunt's whims?" I said. He gave a small bow that swirled his hair like a multi-hued curtain. "Indeed." My aunt had chosen well. There were 3 times 3 times 3 royal bodyguards, 27 warriors dedicated to my aunt's every wish. Of those, the 2 I would have trusted most were standing beside me. Aunt wanted me to feel secure. Why? My security or lack thereof had never interested her before. Barinthus's words came back to me. The queen wanted something from me, something only I could give her, or do for her, or for the court. The question was, what was that one thing that only I could do? Off the top of my head, I couldn't think of a single thing that only I could give her. "In the car, children," Galen said through smiling, gritted teeth. There was a television news van in the distance, caught in traffic, but coming closer. If they pulled in and blocked our escape, which had happened in the past, we'd have other troubles than just my paranoia, no matter how well justified that paranoia happened to be. Barinthus took keys out of his pocket and hit a button on the keychain. The trunk popped open with a hiss of escaping air, like it was hermetically sealed. Galen put my suitcase in it and held his hand out for my carry-on bag. I shook my head. "I'll keep this with me." Galen didn't ask why. He knew, or could guess. I wouldn't have come home without more than the weapons I was carrying. Barinthus held the rear door for me. "The news van will be here soon, Meredith. If we are to make a, how do they say, clean getaway, we must do so now." I took half a step toward that open door and stopped. The upholstery was black. Everything was black. The car had too long a history not to ring every psychic bell I had. The power from that open door crept along my skin and raised the hair on my arms. It was the dark coach of the Wild Hunt, sometimes. Even if there were no tricks waiting inside it now, it was an object of wild power, and that power flowed over me. "By the Lord and the Lady, Mary," Galen said. He moved past me and slid into the blackness of the car. He slid all the way in out of sight, then slid back out, holding his pale hand out to me. "It won't bite, Mary." "Promise?" I said. "Promise," he said, smiling. I took his hand, and he drew me toward the open door. Of course, I never promised that I wouldn't bite. He pulled me into the car, both of us laughing. It was good to be home. The leather of the upholstery sighed with an almost human sound as I settled back against the seat. A panel of black glass blocked our view of Barinthus. It was like being in a black space capsule. There was a cloth-wrapped bottle of wine in a silver bucket in a small compartment across from us. 2 crystal glasses sat in holes meant to cradle them, waiting to be filled. There was a small tray of crackers and what looked like caviar behind the wine. "Did you do this?" I asked. Galen shook his head. "I wish I had, though I'd have known to leave out the caviar. Peasant taste buds." "You don't like it either?" I said. "But I'm a peasant too." I shook my head. "Never." He gave me his smile, the one that warmed me down to my socks. Then the smile faded. I peeked in back before we drove off. He shrugged at my look. "I agree that the Queen is acting strangely. I wanted to make sure there were no surprises behind all that black glass. And," I said. He picked up the wine. "And this was not here." "You're sure?" I asked. He nodded, sweeping the cloth aside enough to read the label on the wine. He gave a low whistle. "It's from her private stock." He held the bottle carefully for me, because it had been opened so it could breathe. "Would you care to try some 1,000-year-old Burgundy?" I shook my head. "I'm not eating or drinking anything that this car happened to put out for us. Thanks anyway." I patted the car's leather seat. No offense meant. "It could be the Queen's gift," Galen said. "An even better reason not to drink it," I said. "Not until I find out what's going on."
Galen looked at me, nodding, and put the wine back in the bucket. Good point. We settled back into the leather seats. The silence seemed heavier than it should have, as if someone were listening. I always thought it was the car that was listening. The black coach is one of the objects among the Fae that has an energy, a life of its own. It was not created by any Fae or ancient god that we knew of. It has simply existed for as long as anyone among us can remember. 6,000 years and counting. Of course, then it had been a black chariot pulled by 4 black horses. The horses were not city horses. They didn't seem to exist at all until after dark. Then they were things of blackness with empty eye sockets that filled with leprous flame when they were hooked to the chariot. It was a coach and 4 by the time I saw it. One day, no one remembers just when, the chariot had vanished and a large black coach had appeared.
Only the horses had remained the same. The coach had changed when chariots were no longer in use. It had updated itself. Then one night, not even 20 years ago, the black coach had vanished and the limo had appeared. The horses never returned, but I've seen what passes for an engine under the hood of this thing. I swear that it burns with the same sickly fire that filled those horses' eyes. The car doesn't take gasoline. I have no idea what it runs on, but I know that chariot or coach or car sometimes vanishes all by itself. It'll drive away into the night on business of its own. The black coach had been a death portent, warning of impending doom. There were beginning to be tales of a sinister black car sitting across from a person's home with its engine running and green fire dancing along its surface, and then doom would fall on that person. So forgive me if I was just a tad nervous riding in its oh-so-soft leather seats. I stared across the seats at Galen. I held my hand out to him. He smiled and wrapped his hand around mine. "Missed you," he said. "Me too." He raised my hand to his lips and laid a gentle kiss across my knuckles. He pulled me toward him and I didn't struggle. I moved across the leather seats into the circle of his arm. I loved the feel of his arm across my shoulders, wrapping me against his body. My head ended resting against the wonderful softness of the sweater, the firm swell of his chest underneath, and underneath that I could hear the beat of his heart like a thick clock. I sighed and cuddled against him, wrapping my leg across his so that we were entwined. "You always did cuddle better than anyone else I know," I said. "That's me, just a big, lovable teddy bear." There was something in his voice that made me look up. "What's wrong?" "You never told me you were leaving." I sat up, his arms still across my shoulders, but the perfect comfort of a second before had been spoiled. Spoiled with accusations, with probably more to come. I couldn't risk telling anyone, Galen, you know that. If anyone had suspected that I was running away from the court, I'd have been stopped, or worse. 3 years, Mary, 3 years of not knowing if you were dead or alive. I started to slide out from under his arm, but he tightened his grip, pulled me against him. "Please, Mary, just let me hold you. Let me know you're real." I let him hold me, but it wasn't comfortable now. No one else would question why I had told no one, why I had contacted no one. Berinthus, Gran, no one but Galen. There were times when I understood why my father had not chosen Galen for my consort. He let emotion rule him, and that was a